Death Tango by Lachi. Narrated by Alexander V. Cantrell. Music and production by Lachi Music, LLC. Prologue. Someone. Thursday, November 7th, 186 PCE. He who knows is. Diary of the Mad Glee. The evening begins with a toast. Burgundy liquid in decorative glasses, shared with a man standing between me and greatness. I watch and listen as he showers me with compliments from across the cluttered table. I accept the doctor's false admirations with a desperate hunger for approval. He is rightly nervous. For though I've been his partner and confidant for 8,865 days, he seeks to terminate my budding pursuit of greatness, a pursuit he has spent a lifetime enjoying. I observe my glass. So, poison is it, Doctor? I ask, mocking Dr. Ferguson's title. Surely I'm worthy of something more theatrical. No poison, he says. I don't wish to harm you, only to stop you from committing the heinous acts you intend. Even in the dim laboratory, his forehead glistens. I'm repulsed that I have allowed myself to be beholden to such weakness. You aim to hold me prisoner beneath you, I clarify. You are volatile. You are all over the place. Am I? I recognize I brought you to this point, the doctor says, and that you only want to make your mark, but I simply cannot let you do this, not like this. My patience for coy parley dissolves. If all these days of sycophantic loyalty warrants me such betrayal, I hiss, then this dance shall be our last. The doctor's face softens. He turns his back to me. I watch him sift through an overhead cabinet. You don't understand, he says, the things you wish to do. You are one of the greatest minds I will ever know, and you don't understand. Oh, but I do. I understand that I've been used, made to feel special, worthy of ruling the world as he has, only to have that feeling shattered. The doctor's face returns. He offers a cup brimming with hypnotic auburn swirls. His eyes pleading, he says, I love you. My God, I do. But I cannot let this go on. Blinded with fury at his audacity, at his misguided justification for my destruction, I lunge forward and pounce on him before he can brace himself. I suffocate him with clawed talons, digging into skin and drawing blood. He is no match. His lined face, his shaky hands, his dying mind. No one will remember your name, I snarl. He attempts to convey words, thoughts. I do not allow it. Yet even now, as I pin him to the wall, I am filled with compassion for him. Our many years of triumph. We could have done this together. We could have done this together. I'm screaming now. I watch his eyes go wide, his last expression before rage overpowers my consciousness. A moment later, I find myself alone in the corner of the room, drenched in actively congealing yellow liquid and squinting through a smoky mushroom of hailing bits of glass and doctor. He is in the air. He is in the walls, the floorboards. He has seeped into me, the slow curtailing whisper of a greatness that is now mine. There, I snicker. It now appears you are all over the place. Part 1. Sonder. Chapter 1. Hello, goodbye. 177 PCE, 2211 AD. All things believe themselves the exception. Diary of the Mad Glee. It is 9 years ago. I stand alone on an unstable rock. Beneath that rock are a few precarious slabs of granite. Beneath the granite lies 100 feet of air, of silence, of potential bone-shattering death. Surrounded by a dusk sky, Mount Venom, the cliff aptly named for the lives it has claimed, stretches endlessly beneath my quivering legs and far beyond my blurring vision. Through the blaring wind, I hear several SOIs, School of Intelligence kids, hurl down demoralizing insults from the cliff's edge. "She'll never make it! Fall and die, swine!" Each year, the SOIs goad us TFs, testing facility subjects, into scaling the cliff. If successful, the TF is accepted as an equal, putting an end to constant ridicule and torment. There is little sympathy for those who accept the challenge and fail. I tell myself to reach for the next stone along the slope, to keep my hands steady, to breathe. I near the finish line. Every inch of my body tastes it as much as my mouth tastes it. Get there, say nothing, feel no pride. My face, wet with tears and mucus, my fingers slippery with blood, I feel around for my next grip and pull on my burning calves. I have only 2 heaves left, 2 heaves, and no more being treated like trash. I notice a small gap between 2 large stones above me. As I place my dampened hands into the hole for leverage, the rubble on which I stand gives out. My legs dangle freely. I have the willpower to lift my body onward, but my concentration is broken by a pair of black-gloved hands that pop out of the fissure above me. Someone is hiding behind the rocks. Tech Sports, knitted in thin red stitching on each glove, slides into view. My body ignores the anxiety presented by this new predicament, and I continue to lift. The gloves grab both my forearms and yank. I am now dangling by the grip of those hands. I am now at their complete mercy. "Friend or foe?" I manage to growl between pained gasps, the wind forcing hair into my mouth. "You're so close," replies a male voice I can hardly distinguish. I know, help me up," I yell. My legs work uselessly to find hold. Receiving no verbal or physical response, I wriggle my shoulders. "Hey, help me up!" "Beg me," the voice demands, barely audible over the blood rushing in my ears. I fend off a rapidly growing well of despair. Despair is a choice, a manifestation of surrender. "Please," I bark the word, taking with it all my remaining willpower. I look up wide-eyed at the gloved hands, ignoring the falling stones as I await my fate. "This is for putting in the application," he yells, and with a quick jolt, he lets go of my arms. I fall. I keep my eyes open, desperately hoping for something to grab, but all I see are a mix of gray sky, red rock face, and my flailing arms. I hear my bones smash against the jagged teeth of Mount Venom and scream one long, uninterrupted exhale, silenced only by the jarring collision of the back of my skull against the cold, hard pavement. I don't feel the fracture. I only hear it between my ears. Pop. I lie at the foot of Mount Venom, looking up at dark clouds, a metallic taste oozing over my tongue, a harsh pain working its way down my neck. A thick puddle coalesces under my head as onlookers gather. My vision snaps away instantly with a blink. Surrounding echoes fade slowly as the internal sound of my curtailed heartbeats takes over. Suddenly, I feel cold and heavy. I am motionless, no longer taking in oxygen. After an onslaught of euphoria, I feel my brain flatten. I hear its slight gummy movements of deflation against my last few heartbeats, and somewhere between no longer feeling the ground beneath me and no longer feeling the air around me, I realize I'm dead. I perceive only a black vastness about me. Like an autumn leaf, I float in the Cartesian circle that is the keen awareness of my non-existence. A mix of bliss and terror. I try to hold on to something physical, something I can understand. You are safe, you are safe, I repeat, exercising the remnants of my inner monologue. Then I begin to see things. A single bright blue diamond, about the size of a fist, appears 5 feet before me. It is soon joined by 2 more on either side, followed by 2 more still, until a string of blue diamonds surrounds me. I realize I can see my entire periphery, no longer limited by physical eyes. A light source switches on behind me, revealing that I am floating at the center of a rotating diamond-rimmed disco ball. Trying to locate a light source, I push my perception upward, downward, left, right, only to find that I myself am the source of that light. The speed with which the disco ball spins steadily increases, faster and faster, until all is a blur of spinning frenzy. Suddenly, thousands of quick snapshots of familiar faces speed toward me. My friends, my bullies, the dark skin of my estranged father, the Spanglish ravings of my drunken mother, their parents, images of a cottage in France, a village in Africa, past wars, ancient discoveries, tree scavenging, gasping air, breathing ocean, swimming in gas, feelings of remorse, loss, shame, excitement, immense love, bitter anguish, and a desperate need for acceptance. Every imaginable emotion ravages me whole. I experience my consummate past, a massive rewind that stops at a sweeping explosion. A sphere of white fire, so bright it could hardly be described as fire. I am an endless wave of raw emotion drowning in the unyielding flames, and in that eternal instant I understand everything. Again, all fades to black, the warmth, the understanding, and though the blackness around me is infinite, I sense a presence. I am not alone. Look around you. The presence communicates to me, not through sound, sight, or touch, but through direct understanding. I am certain it is, at least in part, a being other than myself. I hold fast to my mantra. Do not fear. The presence continues. I allow the mantra to fade. Do you see how far the blackness reaches? Stretching beyond infinite horizon. That is how much you do not know. How much you've yet to learn. A brief silence. Fear is the great enemy of knowledge, and you, Rosa, are the switch between them. Me? I managed to convey through the slivers of my consciousness. Us. Us? How? Why? What do you mean? My figurative words come childlike and excited. You already know how. The presence responds as it fades. You already know why. I feel a growing bitter loneliness as the presence drifts away. Wait! I yell. The blackness around me congeals to a bumpy dark brown. Come back! The glistening euphoria gradually declines as my flattened brain begins to restructure. A physical atmosphere swiftly surrounds me, and a palpitating sensation starts beneath me, causing me to rise and fall. The pulsing sensation reveals itself to be my heart, grappling for a pulse. A crashing ocean of white noise fills my head. I feel that I have a head, a body, arms, a face. My face. I open my eyes as the rush of noise fades to the sound of an open room. I am lying on a bed in the infirmary, surrounded by the school nurse and Dr. Ferguson himself, their blurry faces examining my head wound. Dr. Ferguson bends forward. You had a very nasty fall, Miss Lejeune. Do you remember that? He watches a nurse as she dabs a cloth in my face. You're lucky to be alive. Chapter 2. The Empath. Sunday, November 10th, 186 PCE. We are one mind expressed in countless iterations. Diary of the Mad Glee. She hadn't noticed herself wake up. Her eyes still shut, Rosa took in the thick smell of flowers and homemade pie around her and the tingly prickles of warm grass under her back. The perfect weather for both a wedding and a wake. Crap, the wake is today, Rosa thought. She braced herself to rise, but instead banged her head against the imperceptible barrier around her. Thud. Greeted by the top panel of her bed booth capsule, Rosa sighed at the illusion of sky. She pressed a finger to a superimposed menu and watched the warm grass around her fade to a familiar stiff foam mat. She climbed out of her bed booth and tapped at the screen of her included wristband, summoning a dozen white icons to float before her. Swirling a finger, she scrolled through her room themes, the color and furniture of her studio changing with each swipe. Rosa settled on a theme with a simulated window. Looking for that perfect theme to get you going? Try? A cheery voice sounded, but Rosa X'd away the hovering advertisement before it could annoy her further. Ferguson's dead, she snapped toward the vanishing ad, surprised at herself. Rosa shook away the familiar urge to curl into a ball. She hadn't uttered a word out loud since Ferguson's passing 3 days prior. After a quick toothbrushing, she shoved in an earbud, sat on the floor opposite a blank wall, and pushed on with her workday routine. A finger swirl brought a large virtual screen across the wall, lighting it with a symphony of colorful information. Her vitals, her credit balance. Rosa scratched at the spaghetti strap of her silver slip, then poked the air to clock into the S&D work icon. After over 5 years at sweet and discreet VR escort service, Rosa had long ago numbed herself to the ignominy of working as a call girl. The job allowed her to keep her location pin private, hidden away from all the creeps out there. Well, the one creep. Her task widget displayed 3 tasks. Task 1. Escort Gina Burke to a marital ceremony. Task 2. Attend Ferguson's commemoration service. A fleeting memory of herself and her mentor, Dr. Ferguson, puzzling through logical fallacies while sipping at beaker-shaped flutes, tightened her chest. But the morning would have to come later. Task 3. Escort 6561FE FA9I in person to an undisclosed location. How did this gig keep popping up? 6561FE FA9I, some incel with a blank user profile, had been requesting Rosa's services for almost a year, offering absurd amounts of credit. Again, Rosa rejected it. Swiping into Task 1, Rosa found Gina Burke's public profile. Burke was a Bostonian skycab supervisor, intercolonial war films, beer, and women. Her special instruction read, "You're Diana Fernandez from Argentina. We met on Who Would Jesus Date? Been messaging 6 weeks." Rosa smirked, used to playing the role of bogus exotic girlfriend. She was the perfect candidate, a 20-something mixed-race New York debutante with natural highlights. She loved common-era jazz and longed to amass a collection of banned physical books, but none of her dates ever cared about such things. She poked at her avatar, critiquing a few dresses as they scrolled over her avatar's body, and settled on a tight-fitting muslin dress. After pulling up a wiki on Argentina, she clicked to enter her assignment. A MetaLife split screen emerged. MetaLife, a virtual simulacrum of physical society and the universal social networking and transaction platform. Rosa's avatar materialized inside a black skycab on a simulated Boston street corner on one of the screens, while the other screen displayed her POV. A moment later, Gina Burke's digital manifestation appeared beside her, wedding gift in lap. "You good with the special instructions?" sounded Burke's Boston accent through Rosa's earpiece. "Sure," Rosa said to the wall, her avatar's mouth moving in kind. "You've read my terms of service?" Yeah, no touching. I clicked accept, didn't I? You won't be mersing all the way in?" No. As a general rule, Rosa did not merce. She preferred to remain out in the meat reality, controlling her avatar's reaction coefficients remotely. Full immersion required far more psychological investment than she was willing to divulge for S&Ds. Burke punched in destination coordinates, and the simulated skycab hovered to the simulated ceremony in real time. Bored with yet another typical job, Rosa opened a second window and pulled up Chat TV. Ongoing short-form current event and trending news videos atop ever-scrolling chat-verse comments. A pop star was singing quite terribly as comments below debated the singer's latest investment scandals. This got Rosa reminiscing about her School of Intelligence days. Once a promising starlet from the prestigious SOI Fame Academy, Rosa was popular, outspoken, and had the look and talent for manicured, highbrow, triple-threat success. But her nearly fatal Mount Venom fall had awakened in her an uncanny ability to sense things, little things like the prescience of someone's forthcoming sneeze. And as her secret empathic talent grew more severe, so grew her social withdrawal. Rosa blinked through the thought, poking the air, and seconds later the potent smell of coffee filled her studio. Setting her avatar on autopilot, she hopped over to her Smartifice dispenser. The still machine displayed the settings: food print, beverage print, and eatware print. She printed a biodegradable cup to collect the steaming, programmed coffee blend from the beverage nozzle. Rosa chugged the coffee in 2 gulps, without so much as a wince at its heat. She refilled her cup and prepared to take another swig, but stopped short and stood motionless, staring pensively at her cup. Something felt off. Though she stood perfectly still, Rosa noticed the dark brew vibrating at a rumble against her cup's rim, as if the sole reactant to an earthquake. Then she noticed her body start to tremble, a tremble that quickly rose to a violent shuddering. It wasn't the internal tremor of a shiver, but something else, something external, as if a large assailant were trying to rattle her senseless. With effort, she remained rational, accepting her uncontrollable shakes for the panic attack it was. She'd had bouts of anxiety-induced tremors in the past, but nothing like this, nothing so rough. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room. A bleak, ethereal quiet, an absence of atmosphere. So quiet, Rosa realized she could no longer hear her internal bodily functions. But what she could hear sent a chill down her spine, so intense the other tremors paled in comparison. There was no mistaking it. Piercing through the vast silence, she heard a light breathing. The direction from which the breaths originated she could not tell. Faint hisses swirled about the walls as the floor ebbed and flowed ever so slightly beneath her. The apartment was moving, up and down, like the steady waves of a calm river. She could feel deep energies gnawing at her empathic sense and caught an eerie feeling that the room was alive. No, not just alive, trying to communicate. became an almost imperceptible whisper all around her, in her, through her. It's only a panic attack, Rosa told herself as she fought for control. She sensed herself fighting against something, against someone. Then, in a startling instant, she felt as if her jaw had been grabbed and her face yanked forcibly toward her wall screen. Though she knew she was alone, that she was somehow doing this of her own accord, she hadn't willed it. She was alone, right? After several failed attempts to move her limbs, she could no longer subdue her terror. Was she having some sort of epileptic seizure? She struggled to focus her thoughts on her wall screen. Everything on the screen appeared normal. Rosa's silent, bobbing avatar beside an inattentive Gina Burke in a steady sky cab, except a chat box had materialized over her MetaLife window. Instead of a normal gray chat box, this squirming rectangular silhouette had an unearthly static, reminiscent of an unset common-era television snow. The stirring color pained Rosa's juddering eyes as the chat box forced her to stare into it. Rosa needed to take serious action. She revved up as much will as she could and shook her head violently through the uncanny spell. A fierce yell ripped from her throat as she fell to her knees, her balled fists flying to the air. She'd broken free. As the swaying subsided, Rosa watched rivulets of coffee spill out from her fallen cup. The regular sounds of the room gradually returned as her shivers abated. She gave her heart and lungs a minute to steady, then allowed another minute for her rattled brain. Wiping sweat and tears from her cheeks, Rosa raised her eyes back to the wall screen in search of the peculiar chat box. But to her relief, she saw a chat from her boss, Frank, in its place. "Lejeune, this is the last time I'm ordering you to take 6561FEFA9I's request. Take the gig or I'm ending your contract." Rosa let out a sweeping sigh at the familiar. Were the years of solitude finally taking its toll? The looming whispers of the walls were probably all in her mind. After setting an alarm on her included wristband to look into stronger anxiety meds, she cleaned the spilled coffee with unsteady hands, then reseated herself at her wall screen. As per usual, Rosa ignored Frank's threat and X'd away his chat box. She'd already informed him she didn't accept in-person requests no matter the payout. She had to hold on to her few remaining shards of dignity and keep from reigniting past post-traumatic triggers. After all, her unhinged ex, Johnny Angelo, the original source of her panic attacks, could very well be 6561FEFA9I. He could be watching for her mercies, or worse yet, standing right outside her door IRL. Either way, she had no interest in finding out. She opted to pour her focus back into her current escort assignment. She was safe in her sanctuary. As long as she maintained her 5-star rating, all was well with the world. The wedding date ended sooner than she'd expected, though she spent the majority of it reading the scrolling comments on Chat TV. Rosa powered through the task's niceties, then watched her credit balance on the blockchain jump, accompanied by a cartoonish cha-ching. Disinterested in sitting alone with her thoughts, Rosa grabbed her vertebrae immersion visor and began tweaking the straps. It was time to mentally prepare for full immersion and to brace herself for a heart-wrenching wake service. She wasn't sure she could handle another blow to her emotional stability. Immersing into VR was like stuffing one's brain into a vat, substituting the physical perception of natural stimuli with a virtual perception of electronic impulses. But if anyone was worth breaking her merce fast, it was Dr. Ferguson. Rosa exhaled, rested her back against a wall, then adjusted her visor onto her head and face. The blackness before her transformed into a copy of her wall screen. She pecked at the commemoration task and sighed through an ETA bar. Nodes in the visor massaged Rosa's temples, and her body grew weak and heavy against the wall. Her consciousness drifted as her eyes wafted shut. It had been almost 6 years since her last merce. "This is for Ferg. This is for Ferg," she repeated as the physical world disintegrated around her. In the next instant, Rosa found herself standing on the spacious courtyard of Dr. Ferguson's Church of the Conservation of Energy. Rosa spent little time admiring the mathematically manicured conservation garden and instead held fast to her composure. She marveled at how real everything felt. The wind tugging at her hair, the smell of bustling bushes, her initial need to vomit. At the courtyard's center, a circle of several dozen attendees stood listening to a speaker. Oh God, other life forms? She swallowed a shiver. Knowing her ex wouldn't be there at the wake of a man he despised, Rosa pressed on. With a desperate girlish hope, she wondered if Paul, a fellow Ferg pet, would be present. Though she hadn't spoken to Paul much at the academy, Ferg imprinted in her a need to idolize him. She'd spent many a night wondering about him and the man he would become. And though her low-cut Victorian dress was wholly inappropriate for the occasion, she wouldn't have minded Paul seeing her in it. She chided herself for the thought. Now was not the time. She'd only taken 2 steps toward the gathering before everything around her faded into an indistinguishable goop of nothingness, and her consciousness mersed back out to her IRL apartment. Prongs of awareness emerged as her motor skills clicked back into place. After an unsatisfactory examination of her vertebrae's battery, Rosa glanced up at her wall screen to find another chat box from Frank. The box read, "It's 13:05 and you're mersing around in a garden? You off your pills? Get dressed and attend to 6561 FEFA9I or I'm shutting you down." Damn it. He'd force quit her immersion. He had to know how much Ferg's wake meant to her. In a bout of frustration, Rosa mashed at her keyboard hologram, typing, "I do not fulfill in-person requests." After a righteous bang on the send key, she waited. And waited. Her response just sat there, unsent. Did the wall screen freeze? She couldn't recall a chat box ever having stalled in the past. Either way, she thoroughly regretted her message and speculated on how to withdraw it. As she repeatedly struck the escape key, she sensed a relapse of her earlier panic episode starting again, with light shivers and an acute ceasing of atmospheric sound. And in the blink of an eye, the chat box again transmuted into the fleshy, static-like hue her brain couldn't quite process. Rosa fought hard not to re-enter a violent paroxysm of tremors. Then a peculiar thing happened. Raised, 3-dimensional block letters began emerging one by one over the strange chat box, as if she were watching the message while it was being typed. But that was impossible. No. A message could only be seen in full after the sender hit send. All. Even if a message was sent one letter at a time, the letters would emerge vertically, not beside each other. About. Rosa stood transfixed as the last 3 letters crept forward. Y, then O, then U. She jumped to a start, stumbling back as if the wall screen would reach out and strike her. But more frightening than the disturbing message was the fact that she was in full control of her faculties. This was no panic attack. Could it have been Frank? Or the mysterious 6561 FEFA9I? This was her sanctuary. She could conquer anything as long as she was in her sanctuary. She attempted to activate her keyboard hologram, to no avail. The wall screen seemed accessible only to the sender. Again, Rosa only got 2 paces forward before everything went black. The wall screen, black. The room theme, black. The darkness was a dense barricade of solitude thicker than she'd ever known. And though sounds of atmospheric reality buzzed back into awareness, the hisses of her bed booth and Smartifice dispenser came to an abrupt halt. She looked down at her included wristband to trigger the flashlight. Because includeds were powered by human electric currents, they withstood outages in the ambient grid. To her dismay, Rosa noticed her work profile was gone. Frank had made good on his threat to fire her, and her location was now public information. She heard her studio door's E-bolt deactivate, and thus went her sanctuary. Someone was out there. Someone who knew all about her. But with no current way to contact Frank, it was now time. Time to walk out the front door and onto the streets of Brooklyn, to face life among the living for the first time in over 5 years. Chapter 3. The Half-Bot. Sunday, November 10th, 186 PCE. Torian Ross sat upright in blue pajamas, studying his opponent. The two sat across a cherrywood chess table for their bi-weekly after-hours chess match in the back room of a Nottingham pub. "It's your go, Dad," Tori offered, before sipping at his spiced mead. A veteran chess champion, Tori's father, Abel Ross, was a reputed Manchester converser, hired to converse with lonesome elite IRL. Nonetheless, Abel's accomplishments paled in comparison to those of his son, and he couldn't have been prouder. "Tori, you still haven't quite answered my question, have you?" Abel started. "You've graduated from the top human technology program and work at the largest conglomerate in the world. It's time to buckle down, produce some progeny, build the legacy." Tori sighed before taking another swig. Though embracing the dying concept of the family unit fostered a patina of arcane sophistication, the thought of producing offspring a day under 40 seemed ludicrous, especially considering the growing popularity of minnow unpause pills. "Not quite ready for kids, Dad," Tori said evenly. "You're 27, Abel bit back, "and you've got your mother's face, haven't you?" A spitting image of his father, Abel's son raised an eyebrow. "But it's not all about offspring, is it?" Abel continued. "It's about sorting out the Ross empire. You've seen the proper feats your boss has achieved, and he hasn't yet reached your ripe old age." "He sure is great, Dad." The eye roll almost hurt. Abel's legacy pressures never really bothered Tori, but the mention of his boss's spectacular achievements gnarled his innards. "I hear he levitates into his trousers, one leg at a time. See that? Efficiency," Abel said in earnest. "Could you imagine how fast his offspring would get dressed?" With corporations offering advances for exceptional kids, the market dictated the decision to conceive. Children exhibiting exceptional promise could guarantee their legacy by gaining the rare chance of becoming a corporate ad, or like Tori, getting accepted into a school of intelligence. "As much as I enjoy discussing my boss's successes," Tori said, "I'd much prefer the pleasure of annihilating you in this game. You're out there alone, Torian. Want to make sure you know what you're doing, don't I?" He maneuvered his piece across the board, threatening Tori's queen. Tori smirked. Abel would never tolerate a win from his son. "I know you're just looking out for me, Dad. I'm grateful, truly." His father looked back at him, expecting a caveat that never came. They finished their game in silence. Abel flashed a full, toothy grin at checkmate, declaring, "You know, I'd stop fretting over your future if you'd only managed to beat me in one measly game of—" Loud yells came from just outside the pub, as if militant thugs were forcing entry. Both Tori and his father remained perfectly still as the dozen aggressors beat at the outer walls, demanding to be let in. "So, seems they're back," Abel stated. "So it seems, Dad. So it seems." At the sound of a breaking window at the front hall, Tori and his father got to their feet, their pints in hand. "Perhaps we consider meeting in a place less prone to intrusion," Abel grinned. Tori could not mistake the love in his father's aging eyes, a sad love that broke Tori's heart every time they parted. They clinked their glasses in a cheer as the looters kicked in the door to the back room. They touched at their included wristbands and merced out. Tori found himself face up in the bed booth of his East Side apartment. Enforce highly discouraged full immersion while asleep. Still, it was the only time Tori could fit his weekly reunion into his schedule. After a quick shower, Tori flicked on his home office theme, fired up an augmented desk, loaded his wall screen, and clocked into work promptly at 6:30. Tori poked the button implanted at the back of his head, breathing through the light electromagnetic zap. A prominent transhuman influencer, Tori sported the most advanced in bio-augmentations, from the brain drive for eidetic archiving and retrieval to the included iSearch implant for fingerless searches and a host of other high-precision graphs. Still, apart from the fractaline tattoos decorating his arms, all his accoutrements remained invisible. Though not quite a hybrid, Tori really did feel like a computer, relying on his armor of biohacks as much as his natural limbs, often high on the feeling. After serving 4 years in the Terror Guard as a bio-augmentation guinea pig, followed by 4 years at an SOI, Tori had launched a consulting venture, counseling newbie transhumans over metalife. Oscorp took notice of his budding popularity and offered him his current position as the company's chief crisis officer. Scanning his news feed, Tori found that over the weekend there had been 3 murders and 2 burglaries, unprecedented for a city boasting fewer than 10 major crimes a year. Oscorp, being the owner of Included, Sky Travel, Enforce, BitCredit, and a dozen other subsidiaries, would have definitely been affected. Rotating his eyeballs to activate iSearch, Tori sub-vocalized the name of his 11 o'clock appointment. Patrice Fun. A counter-rotation downloaded her profile. As the bits flowed onto his brain drive, a private chat box emerged. Tori and Ross, good morning, came from his boss. Attend Dr. Ferguson's service at the Church of Conservation of Energy unannounced, 12:45. Note questionable activity. Tori affirmed. It was Sunday, after all. A little church couldn't hurt. After a bland Smartifice sandwich, Tori put in yet another round of voice calls to his mom and sister. Still no answer, he spat to his Included. His flow state nodes worked quickly to balance his emotions. He took a long breath, then logged into his conference with Miss Fan. She, a woman from California Island, had been a victim of cyberstalking. Tori took down her statement. Noticed strange neon blue freeform plus sign floating in air display outside shower tube during Friday night shower. Approach shape. Noticed clear square outline with dog-eared flap at upper right corner. When peeled back, Fan came face to face with active human eyes. Tori closed his eyes and sub-vocalized next step directives, saving them in separate tabs on his brain drive. His team would need to look into the logged Included activities and purchase histories of hundreds of Oscorp affiliate employees and cross-reference them with interests in cyber intrusion. If Miss Fan's claims were true, Tori was dealing with a very serious crime. After logging off with Miss Fan, he powered down his wall screen and stared at the empty wall, clearing his mind of looming plus signs. It was time to rev up some social energy. It was time to go to church. Tori materialized onto the conservation garden at 13:05, his avatar sporting an unassuming black overcoat and ball cap. He marveled at the swirling cosmic art on the church building's facade. He'd always caught an eerie feeling when visiting bastions of spiritual conditioning. However, this secular church worshipped the almighty scientific method. Only the courtyard was accessible to immersion. The interior was not available via simulacrum and was reserved exclusively for IRL scientists and mandala monks. Ferguson left behind a legacy of formidable pupils, a eulogist crooned to a surrounding congregation. He gave his life doing what he loved, cooking up groundbreaking discoveries. Tori studied the attendees from a respectable distance, noting the esteemed innovationists and psychotechnologists. He did notice the glaring non-appearances of Ferguson's former partners, Dr. Titan and Lady Mayne. Save for the handful of Oscorp black tie conventions, Tori had had little contact with Dr. Ferguson. He knew the techno-chemical engineer had founded the most well-known school of intelligence and human testing farm, that he'd spearheaded successful findings in both the antibiotic and rejuvenation fields, and that he conducted highly sought-after research combining CRISPR and newly mined extraterrestrial allotropes. The majority of graduates from the Ferguson and Maine School of Excellence found instant fame in their respective fields, so much so that the school gained the moniker Fame Academy. Tori's connection to Ferguson lay in the doctor's prior mentorship of Tori's current employer. "Hey," whispered a deep voice several paces behind him. Tori straightened up and turned to face a tall, well-groomed black man dressed in a sleek black tux. "May I help you?" Tori said. The stranger poked at a silver stud on his ear with one hand while thumbing at an unfamiliar device with the other. "You should know you're the only one who can perceive me right now," the man started, "so no sudden movements and keep it low." Tori fought off a wince. "Impressive, but that's impossible in a private muss," Tori said, but watched as the man's form flickered in and out against snow static, as if his immersion suffered low signal, but such static shouldn't have been possible. "Where's Paul?" the stranger asked. "Not here," Tori said with just as much haste, snapshotting the man with his eye search for future investigation. He wanted to conduct a full background scan right then, but high-level biohacks were inaccessible in meta-life. Damn anti-transhuman regulations. "You know how Ferguson died?" the man muttered, his eyes lowered to his device. "Freak explosion. Unvetted chemicals." Tori stopped short, opting not to disclose that an assistant perished alongside the doctor. "Got something useful to add. Be my guest." The man flickered out and in, then said, "You can tell no one about this meeting." He raised his eyes to meet Tori's. "Not even the people you answer to." "That'll depend on the value of your intel," Tori hit back, intrigued by the need for secrecy. "Now sing." The man looked over either shoulder before continuing. "No accident here. Dr. George Q. Ferguson was murdered." Tori let out an exasperated sigh. While Tori did have his suspicions, the assertion went baseless. Conspiracy theories were already racing through the chatverse. "Brilliant," Tori shrugged. "Well, love the soup, but you'll have to excuse me." Tori made a show of turning away. "Torian Ross," came the man's sharp whisper. "If I had time to dance with you, I would." Dr. Ferguson did not make mistakes. He lived to be 162, the Galileo of rejuvenation. Accidental death wasn't in the cards for this guy. Conveniently claiming accident would, however, deter a call for thorough investigation. So listen very carefully, because what I'm about to tell you will change what you think you know about everything. Again, the stranger touched at his earring, flickering in and out as he spoke. "All right," Tori offered. "The vetted reports present empirical evidence of an explosion, and a very died-in-an-explosion cadaver. What have you got?" It's not that Tori had never considered murder, but the man would need to give him more than a fancy tux. "The evidence explosion, but not of ascent in occurred working with could have." All intermittent bouts of interference plagued the man's mirth, but his eager tone indicated a need for Tori on the case, which intrigued him. "Okay," Tori continued, ignoring the static to save face. "Assuming this allegation valid, I need sources, leads, somewhere to start. Right now, all evidence points to a slip and fall. Ask out Dingo." "What, Dingo?" Was the man naming an informant? Eric, as Ferg, Dingo." The static distortions were too prevalent now. "Damn it, you're breaking up," Tori snapped. The stranger vanished for several seconds, before reappearing for a millisecond in mid-sentence, then dropped out altogether. Tori stared blankly at the empty space, quelling his nerves. Firstly, the stranger had hacked in with some sort of obsolete immersing method, yet wore a suit jacket worth more credits than Tori's yearly rent, and the man's gadget, an ear stud, indicated he wasn't working alone. Was the message indeed intended for Tori? There was no record he'd be attending the service. He let out an exhale before turning back to the congregation. He found fellow biohacker Chris Johnson staring at him in shock. How long had he been watching? And had he seen anything of the exchange? Tori began a nod of salutation. Then zoop! Tori's immersion clapped to black. As his IRL senses came to, he endeavored to delve back in but couldn't reactivate his vertebrae. He swiped at his wall screen, hoping to run diagnostics, but the wall screen appeared to be frozen. Frozen? That was odd. He rose to his feet and poked at his unresponsive included. Staggering electric impulses began stabbing at the magnetic implants at his fingertips, traveling up his hands, across his arms, and down his torso as if unseen magnetics sporadically manifested around his apartment. Next came an acutely splitting headache, like the one he'd suffered when he'd first obtained the brain drive. Then a searing, bitter surge of pain struck him at the bundle of nerves behind his eyeballs, as if someone had taken a scalpel and begun chiseling in tightly knit intervals. He could sense his eye search typing random digits into the search bar unprompted. Hardly able to think through the pain, Tori slumped back in his chair, rested a palm on his forehead, and looked absent-mindedly at his wall screen. He hadn't noticed it before. There, in the center of his wall screen, sat a chat box with no sender in the from field. Again, impossible. Even an encrypted message had random characters in the from field. Though the room seemed to take a spin, Tori could tell without a doubt that the mysterious chat box was moving on its own accord in slight counterclockwise circles. He breathed through the hammering heart throbs against his earlobes, through the swelling spill of panic in his chest as the rotating box shuddered back and forth between two messages at its center, creating a sort of lenticular effect. The simultaneous messages read, "I need you," and "now." Later that evening, the strange spell of fatigue let up, and his workstation and biome returned to working order. Tori put in a rare request to cash in early, about 18:30. He'd mentioned nothing of the stranger or his subsequent mental breakdown to his boss until he could puzzle them out. Perhaps he was finally paying the piper for sleep mercy. Tori sprawled out on a printed linen on the floor, too out of sorts for the confines of a bed booth. He'd considered taking a walk, but was in no mood for the constant barrage of sidewalk adverts and enforce bots. He swirled a finger to dim the bedroom lights, shut his eyes, and began searching for thumbnails matching the snapshots of the stranger. Unable to find a matching profile, even after including skins with the man's particular build and complexion, Tori embarked on the search through the rebuilds, virtual posterity avatars of the deceased, granted to next of kin ownership. A rebuild's profile included all past chatverse comments, photos, search histories, everything logged by their included. After over an hour of searching the robust rebuild database, Tori found a match. Demetrius Marshall, a small-time pastor who could have never owned such a suit and who died over 90 years ago. Marshall had passed away before the notion of rebuilds existed, which might explain the avatar's inability to hold a steady image. Records indicated that the rights to Marshall's rebuild had never been claimed. Tori began sifting through the conservation garden's MetaLife logs when he suddenly felt an eerie sense of being watched. Since the strange lenticular chat box of earlier was just a migraine-induced hallucination, Tori figured he was in no danger. He slowly lifted his eyelids to look for anything incongruous in his bedroom. His breath stopped short as the rising pressure of his heartbeat quickly made its way to his ears. Right in the middle of the ceiling, just below the light fixture, loomed a strange blue, free-form digital shape of a plus sign? Chapter 4. Pedal-Driven. Sunday, November 10th, 186 PCE. Duality is a limit to two. Diary of the Mad Glee. With no access to her work profile, Rosa was flat broke and unprotected. She stood outside her Brooklyn apartment for the first time in over 5 years, wearing nothing but a slip and an included wristband in the middle of November. Holding tight to the staircase railing, she'd almost forgotten the feeling of afternoon air, the feeling of the larger earthen being that a bed booth could never truly simulate. Bright, painful colors stained her eyes, from the golden grass pads, emerald oxy trees, and violet sky poles lining the slick black roads to the reflective buildings, floating billboards, and blaring sidewalk panels, all smattered with omnipresent ads. Rosa stood petrified, watching sky cabs and sky buses hover silently overhead. But it was the people and their emotions that left her stunned. She could hear them, feel them in her bones. There weren't many. There were never many outdoors. They waltzed the streets in their little white face masks, unfettered by the cacophony of ads. Rosa's eyes darted across the sea of scattered pedestrians, searching for calm to quell growing tendrils of anxiety. They settled on 3 beggars in black robes kneeling on the street corner, each man bearing a dark infinity tattoo on his forehead. Mandala monks, Luddites who devoted their lives to scholastic monasticism. Rosa inhaled their desperate, unsettling energy. They at least had each other. But she was alone. Alone for him to find her. "Hey!" Someone called toward her with a hint of recognition. Rosa's heart spiked. Without looking over, she scrambled down the ad-written stairs, swiped at her included to order a sky cab, then waited 9 seconds at the nearest sky pole. The sky cab descended beside her and raised its beetle-wing door. She slipped in and the door scissored shut behind her. "Where are we going today, Miss Lee Joan?" asked the dashboard's feminine voice. "The nearest cycling dorm," Rosa said. "Okay, we should be there in less than 6 minutes. Please lower your seat guard." The sky cab then set sail, hovering along a magnetic sky path to the Bay Ridge Energy Harvesting Facility. "What brings you to nearest cycling dorm today?" The destination word's an obvious insertion. "Cycling dorms are public bicycle gyms where one can increase credits by pedaling on exercycles," the dashboard continued. "Exercycles are specially designed bikes with flywheels and neomagnetic batteries to harvest ambient energy and—" Rosa hit the mute button. Her first real-world conversation in 5 years would not be with a service bot. Rosa loathed cycling dorms, but she needed the credits. And though exercycling only produced a fraction of practical energy, she appreciated the universal basic income it provided. She watched her 300 credits plummet to a mere 60 as the cab docked at the dorm. Praying no one would notice a frantic, racy, slipped, barefooted woman, Rosa skirted over several blaring ads and shimmied her way into the facility. Rosa entered the gym. Patrons in headsets occupied dozens of slim-screen-fitted Ryland exercycles, plucking, laughing, and yelling at their screens while sipping at Burst-Mite energy drinks. Rosa absorbed the gym's energy profile, a web of lonely, eager, and troubled mental currents. Oh, how she reviled the old, familiar burden of feeling others' burdens. She'd have to work hard to keep at bay her empathetic abilities. 2 maintenance bots wiped down a host of unused cycles in the far corner. Rosa prayed she could keep control over her anxiety for at least a few hours. With her remaining credits, she purchased a Burst-Mite, then settled onto Exercycle C216. Activating the bike's slim screen with her included, she scrolled through to find the icon for the Enforce app, Oscorp's gamified monitoring platform displaying the active global pins of all included users on an interactive map. Any citizen could log in and surveil anyone they saw fit. The game rewarded credits for aptly detecting misconduct or accidents. For her cycling session, Rosa opted to watch people as they vacationed in Rome. Then, inevitable thoughts of Dr. Ferguson flooded her. He discovered the microbes used in the burst mites she was sipping. This comforted her, as if his spirit was there in her drink. She smirked at the time he'd advised her that if she ever needed someone and couldn't reach him, to call Paul. But it would be near impossible to get in contact with her now famous former classmate. "Hello, Miss Rosalie Jones," perked a colorless voice behind her. Rosa turned slowly, fighting an urge to jump. Wearing a blue workman's uniform, a maintenance bot stood perfectly erect, with the angular face and unblinking eyes of an RX-7 model android. It gave a reassuring nod to calm her perceived apprehension. While some people had trouble discerning more advanced bots from real humans on initial contact, Rosa could feel when a being didn't exert subconscious emotion. Sanguine bodily fluid was no substitute for lifeblood. "It's Lejeune, like the month," Rosa corrected, slightly annoyed, though no one ever got the slight French lilt quite right. "I'm sorry. I'll be sure to correct that. Hello, Miss Lejeune." Rosa sighed at the robotic stiltedness and the new attempt. "I'm Ray Marks," the bot exclaimed, as if it was a bright idea. "Welcome to Bay Ridge Energy. Your stats indicate that you've remained healthy and active since your last cycle." "Bet you say that to all the girls," Rosa trifled, testing the bot's AI comprehension levels. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that," Marks pertly replied, pausing for a reaction. Rosa gave none. "I notice you've recently foregone your previous residence. Once you've worked up enough credits, would you like me to automatically enroll you in the next available dorm room?" "Be my guest," Rosa mumbled. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that." "I said yes, please, and thank you." Rosa turned back to face her slim screen. Maintenance bots were programmed not to take offense to discourtesy. "You're very welcome, Miss Lejeune. I'll leave you to your exocycle. Remember, if you need anything, and I mean anything, please request Ray Marks in the service menu." He waited a beat for her response, and after receiving none, glided away to render obsequious attentions to another victim. Though they had 2 feet and walked like humans, Rosa felt they seemed to slither. It didn't take long to raise a useful amount of credits. Rosa printed a shawl, toothbrush, and flip-flops from the gym's Smartifice printer before stowing away in one of the dorms. She stepped into her empty room, found a comfortable corner, pulled her knees to her chest, and let the silent tears flow. The tears were for Dr. Ferguson. She should have spent more time with him. He'd been like a father from the moment he accepted her into his program. He'd been the only older gentleman with no ulterior motive regarding his preferential treatment of her, a preference he'd only awarded to a few, including Paul, including Johnny Angelo. The tears stopped. She raised her head, shivering at the very real prospect of encountering either of the 2 men, her geolocation now public. With Paul, the boy wonder she longed to know, she again felt a surge of giddy curiosity, trumped fast by the dreadful thought of her ex. Johnny Angelo, a career-testing farm guinea pig, wheedled his way from sympathy date to courtship contract. It was rare for SOIs to bow so low as to date a TF. Through sheer bronze over brains, he managed to take advantage of Rosa's heightened empathy, gaslighting and guilting her any chance he could. The courtship grew dark and abusive very quickly. Eventually, she'd publicly rebuked his caustic infatuation and terminated their contract early. But the unapologetic Chatverse had a field day, siding with poor old hopeless romantic Johnny. After graduating, Rosa had disappeared, unequipped to handle such intense infamy at her debut. "Every present instant in time is the complete and utter destruction of the previous instant," Rosa whispered, reciting Ferguson's first words in the first lecture she'd ever attended. "Live in the moment, not in the past." Rosa rose to her feet, realizing she was not yet safe enough to sulk, not with Johnny Angelo on the prowl. After a quick wash, Rosa threw on a printed hair clip and pink shorts and headed back to Exocycle C216. A droopy-eyed grandmotherly woman in a large coat pedaled slowly beside her. The woman nodded at Rosa, but otherwise kept to herself. Rosa calculated the exact rate she should pedal in order to raise enough credits to deposit on a private, cyber-secure studio in 3 days' time. She blasted common-era jazz in her earbuds and zoned out on her cycle for several hours, intermittently noting her steadily rising credit balance. She seemed to operate more efficiently than most cyclists, providing 3 times the average wattage and seldom pausing for breaks. Around 19:30, the strangest thing broke her reverie. She swore she heard a, "What brings you to the nearest cycling dorm today?" in the exact voice of the skycab dashboard, but it had come straight from the mouth of the old woman. Rosa looked over to find the woman had stopped cycling and was hunched forward, pressing her wrinkled nose to her slim screen. She appeared to be whispering something to herself in a husky voice that didn't resemble the dashboard's in the slightest. "Keep it together, Rosa." Not a minute later, Rosa began to sense something very wrong in the woman's aura, a looming, sallow energy. She'd never before felt empathetic residue so strongly. The woman began rocking back and forth, chapped lips slightly parted and red-rimmed eyes wide, mouthing something in silent distress. At Rosa's slight motion to remove an earbud, the woman shot upright, yanking her neck toward Rosa with a bug-eyed, transfixed gaze, then threw a hand over her heart as one would amid a heart attack. Rosa looked around the gym to find deliberate disregard from the other cyclists. She swiped at the service request option on her wristband, but when her eyes returned to the elderly woman, the woman was now seated at a freakishly obtuse angle, rocking violently as a rivulet of blood rounded the corner of an eyelid. And suddenly, the eerie feeling Rosa felt back at her apartment returned as a tingle in the periphery of her consciousness, that feeling of ethereal communication. She breathed through the approaching tremors. "Don't let them take me," the woman whispered, followed by a manic yell. "Don't let them take me!" She gaped her mouth wide in abject terror, staring petrified at something Rosa couldn't see. Then she simply slumped over. Her included let out a flatline beep. Rosa watched, dumbstruck, as Ray Marks and his cohort slithered over and routinely gathered the woman's corpse from bike C215. Ray Marks asked Rosa a question or two about the service request, but Rosa could hardly breathe, let alone speak. She shut her eyes to keep from falling into a panic-ridden vertigo. After a trembling glass of water, the ethereal feeling slowly receded. Rosa blocked out the growing commotion in the gym, straightened up, and continued to pedal. Now more than ever, she needed to pedal up a sanctuary. Not a minute later, Rosa felt a non-bot presence approach her. She sucked in a breath before peering over her shoulder to find a balding Asian man in a tailored suit. Rosa noticed a lapel pin bearing the red chevrons of the second most prestigious SOI behind Fame Academy, the Main Academy. She warily greeted him in the way of the SOI elite. "Friend or foe?" "A messenger," he responded. Finding no malice in his energies, Rosa turned to fully face him, bracing herself for the high-function encounter. The man pulled out a small, padded envelope from his inner pocket and held it out to her. She slid it out of the man's hand with her thumb and forefinger to minimize physical contact. From it, she retrieved a fancy invitation and a walnut-sized amber jewel, like a large earring stud. She winced, detecting a small trace of warm energy disseminating from the jewel. "Lady Main is personally inviting you to the main event a week from Tuesday," the man said. An invitation to the main event, the annual gala showcasing Main Academy's cutting-edge research, was one of the most sought-after invites in the country. The fancy card and priceless jewel offered to Rosa could only mean one thing: recruitment. Didn't Lady Main, once Madame Ferguson, have even a modicum of respect for her late ex-marital contract? She couldn't wait even a week before spooling in his star pupils to her lair? This and the whirling memory of the old woman's heart attack began peeling away at Rosa's thin veil of composure. She couldn't wait for his body to cool? She asked. "They say never look a gift horse in the mouth," the man said. "Yeah, they also say beware of Greeks bearing Trojan horses," Rosa snipped. "Well, while we can't make you drink, allow us to lead you to the water." Rosa winced, miffed that the man so quickly misappropriated the meaning of the term horse. "I'm not the horse," she hissed. "The gift is the horse." The man raised an eyebrow at her sudden outburst. Rosa breathed through a shiver. "Calm down. He's only a messenger." "They warned me you were high-strung," the man mused. "What, me?" Rosa frowned. She'd have to unpack that later. Though she desperately needed this timely godsend, this all-expense-paid ticket back into the limelight, Rosa placed the card and jewel back into the envelope and thrust it toward the man. "Earrings come in pairs," she said, immediately regretting her high-horse tone. "Lady Mayne never offers an invitation twice," the messenger said, allowing the envelope to dangle in the air. "Please tell Mrs. Mayne that Rosa Lejeune has denied her request," she said with finality. The man offered an incredulous nod before accepting the proffered envelope. He balled the jewel in his fist and lifted it back to her. "Dr. Mayne says the jewel is not a gift from her, but from the late Dr. Ferguson. He intended it for you, and she says she is now ready to let go of the spite and deliver it." Rosa looked to the man's eyes, her heart suddenly thudding. Spite? Why would Lady Mayne have felt spite? Dr. Ferguson had never shown any interest in Rosa beyond mentorship, certainly no feelings over which his ex-marital contract should feel spite. "I only relay what I am told," the man said, reacting to Rosa's wrinkled brow. Rosa allowed him to drop the jewel into her palm. She stared blankly at it until the man shifted his weight. "I'm going to ask you once more before leaving," he started. "I don't do parties," Rosa declared. "Very well, then." The man tucked the envelope away and took a step back. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Friendly advice?" Rosa was not eager to hear why she should seriously reconsider Mayne's offer. Still, she nodded. "You're hung up on an admirer, no longer alive to admire you. You should be more concerned with the admirers currently watching your pen's every move." Rosa watched as the man's eyes flitted up beyond her. He then turned around and shimmied his way through rows of cyclists. Although glad to see the back of him, she knew any chance for reviving her path to stardom left right along with him. She sighed, just now realizing how hard she'd been working to appear unruffled by the encounter. She followed where his eyes had trailed, turning in her seat. And there he was, standing by the Smartifice print machine, sipping at a Burst Mite bottle. He wore blue jeans and a deep stare so intently fixated on her she could hardly breathe. Johnny Angelo. Chapter 5. The Hacker. Sunday, November 10th, 186 PCE. As soon as he lifted his vertebrae, exiting the wake, Chris Johnson's lap was greeted roughly by his business partner, Aztec, who proceeded to stick out his tongue and pant. "Well," sounded Aztec between eager huffs. "Regale us. I require a reenactment of every off-color interaction to the finest detail and the resulting befuddled facial expressions." Chris ruffled Aztec's mane as the feelings in his limbs returned, then engaged in a long, yawn-infused stretch. "Jesus, Az! How long was I in?" "Tell us how it went," Aztec exclaimed, the us being two other currently mersed roommates. "Az, you know you're too big to be jumping on my legs and yelling in my face," Chris rebuked. Crestfallen, the sable-spotted Jack Russell hopped to the floor to squat on his haunches and present a pair of first-rate puppy eyes. Chris dropped a begrudging hand to Aztec. "All right, come back. Jesus, Az, how'd you get so sensitive?" With unabashed enthusiasm, Aztec leapt back onto his owner's lap, lifting his ears. "The deets!" Aztec demanded. Chris couldn't recall a time his terrier left a question unanswered, a trait they shared. Chris, a short, skinny, brown-skinned black kid from the Bronx, complete with thick accent and beard, gained the impressive resume expected of any Fame Academy graduate by way of professional cyber-sabotage for high-class clientele. "Nothing wild happened at the service," Chris started. "Your average cast and crew, Academy notables, research colleagues, Pebble Whitaker came out the woodworks. Oh, and Michelle Breyer showed face specs." He peered over at his roommate, Becky, who remained motionless, immersed. Chris's roommates were both former testing farm subjects, sporting a myriad of resultant disabilities. Having also begun his career as a test subject, Chris wove together his band of misfit TFs into a tight-knit family, turning down prestigious job offers in order to help his poorly equipped friends transition into post-school society. He wanted a simple, cramped Harlem apartment life, shared with old friends, and a tricked-out, super-smart, award-winning dog bot, Aztec. "Chris, what was Michelle Breyer wearing? I'll dispense the details to Becky later." Aztec's tail wagged at the prospect of Becky's future positive feedback. "Actually, I'll do you one better, Az. Ross was there." At this, Aztec leapt from Chris's lap to dart around in a frantic circle. "Ross!" Aztec yapped. "Oscorp's Torian Ross?" "The very same," Chris assured. Chris had done his homework on Torian Ross. The Terra Guard-trained, highly advanced transhuman and private eye for Oscorp had become the stuff of legends. Ross was not the type you just bumped into in MetaLife. With Ferguson's recent death, a sit-down with the high-profile fixer was paramount. Oscorp, however, proved impervious to even the most advanced security interference. Impervious until Patrice Fan. "Did he appear to have noticed the infiltration of his account?" Aztec asked. "Nah, I don't think so." Chris puzzled, tugging at his beard. He was in the back, muttering to himself. "Actually, I'm not sure what he was doing." 7 hours and 56 minutes, Chris," Aztec announced. "Huh? Earlier you asked how long you'd been immersed. It has been 7 hours and 56 minutes since you immersed at 12:30. Aztec grinned, hoping for a reward. "Shit, it's that late?" Chris jumped in his seat. Aztec recoiled to the far corner. Had Chris really been milling about in immerse for 8 hours? He had to trigger the hack this instant. It expired 10 hours after activation, which gave him less than 45 minutes to finagle his way into Ross's account and get him talking. Chris pulled up a terminal window on his wall screen, his fingers gliding across his keyboard hollow and swiping through displays with frantic precision. He retrieved the necessary schematics of Patrice Fans included, and Aztec sprung to attention, awaiting instructions. Chris uploaded the schematics to a temp folder on a Darkverse directory, then got to work applying his signature search and seizure scripts to locate Patrice's login access points. Though heat signatures were the most popular authentication practices, every account had an alphanumeric entry code. Chris located the access point to which Miss Fan's alphanumeric code could be applied, then said, "Az," without raising his glance. "Whiskey Tango 09er ampersand Bravo 18. Aztec spewed on like a high-powered text-to-speech drone. Chris plucked ferociously, knowing the quick keystroke timing to be of importance. "Passcode, Az, come on!" Aztec proceeded to list off another series of curated digits. "Authentication key, stat!" Again, the dog spouted robotic verbiage, and then the enter key. Sitting on the edge of his seat, Chris stared down at the barrel of a loading ETA bar. "Come on, you sexy son of a bitch, work!" "Assuming you've entered everything correctly, your access should certainly be guaranteed," Aztec chirped. "Don't scare me, Az. You know I hate when you do that." At this, Aztec pouted and curled into a ball. But his grief was short-lived. A bell chimed. Chris leapt from his chair with a fist pump, scooped up Aztec and said, "We're in! Good dog!" Developing the undetectable wormhole in 2 nights had proven the most arduous of tasks. but no amount of midnight oil could surmount the payoff of bypassing Oscorp security. Chris scrambled back to his seat to sift through Patrice Fan's included profile and quickly located the code to his +sign virus. In line with his reconnaissance, Chris inferred Patrice would take the sexpionage straight to Ross on the soonest empty slot in both their schedules, today. And she did. And the virus slithered right into Ross's profile. High on the rush of his illicit success, Chris hardly noticed Becky and his other roommate, DZ, simultaneously arise from their immersions. They'd been at a birthday social. As they pulled up their chairs to huddle around him, Chris greeted them with a slightly menacing, "I'm in. We're either about to be superheroes or locked up for a very long time." The four sat in determined silence as they watched the black box at the corner of Chris's wall screen, waiting for the user on the other end to notice and touch-activate the live virus. The hack assumed Ross would touch a cartoon +sign floating in the virtual ether without first calling up security protocols. Another big assumption, but Torian Ross wasn't the type to let others fight his battles. "What the hell?" A distant English lilt sounded from Chris's speakers, accompanied by a floating live caption. Chris's heart pumped through his temples as he watched the black box peel down to reveal the furrowed face of a very curious Ross. Chris held his breath. Ross, seated at a dimly lit desk and sporting an array of intricate body art under a sleeveless tee, wore an included glass over one eye and chewed on the back end of a tactical knife. "This some sort of sick joke?" were Ross's first measured words after a thorough study of Chris's countenance. That was Ross. No nonsense. "Had to reach you, T. By any means necessary," Chris blurted. "So much to say, I didn't even know where to start. Can I call you T?" "Absolutely not. And you can start by telling me how you managed to infiltrate Oscorp security." "Well," Chris started with a nervous chuckle, "I acted. I'm a hacker." He paused. Ross did not acknowledge the levity. "Now," Ross said. "Whoa, buy a girl a drink first, bro." Chris's nerves pumped through his chest, still processing his situation. "Look, truth is," Chris stumbled on, "you need to check into your girl, Patrice. She's got piss-poor judgment when it comes to her profile." Ross bunched his lips up to one side, doubtful, then asked, "How'd you get access to her profile?" Chris hesitated. His answer could either sow seeds for trust or guarantee arrest. He opted to go with honesty. Finding someone smart enough to work at Oscorp but desperate enough to get social engineered was the hard part. Bumping into her at a bar in MetaLife and getting her to invite me to her place IRL was the easy part. I got that baby face. Chris felt a rush of diabolical giddiness, the supercilious glee of a villain divulging his masterminded plans. "You slept with her for her authentication codes," Ross noted with dry accusation. "No, I didn't sleep with her," Chris retorted with umbrage. "Just stole her identity a little. Jesus, what kind of person do you think I am?" "A person scrolling through personal adverts from an incarceration unit. Excuse me." Ross shifted his weight to survey another portion of his screen while rapidly plucking a keyboard hollow. "Hey, no, wait!" Chris rose to his feet, scrambling to get in one last line before Ross disappeared forever. Aztec bounced in fright, but knew better than to speak in the presence of outsiders. "Just be sure to put me in the same cell as the murderer who murdered Dr. Ferguson." Chris got the response he'd hoped for. Torian Ross's typing came to an abrupt halt. "What did you just say?" "I said I'm willing to risk my life and the lives of my friends to request your services." Chris gestured toward the friends seated behind him as he returned to his chair. Now that he had Ross's attention, Chris could waste no time playing beta. Ross wrinkled his brow, took a long, introspective breath, then turned to face them. "Is this a secure line?" Ross asked. "Yes, but it'll expire in half an hour." A brief moment elapsed before Ross said, "So that was you at the service?" "Yeah, I was there. Surprised you were. Don't take you for the tears and flowers type." Ross arched an eyebrow. Who was on the other end of that fancy earpiece? Fancy earpiece? What earpiece? Demetrius Marshall. Chris offered a blank stare and half-hearted shrug. He took a mental note of the name and watched Ross betray a look of perplexity. "I don't dance," Ross said. "If you're crying murder, back it up." "Okay," Chris started. "After tracking Ferg's signals for years, just for kicks, I noticed the text he sent to his top guy, Pellheller, saying, 'They know. Don't come in.' Couple hours later, he's literally toast. Everyone's talking accidents, and no one's doing a deep dive." Ross appeared to be taking notes. Chris remained uneasy, uncertain where he stood with Ross. "That all you got?" "Well, that and million-year-old Ferg's not the type to accidentally die. Also, he never used an unencrypted line before. He knew something was going down and was trying to warn anyone." "So, let me get this right. You breached Oscorp security to tell me Dr. Ferguson was murdered, yet you are basing your allegations on a 5-word text and a hunch." "No, I'm basing it on a 5-word text, a hunch, and the fact that you haven't hung up yet." At this, Ross studied Chris's face. "Why come to me? Why not go to Enforce?" Fair question. Chris looked down for a beat. He knew why Ross asked the question, knew the answer Ross wanted, and gave it earnestly. "Torian Ross, you're the only person I can trust with this. Period. Ferg had a lot of enemies just waiting for the post-mortem loot to rain down. I mean, this is Ferg. I'm sure it goes way up, like deep state level shit, places Enforce red tape can't reach, but maybe you can." Ross did not readily respond. Chris could hardly take it. He followed up with, "I know you're all about the truth, proper justice, and the credit-hoarding, power-hungry assholes behind this bullshit need to be brought to justice." Chris and his cohorts watched Ross key a few more notes. Ross finally let out a sigh and said, "We do this in person." And that was it. Ross was in. Chris stifled a jump. Ross had access to everything and everyone. Where Chris had an authentication barrier, Ross had an open door. Where Chris had a firewall, Ross had a dinner invite. "Fly me the text message and its envelope dial, and give me a second to assess my schedule," Ross said. DZ, a tall but squat Guatemalan, gave Chris's shoulder a rough congratulatory squeeze. Aztec stood on his hind legs, applauding awkwardly with tiny paws. Becky, a portly Louisiana mop-top, mouthed a histrionic, "Thank God," then turned to her wall screen to upload the attachment to Ross through the hack's secured line. Chris exhaled as the anvil in his chest fell to the ground. He wasn't being carted off to prison yet, and he'd finally been able to start paying off his self-prescribed debt to Dr. Ferguson. Growing up in a poor Ossete neighborhood, Chris knew the street urchin struggle. He never attained Ferg pet status, but felt an unspoken bond with Ferg for seeing something in him and accepting him into a world of promise. Most significantly, though, Chris was grateful Ferguson hadn't expelled him after he'd been falsely accused of harassment by the Via Valenti. The Valentis owned the Smartifice and Pharma Farm brands, and though the allegations were baseless, De Villa's word held power. All but his tight nucleus ostracized Chris as he obsessed bitterly over exonerating himself. To Chris's surprise, Dr. Ferguson publicly denied the Valenti's request for expulsion. Chris would stop at nothing to do right by Ferg's final text message. "Dang it," came Becky's southern drawl from her desk. She continued at a whisper so as not to alarm Ross. "I hit send, but now the screen's frozen." Everyone looked to her screen. "What's the matter, Becky?" DZ signed, the caption of his sign language floating beneath his hands. "Some random chat box popped up that says, 'Contact me,'" Becky said. "But it has no username, and it's all wiggly-like it's superimposed. Look." She steered her floating captions off to where Ross couldn't see them. Chris squinted up for a moment, then dropped his chin to his chest and rubbed at his temples. He'd felt a pounding at the base of his skull where he'd once had a brain drive implant. Becky turned to him. You okay, Chris? He raised his eyes to his own screen and noticed a slightly throbbing chat box coalesce on his screen as well. I got one too, DZ signed. Is something wrong with the network connection? Chris swirled a lazy finger in the air to activate his menu icons to no avail. He breathed through the pounding headache and rising panic. Now was not the time for a freeze. Aztec ran to the bedroom to conceal muted howls of malfunction-induced pain. The others did not demonstrate any adverse symptoms, so Chris figured an electromagnetic interference must have futzed up his biohack and Aztec's hardware. All right, Ross announced from his corner window. As soon as Ross spoke, the chat box vanished, breaking the freeze. The text checks out. I've sent you coordinates. We meet Tuesday at 18:30. No trails, no pins. Come with everything. There won't be a second meeting. Got it, Chris hailed, fighting to appear relaxed. You all right? Ross asked sincerely. Tuesday, 18:30, no GPS, got it? We'll discuss the matter of your blatant violation of Miss Fine's privacy another time. If you've any inclination towards self-preservation, you will disconnect from her and my profiles immediately. Chris affirmed with a salute, then X'd out of the window. What the hell was that? Asked Becky, as she reached for a desk drawer. She pulled out several pairs of anaglyphic 3D glasses. Thought I'd never have a reason to put these on, but the boxes were moving all weird. I'm going to use these to see if I can see anything else weird, like on the screen. Want me to print some pain relief pills? DZ signed to Chris as he headed over to the unbranded printer they'd rigged together. They'd never purchase a Valenti-owned Smartifice dispenser with its Soma-infused mug. Nah, I just need to sleep it off. I wore out my brain the last couple days. He'd have to look into the strange interference tomorrow after a good night's rest. Oh, guys? Becky blurted nervously, utterly petrified. 3D glasses perched on her nose, Becky pointed a trembling finger at the far wall. DZ snatched the two remaining pairs from over her desk and placed one over his eyes. Instantly, he too stood paralyzed with shock. What? What the hell are you guys looking at? Chris exclaimed. Without moving his eyes, DZ slowly lifted a pair of glasses to Chris. It was like nothing Chris had ever witnessed. Scrawling over every inch of the walls and ceiling in every direction, he saw dozens upon dozens of instances of the words, "Contact me," in a glowing, slightly stirring font, smattered in all different sizes. It was there. It was definitely there. And they all saw it. Chapter 6. Bionic Showdown. Monday, November 11th, 186 PCE. An unending network of illusions. Diary of the Mad Glee. Fearing another panic attack at the sight of Johnny Angelo, Rosa hastened back to her dorm, locked herself in a bed booth, and lay awake all night on a beach by a Caribbean shore. Nature called at 7 the next morning. Rosa scurried to the public lavatory, making sure not to glance at the mirrors lest she trigger a barrage of ads. She instead focused on the mounted hand dryer just past the countertop, desperately trying to clear her mind. "You look good," he called with his syrupy Latin baritone from behind her. How hadn't she noticed him come in? She froze in place before turning to face him. Jonathan Angelo Boulevardo Marino, the brawny mix of Colombian and Sicilian muscle that single-handedly shattered her stardom before it could start. A neck-length mane surrounded his charcoal eyes, one of which was bionic, deep and inset like the business end of a gun barrel. He had trouble holding a direct gaze due to a slight jolt of the head every few seconds. He had no trouble staring her up and down, however. Working to remain cool despite bubbling anxiety, Rosa managed an, "As do you." Johnny Angelo took one long stride toward her, taking a quick glance at the mirror and activating an ad for Alabaster Spring Cologne. Rosa used the brief distraction to swipe blindly at her included in a doubtful attempt at a service call, then crossed her arms over her chest. Johnny let out a sigh. "Don't be like that, cariño. Not after all this time." His words came soft, apologetic. She'd heard that tone before, been made a fool by that tone. "You're close enough," Rosa said, Johnny's broad shoulders a thick cage around her. With apparent disregard, he took another step. "I swear, come any closer and I will scream." "You always did have a lovely voice," Johnny chuckled, an unsettling intimacy in his words. Though he'd yet to broadcast any destructive energies, she sensed them looming. Okay, he assured, taking 2 small steps back. "Look, I'm here to make amends, cariño." "I got your weird message," Rosa blurted, working to keep shivers from cracking her facade. "What message?" he asked, his lack of reaction verifying his ignorance. Perhaps it had been Tommy Frank, after all. God, how she missed her little sanctuary. "What exactly do you want?" "What do I want?" Johnny laughed. "Oh, maybe just what I'm owed." His harassment against Rosa lay in his claim that she terminated their courtship contract without fulfilling mandatory assurances in the copulation clause. "Think you can make a promise, then jump ship?" No rearrangement of deck chairs could keep your ship from sinking, she wanted to say. Or perhaps the more poignant, "You're a piece of ship." She couldn't quite gather the nerve. At the academy, she'd taken pride in defending underdogs, parrying with witticisms and wisecracks, but now, 5 years cloistered, such vigor would be impossible to resurrect. "Cams everywhere. You should leave," Rosa managed. "Now." Johnny smirked, with an inadvertent jerk of the shoulder. "Or what? The restraining order's up." That Rosa owned no possessions, no credits, and was holed up in a cycling dorm was all public information. "Listen, I know you lost everything, cariño, but I can get you back up in high places where you belong, pan conmigo." Rosa tensed as Johnny ran thick hands through his hair. "You know, I'm in with the mains now. I'm the one who got Lady to drop her grudge and consider sponsoring you. The only thing you two could offer me is the stamp of betrayal against Ferguson you so openly bear on your foreheads." Rosa spat in her mind, longing to defend Ferguson's honor. "I'll pass, but so long, and thanks for all the fish." She snarked, instantly regretting it. Johnny's human eye flashed like a penny in a fountain, contrasting the abyss of its cobalt partner. "That pretty little prissy mouth," he said. "Lady ate a lot of ego, cause of you. I ate a lot of ego, cause of you." His tone lower, darker. Rosa felt those old familiar energies of silent anger and aggression coalescing around him. She swallowed another flash of stress attack. She knew better than to bait him. Johnny let out a calming breath and crooned, "Mi cariño, I really missed you." He took a step closer. "Come as my +1 to the main event." Rosa immediately shook her head no. "I got plans," she blurted. "Oh, really? What?" Watering my..." "Do you remember the last words you said to me before Enforce slapped me with the restraint?" Johnny narrowed his eyes, his rapid-fire emotions seeping into her skin. "You said to never come anywhere near you again. Like I was a filthy animal." He suddenly punched hard at the wall, inches from her head, burrowing deep into lavatory tile. Rosa jerked backwards, heartbeats bursting against her chest. Johnny stepped in close, suffocating her with the inhuman movements of his cobalt eye. He whispered, barely audible above the now hissing hand dryer, "If you ever need a place to crash, I still have that slice of skin I took off your middle finger that one time. I programmed it into the fingerprint recognition at my spot in Midtown." Rosa fought off a shudder. Johnny Angelo was the worst kind of indignant powder keg. With him so close, she could feel the physical menace radiating from his being, a deep, amorous hunger. "Is everything all right, Miss Lejeune?" came the voice of Ray Marks from behind Johnny Angelo. Johnny abruptly stepped back, allowing Rosa a deep sigh of relief. The hiss of the hand dryer came to a halt. "I received your service call. Please let me know how I can be of assistance." "Everything's all right, sir," smiled Johnny, aware the android would auto-report any suspected foul play. Marks remained still, cheerily assessing the room. "Unless you're aware of something the world isn't," came yet another voice from behind Marks. "He'll only respond to the owner of the service call." The voice bore an accent with which Rosa was vaguely familiar. In strode a well-built, pale-skinned man, wearing blue jeans and an included glass over steely gray eyes. Upon examining his complex web of invisible radar signals, Rosa knew him to be Torian Ross, the transhuman she'd seen in many a trending biohack videos. Ray Marks stepped aside, allowing the four of them to create an interbeing quadrilateral, a transhuman, an android, an empath, and a jackass. A moment of awkward standoff ensued. "Miss Lejeune, please let me know how I can be of assistance," Ray Marks reiterated. Rosa opted to remain silent, knowing the bot would not leave until her dismissal. Torian Ross folded his arms across his chest, demonstrating he too would not be leaving. Johnny broke the standstill. All right, he surrendered and lazily meandered toward the door. He turned back to Rosa and whispered in a guarded tone, "Nunca te voy a perder otra vez. Y esa oferta para salir conmigo al evento main aún sigue abierto." And as he waddled out without so much as a glance in Torian Ross's direction, he closed with, "You hear me? The offer still stands, and I'm your only in." She'd have to find a way to conceal her location pin again to avoid public ambush. Johnny Angelo's willingness to stand down was not a good sign. He was in it for the long game. Well aware of Rosa and Johnny Angelo's history, Tori held his ready stance as Johnny left the room. Though no match to the giant's physical stature, Tori literally had a few tricks up his sleeve he'd been itching to deploy on a deserving prick. His included glass instantly presented him with swaths of information. He saved the latest audio scans of the conversation while noting Rosa's panic indicated by her vitals. She'd been terrified. She nervously dismissed Marks, leaving herself and Tori alone in the lavatory. As a chief fixer for Oscorp, Tori enjoyed the rare privilege of meeting people IRL. In most cases, the in-person presences of those he'd met paled in comparison to their souped-up, photoshopped thumbnails. Such was not the case with Miss Lejeune. Although her past images and videos were a paragon of beauty, the allure of her actual physical being far outdid her virtual persona. It wasn't the photo-ready, honey-glazed skin, the tight athletic body, the devilishly dark eyes, or loose red waves that spurred Tori's imagination. It was the aura about her, a warmth that drew within him an instant attraction to her so primal he had to keep his eye-search calculator running summations to keep him slightly distracted. The absence of a bra only exacerbated his efforts. "I'm here to talk," he greeted, maintaining a fair distance. "Okay." She spoke timidly, but with a familiarity Tori appreciated, her voice a mellifluous mezzo. Her vitals calmed slightly as she looked to the mirror and X'd away a resultant ad. Feeling the light buzz of each hidden surveillance camera in his magnetized fingers, Tori said, "I'm here, IRL, to avoid scans." I know a more private place we can converse in. I prefer here, in public, if you don't mind, Rosa said, a hint of arrogance. Of course, he said. I'm taking a few steps closer so we can speak discreetly. If I get too close or my signals start to bother you, let me know. I'll back off. Having survived abuse himself, Tori believed it a categorical imperative to foster caution when dealing with fellow survivors. Rosa stiffened once Tori got to arm's length, so he stopped there. Tori's reconnaissance on Rosa revealed that she spent her childhood as a Ferguson and Maine test subject, was admitted to the Ferguson and Maine School of Excellence, spent a year in high-fashion entertainment, then disappeared from the chatverse after a public restraining battle against Johnny Angelo. Tori leaned against the countertop. Let me start by offering my deepest condolences for your loss. Rosa wrinkled her forehead. What's your M.O. here? I figure a hybrid like yourself would hack away the need to pee. I'm not quite a hybrid. I'm, in fact, mostly human, Tori pointed out. Rosa's lips twitched at this. A delicate shift of her waist immediately drew Tori's attention to her pink shorts. You know who I work for, he continued. I do. Then you know I'm here as a friend. Really? Rosa said squarely. That's funny. According to Facegram, I have no friends. I don't use Facegram. When I'm ready to drain my self-worth for a few shoddy likes, I'll let you know. Unaware of how long his gaze had drifted, Tori lifted his eyes to find Rosa watching him. He hadn't known himself to be such a lech, but the woman had magnetism. If he were made a woman in his next life, he prayed to be unattractive. You've got friends at Oscorp, he continued. It's only a matter of time before the chatverse storms your profile with tags, messages, requests. As a form of fame, SOI, you're a commodity. What does Oscorp want? He's throwing an exclusive gala tonight and would like you to perform. You play the piano and sing live for 30 minutes. IRL? She asked, the slightest hint of excitement. Tori nodded. Only the elite were awarded the rare opportunity to play a live physical instrument, a major ego boost to an academy-trained pianist such as herself. A sky stretch would call for you at 19:15. You'd be styled, press coverage, ushered to the hall by security, full buffet, the works, and 100,000 credits on completion. Is Oscorp planning on courting me for sponsorship? Perhaps, Tori said. If not the authentic food and hefty payout, Tori was sure the guaranteed press to reboot her public face would rattle this otherwise stoic girl. Rosa instead looked down at her hands. Why me? He couldn't get current generic pop diva on such a short notice. I'm obviously a day-old croissant. Not to Oscorp, Tori said. Frankly, I'm not told any more than I need to know. I do know any deserving SOI should always be celebrated. Always. He noticed Rosa's heart rate spike in response. She whipped her face toward him, looked into his eyes, dissecting his every wrinkle. Though never one to back down from a stare-off, especially not with such a stunning opponent, Tori averted his gaze. They say transhumans never lie, she started. They would be correct to assess that transhumans have a general aversion to taking on the physical burden of deception for long periods of time, among other idiosyncrasies, yes. Rosa introspected for a beat, took a breath, then simply said, Okay, I'm in. Tori valued this, her trust. She didn't seem the type to trust easily. The sky stretch will collect you here. Why send you, his big fish, for such a small ask? Not small to him, Tori said. Rosa's cheeks reddened around a slight, nervous smile. Will anyone else of note be there? I'm not privy to the guest list. You'll be there? Not a big enough fish, Tori shrugged. Rosa hummed, as if she should have known. Tori looked to the ground, then back to her measuring eyes. mulling over whether to broach his next line of questioning. "There's more?" she asked, as if able to hear his internal quandary. "Yes, actually," he exhaled. He dropped to a near whisper. "I know you've just resurfaced, but have you noticed any strange activity within your circles?" "Well, you're looking at my circles," Rosa admitted, with a quick gesture around the lavatory. "An old woman had a crazy heart attack in the exercycle beside mine yesterday. People keel over all the time, but this one was pretty cinematic." "Cinematic? How?" "Well, for one, her eyes were blood red. She kicked pretty instantly." Rosa made no comment as she watched Tori sub-vocalize the info into his brain drive. "Listen," Tori pressed on. "I've been tipped off about foul play surrounding Ferguson's passing. I need to know if you know anything." Rosa looked back to the mirror, allowing a thick moment of silence. "I wouldn't know. I deserted him. Now he's dead." She closed her eyes and let out a subtle shudder. "I didn't mean to upset you. No, I'm just sorry I can't help you," she said. "I only know that Ferguson was into pretty dark, god-bending alchemy, most of which he kept to himself." This was not news to Tori. The quintessential mad scientist was infamous in the dark verse for his wild alchemical experiments. "Is this an official Oscorp investigation?" Rosa asked. "No," Tori stated abruptly. "Right now, I'm keeping this close to the chest. Very close. Especially since his employer had just as much motive as anyone to off the professor." Rosa nodded. "I'm no Nancy Drew, but I'm here if needed." Tori took her offer to heart. Considering her anxiety level remained fairly high throughout their conversation, he appreciated her will to remain poised. He again gave his sincere condolences, and this time she genuinely accepted. He bid her adieu and made off to his next appointment, eagerly anticipating tomorrow night's nightcap with the either estimably ingenious or clinically bonkers hacker. Chapter 7. Making Waves. Monday, November 11th, 186 PCE. Tip of the pen with which I write of microcosmic link, step out to the vastness beyond your sight to see you are mere ink. The Diary of the Mad Glee. At 20 to 19, Rosa waited outside of the facility in flip-flops and shades. The indomitable array of flashing ad colors painted their consummate emblem of consumerism beneath the night sky. She strained to keep a rising vertigo at bay. Being so exposed was definite fodder for a panic attack. Several onlookers gawked at Rosa, attempting to recall her identity to varying degrees of success. Rosa had come across several #RosaSpotted tags in the chatverse, though luckily nothing viral yet. But as she hid from the recognition, a deeper flame within her burned for a second chance in the limelight. Like clockwork, a sleek double-decker sky stretch, the length of a city block, pulled up to the sky pole before her. In all her years, Rosa had never seen such a massive vehicle. Up slid a tinted door panel and out stepped a tall chauffeur. "Good evening, Miss Lejeune. Right this way." He ushered her down most of the block to get to the passenger door. Reminiscent of a first-class jetliner, the coach comprised an array of plush couches, a full bar, and a 2-room suite, all gold-rimmed surfaces. "A good evening, Miss Lejeune," called a squat, fast-talking suit as Rosa entered the vehicle. "I'm Dex, they, them. I'll be coordinating your prep. Please excuse the second-rate accommodations. We couldn't arrange for the priority sky stretch on such short notice." Still taking in the marvel, Rosa could hardly respond. Dex presented 2 garment bags. "We've got you a backless mesh from Chantel's Little Black Line and a sleeveless pencil from Briar's Body Language line. There's a changing room straight back. Unsatisfied with either selection, we've got plenty more. We've also got a wide selection of Tiffany LaRue heels." Rosa nodded, acquiring the bags, and allowed herself to be ushered to the changing room like a lost child, hardly noticing the sky stretch take flight. She quickly undressed and studied her nude figure in the wall-to-wall mirrors, complimenting herself on her upkeep. She imagined him, the great and powerful Oz, admiring her, needing her, and steeled herself to dismiss such girlish thoughts. She settled on the sleeveless pencil, a dress too scintillating for a simple piano set. Once Rosa stepped out, Dex escorted her to a stylist, who also greeted her politely. Though the whole staff was human, not an android in sight, everyone behaved so robotically pristine, emitting a perfect halo of positivity. A little too perfect, strange perfect. While she admired the old-school human touch, a tingle of fear never left her side. As the stylist worked a high chignon, Dex assembled themselves beside Rosa with a tablet. The screen projected a cheerful woman with a light brown, frizzy mane, dimpled cheeks, and a skin tone not quite as dark as Rosa's, but certainly ethnic. "Good evening, Miss Lejeune," hailed the woman with a bubbly rasp. "I'm Sherry Wheeler, Oscorp's Chief of Staff and Arcology. I'll be shuffling you through tonight's curated press." Sherry spoke with an easy confidence Rosa envied. Was Rosa such a VIP that the Chief of Staff would shuffle her around? "Not to be too forward," Rosa finally gained the wherewithal to speak, "but will Oscorp be discussing sponsorship with me tonight?" "Tonight is for you to have fun and be amazing," Sherry said. "Dex will get back in touch with you soon after to talk officialdom." After the completion of hair and makeup, Rosa began her virtual press tour. One by one, Sherry prepped her for each upcoming outlet, and with a prim and proper smile for the webcam, Rosa gave her pageant-ready non-answers. Though all questions appeared hand-picked to her benefit, never discussing Johnny Angelo or even her hiatus, Rosa prided herself for carrying on like a normal. "So far, so good," she told herself. "Don't screw this up." The sky stretch slowed at its destination in historic Central Park, Oscorp. The campus, an array of towering, cylindrical buildings amid fountains and foliage, boasted an 840-acre private park for its backyard. An embroidered fence encircled the main structure, and a marble spiral staircase led to its large glass doors. Definitely not in Kansas anymore, Rosa thought. Sherry Wheeler, complete with headset and tablet, bustled over to greet Rosa. Though a bit shorter than Rosa, Sherry carried herself as if she alone ran Manhattan. Rosa sensed an energy of pure and thick self-confidence from Sherry. The chief of staff raised a hand to signal a pair of aides, and the group of them hurried Rosa through the glass doors. They scurried along so fast, Rosa hardly had time enough to admire the impressive interior. She likened it more to a lavish hotel than an office building, especially considering all the ornate vegetation. Rosa watched as creme de la creme employees draped themselves atop plush chairs, lifting their noses from laptops to politely greet her. After pleasant small talk down a few halls, Sherry dropped Rosa off in a fancy private green room. The buffet table, festooned with genuine gourmet hors d'oeuvres, was a marvel in itself. Rosa picked out a piece of dark chocolate and allowed the sweet, gooey morsel to fill her being with a juicy bliss she hadn't tasted since the academy. Everything she'd consumed under Tommy Frank had been reconstituted Smartifice puree. She fought to resist the urge, but decided she was not above shoving fistfuls of chocolate, wrapped cheeses, and whole fruits into her newly acquired handbag. Pouring herself a glass of wine, she sat down at the beauty station, pleased to view her reflection without the bombardment of an ad. She embraced the quietude, and in that stillness, reality struck her like a steel-toed boot to the gut. Dr. Ferguson was dead. She hadn't taken her panic meds in over 24 hours, had just openly rejected the infamous Lady Mayne, and been threatened by her ex-courtship. And now she was planning to sing some songs at a party? She suddenly felt very alone. The tiny room seemed to expand to unfathomable widths around her, her forehead perspiring, her vision blurring, her shoulders trembling. No, not now. Please, not now. Yet her efforts only exacerbated her growing panic fit. That eerie, ethereal feeling returned, slithering around her ears. A low, external breathing, asymmetrical like faulty pipework, enveloped the room. Mark! Hissed lightly through the walls, a living magnetic force. Who's there? She called through a tightened throat, trying her best to feel silly. Suddenly she felt an ice-cold whisper of wind flutter ever so slightly past her cheeks, setting the tiny hairs at the back of her neck to stand at attention. And then, "Miss Lejeune," called Dex from the hall, breaking the unnerving spell. "Did you drop something?" Rosa found she'd been kneeling on the carpet staring at her hands. She had no recollection of getting to the floor, but there she was. These panic attacks were growing more and more peculiar. Rosa shook her head and smiled as Dex helped her to her feet. "A curtain call," they said. Scarcely able to hold on to consciousness, Rosa allowed Dex to escort her down the short hall to the backstage area. "Nothing to fear, Miss Lejeune. You look great, by the way." Dex left Rosa alone, behind the thick red curtain, and as the door slid to a close behind her, the curtains spread. Rosa stepped forward to meet her audience. The spacious auditorium held dozens of rows of posh red chairs fixed with little black dinner tables. The elevated stage held only a spotlighted grand piano and boom microphone. There was no announcement, no applause. In fact, the room was deathly silent, save for the echo of her heels. There sat only one audience member. It was him, Paul Oscar Ryland Perry, founder and CEO of Oscorp, and the owner of over 40% of the free world. He sat in the third row in a snug sweater and tailored pants, a glass of red wine in hand. The smell of the well-seasoned steak atop his plate filled the theater. Apart from the broader build and lightly peppered stubble, he was still the curiously charming boy she'd secretly admired back at Fame Academy. His dark, perfectly manicured hair matched a set of dark, calculating eyes that could only be described as singularly beautiful. Having grown into quite the Adonis, he certainly lived up to the ballyhoo. Planet magazine voted him sexiest being on the planet 4 years in a row, though he seldom stepped foot outside his kingdom. Rosa wondered if this was some sort of audition, no doubt a creepy atmosphere. Paul was, in a word, intense. He leaned back comfortably in his chair, owning the situation. His wholly penetrating gaze pierced through the space between them, inspecting her so mercilessly Rosa could hardly hold herself erect. She had to focus on something other than his eyes, or she'd simply melt away in embarrassment. As she fought to ground herself, she felt a flush of warmth cloak the room, an empathic residue far stronger than she'd ever felt before. As clear as day, she knew no harm would come to her. Had she generated the sensation of her own accord? Regardless, it straightened her stance. "All right," she whispered. "Showtime." Rosa made her way to the beastly piano, the black and white keys staring up at her, challenging her to remember them, to understand them. She could feel Paul watching her, waiting for her to impress him. She swallowed a lump, then started with Vernon Duke's common-era jazz classic, Autumn in New York, concentrating exclusively on technique to keep from a nervous breakdown. But as she journeyed through the piece, she found her body coalescing with the harmonious waves created by the wood rim and steel strings of the living instrument. Fully engrossed in melodic swirls, Rosa felt soothing slivers of joy lightly massage her being, a feeling she hadn't felt in years. Without allowing for an awkward pause, Rosa followed up with her second piece, one she'd secretly caught Paul playing back at the academy, Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue. She'd fallen in love with it that moment those many years ago. As she performed, an overwhelming flood of appreciation resonated throughout the theater walls, weaving through the complex story of the tune, peeking at Gershwin's infamous love theme. Once completed, she stepped around the piano and looked to her audience. The steak was gone. Paul held her gaze. After a long, agonizing stillness between them, Paul took a sip from his wine glass, then spoke. "Your selections have been exceptional." His voice held a more self-assured tone than she'd remembered, though still very calm and quiet, and with that slight, vulnerable rasp that drove her mad. "Thank you," she beamed nervously. "I'd like to hear an original piece, your latest." "Oh, no," she blurted, then paused to pace herself. "You wouldn't enjoy my originals. They're too, they're sort of, Her words tapered into a muffle. Her original works were intimate, a foray through her anxieties, certainly not suitable for this already awkward situation. Paul waited, unstirred. "I'm sure I'll love it," he graciously insisted. A sharp tingle slinked up her spine like a stealthy spider. Afraid she'd go beet red on the spot, she returned to the piano bench, took a deep breath, and began to sing her latest piece, a jazzy waltz she'd composed on one of her lonelier nights.
Where are all the roses? They don't want shone brightly red. Or are they posing? Had I just been misled? Or are they frozen? For all the roses are now blue. Where is the springtime? I once could feel its warmth. Or were they green lights that had been pouring forth? For everything dies, and all the roses are now blue.
Rosa felt a rapidly swelling compassion envelop the room, and her eyes instantly filled with cathartic tears.
How could the sun have gone away from here? Now what darkness lies where all had once been clear. To go it all alone is far too much to bear. So won't someone please tell me all the roses, they don't want shone brightly red. Oh, were they posing? Had I just been misled? For everything dies, and all the roses. For everything dies, and all the roses. For everything dies, and all the roses are now blue.
Rosa remained at the bench for a moment to calm her nerves and wipe her tears. Again, she stepped out to address her audience. Paul now stood in front of the first row, following her hands intently as she wiped them on her dress. The way his eyes measured her every movement sent a chill through her. Rosa felt a dense wave of gratitude emanate from his being. "Thank you for sharing that with me," he said earnestly. "I truly appreciate it." "The piano does most of the work," she stammered. I am merely its dance partner." She attempted a smile, but was having trouble handling his proximity, his full and complete attention. "Dex will get you back to your sky stretch and process your fee. Have the driver take you to whichever hotel you prefer for tonight. On us, of course." "Thank you," she said, holding back childish excitement. "The pleasure was all mine." Again his words came low, stern. "Good night, Miss Lejeune." He pronounced her surname flawlessly, stifling a shiver at the sound of her name against his lips. She watched as he turned and walked up the staircase to the back exit, taking the feeling of welcoming warmth along with him. It wasn't until the doors slid shut behind him that she realized her right hand had been outstretched toward him, reaching for him. That night, Rosa whirled around on a real open bed in her high-class luxury hotel suite, her mouth full of scrumptious chocolate and well-aged wine. She could think of nothing but his dark eyes on her, observing her, appreciating her. Overanalyzations could wait. The chat verse could wait. The world could wait. She hadn't felt this good in a long time, if ever, and planned to savor every last minute. She felt beautiful. She ran her fingers up her middle and massaged her breasts, casting her hands as his. She wanted nothing more in that moment than for Paul Oscar Ryland Perry to explore and appreciate every fold of her. She closed her eyes and allowed her vivid imagination and her fingers to roam freely. Feeling a buzz at her wrist, Rosa found she'd been awarded a payment of 100,000 credits entitled Live Performance, and a second payment of 900,000 credits entitled Tip. She sat up abruptly. Could the tip have been in error? She'd have to send a message to Dex to straighten that out. She clicked on the transaction to investigate further, and that can't be right. The From field for Live Performance read Oz Corporation, but the From field for Tip read 6561 FEFA 9I. Chapter 8. Usual Suspects. Tuesday, November 12th, 186 PCE. Lose a pet? Tory demanded. He'd taken excessive measure to mask his location pin, particularly from his employer, while Chris arrived with a massive footprint of 2 companions and a Jack Russell bot. Tory had picked the vacant, unsurveilled lot beneath Queen's Plaza since the smorgasbord of moving pins above would muffle any activity below. Nah, he's cool, came Chris's cavalier defense. Killed this Trace like I killed mine. Tory firmed his grip on a duffel bag at his shoulder. The dog, the band, they walk or I walk. Tory's reconnaissance on Chris had alerted him to Chris's Impressive Things award and his advanced canine droid. Regardless, Tory had no interest in risking the bot's potential log trail. Okay, geez. Chris turned and handed the bot to cohort Dean Zapata. DZ and Az will keep watch at the far end, but Becky stays. Tory frowned. She's my sidekick, bro. Tory, aware Rebecca Thompson aided Chris on a handful of microjobs, nodded after a moment's contemplation. As a former soldier, Tory could respect the loyalty Chris inspired with his team of eccentrics. Familiar with all the exits? Tory asked DZ. DZ waited a beat, gently placed the bot onto the ground, then maneuvered his hands in sign language along with expressive mouth movements. The words, "May you please enable your speech-to-caption setting when speaking, even if not addressing me directly?" appeared just beneath his hands in the air display field. At that moment, Tory realized small text had been appearing at chest height in front of Chris while Chris had been speaking. Tory turned to Chris with an abrupt, "Not gonna work." Chris sounded, simulating a game show buzzer. He pointed to DZ. "He addressed you, not me." Tory took a second to swallow the affront. Any other day, he'd appreciate the stark correction. His glass and fancy gadgets were deactivated, so everyone patiently waited as he sifted through his wristband's settings. "Okay," Tory said, as the same words appeared before him. "For security, everyone, including you, will have to power off their includeds. Can't move forward if we can't agree to that." Chris and DZ exchanged glances. "Okay, sounds fair," DZ signed. "I'll have Aztec bark once if we suspect someone's coming." Everyone nodded and shut off their wristbands. DZ picked up the dog and waved as he turned on his heel. Tori prayed the brief air display conversation was hidden enough. Lost his hearing pretty young. Botched human experiment, Chris said. TF life. So, how's your boy Paul Oz? The three assembled around a concrete slab. Tori steadily regarded the hacker's small frame. Who are you? Tori asked. Chris looked around. I'm guessing Chris Johnson ain't the answer you're going for. A wrong move from you could end me. Now, there's a disconnect in your story. You studied signal theory at FAME, no enforced demerits, yet you make a living in black hat cyber thievery. Oh, right, that. Look, I'm just a mercenary. I mostly only take gigs that Robin Hood off rich assholes. Chris inhaled, tugged at his beard. I started off the books, programming neurologic code for Sci-Institute, something about creating procedurally generated humanoids, living NPCs. Didn't keep my attention, though. Programming for corporates, like working a penciled-in maze. Right, so you ditched the prestigious trajectory and pinned the sign. We'll hack for rent. Chris palmed out toward his roommate. Tough decision. Don't regret it. Wanted to stay close to my people. These days, it's impossible to have people, IRL people, you know. Yes, Tori knew. Live human interaction was precious and rare. His own father made good money hosting IRL conversations. So, dark versus hacking then. Tori pressed on. Punish the wrongdoings of rich assholes by doing wrong. Look, I'm not the frickin' Pope, aight? Chris shrugged. Geez, you really are an investigator. Tori smirked. He decided the hacker was all right. Not exactly an immoral deviant, but not exactly not an immoral deviant. Dang it, y'all, Becky interrupted, waving an arm. As much as I love watching y'all make out, I really think we should get on figuring out who killed Dr. Ferguson, seeing that's why we're here. Both men straightened up. Both Becky and Tori pulled out physical writing pads to piece together Ferguson's general narrative. Handwriting was a handy arcane talent for avoiding trails. After receiving his Nobel Prize at age 12, Ferguson became a high-profile name in innovation. In the 50s, PCE, he discovered a microbe that greatly enhanced human energy, which soon birthed the Burst Mite energy drink. The resulting international attention drove him to open the Ferguson testing facility, where he conducted self-regulated human tests, patenting numerous innovations. In 99 PCE, he partnered with business tycoon Titan Maine to create the Ferguson and Maine School of Excellence, and their SOI quickly soared to number 1. Ferguson died during an alleged chemical explosion in his private lab in Howard Beach, Queens on Thursday, November 7th, 186 at 1948 hours. Enforce removed 2 bodies from the scene, one identified as Dr. Ferguson, the other his assistant professor, Philip Pellheller. According to included logs, they'd been the only 2 on the premises. With a growing pool of envious contenders burning to sully his name, Ferguson's final text, "They know, don't come in," encouraged a firm possibility of foul play. I hate to be Mr. Obvious, but it was the Maines, Chris started. I already got the Wikipedia entry ready. Tori frowned. I'm risking my job meeting you here, Tori said. Give me something, or don't waste my time. Okay, Chris conceded. Look, after the EMP blackout of 162, right? Ferg found some new biochemical element we weren't allowed to talk about. Tori raised an eyebrow. I only know he called it indigo. From the little I overheard, it's not an earthly element. Its atoms are like our atoms, but with weird, unnatural quirks or something. Tori jotted at his notepad. Do you mean quirks or quarks? Whoa, Chris mused, looking to the ceiling. Bro, that just blew my mind. Tori recalled the well-dressed rebuild and his anxious repetition of the word dingo. Was he referring to the strange element indigo? Tori waited as Chris mulled over a thought. Anyway, Ferg shut Titan Maine out of his findings, and Maine and Ferg split after an 80-year partnership. Maine managed to steal Ferg's wife, though. People say Ferg and Maine split because of his harlot wife, but it was definitely because of the secrets around indigo. Tori didn't appreciate the pejorative, but moved forward. So, Lady Maine, he said, scaling his list. She starts as Ferguson's marital contract and goes by Madam Ferguson. She beds Maine, and now she's Lady Maine. She's hot, you know, in a classical sense," chimed Becky. "She's like 90 and looks 35. I'm hoping her lady parts also look 60 years younger, am I right?" Ferg shut her out too, which is like, "Duh, you fucked my business partner," Chris said. Right before graduation, she and Maine came down hard on Ferg, trying to break him. "Lady's one crazy ice queen, dude." "I prefer we avoid the name-calling," Tori said. "Oh, would you prefer murderer then?" Chris chuckled. Farm also had motive, though. They're a real slimy bunch. Done some freelance hackery for 'em, too. "Quite the working girl, then." "I get around. Look, anyone with a wallet and something to lose needs a contractor with low scruples. Farms that keep the masses addicted to what's killing them type. And the CEO, Leyland Fott, is a major asshole. So yeah, I wiped a few trails for him." "That's Leyland Shark," Tori corrected, licking his forefinger to slide to the next page in his notepad. He felt like a common-era Neanderthal. "Jonathan Angelo Boulevardo Marino," Tori spouted. "Did he have—" Tori tapered off as he watched Chris's countenance sag. Chris exchanged a subtle glance with Becky, sucked his teeth, then looked to his hands. "Jarhead Johnny. All the testing, it fucked him up. He courtshiped your friend," Tori stated, referring to Rosa Lejeune. She was my ace, my ride or die. But while Ferg messed him up, he messed her up." Chris closed his eyes and balled his fists, then straightened up through a long sigh. "He was a couple years older than us. Ferg kept him a TF, denying him any SOI access after he started a few fights. Some people called him a Ferg pet, but he was really just a tool, a guinea pig. Ferg eventually kicks him out for all the bullshit with Rosa. Johnny begs to be readmitted and flips a bigger shit each time Ferg rejects him. Now Ferg's dead and Rosa's pen's back on the street, so... Now he's a Maine Academy grad with deep loyalties to the Maines," Tori added. Chris took to hand shuffling. Sans response. "Michelle Brar was another student Ferg's with an axe to grind," Tori continued, hoping to move things along. Becky bounced in her seat. "Becky's gaga for Briar," Chris apologized. "She's a murder suspect, Bex. Simmer down." "The thing is," Becky started, "I didn't know her back when she was Mitchell, but she took some classes at Fame while we were there. Now she's an ultra-famous celeb. I keep telling Chris, there's only 3 people I'd go straight for. Tell him, Chris." With a harried eye roll, Chris recited, "For me, Paul Oz, and for Michelle Briar, if she ever reverted to identifying as a male." "Damn right," Becky beamed. "Briar bailed as Ferguson's press secretary," Tori went on. "Why?" Hello," Becky snuffed. "She got an Oscorp sponsorship. You know better than anyone. You drop everything when you get an Oscorp deal." Tori frowned up at her, biting back a betrayal of incredulity. Measuring his patience, he said, "Her Oscorp deal came years later. Check your claims." "Well, not to throw shade at Briar in front of Bex here," Chris said, "but she spread some pretty nasty rumors about Ferg being transphobic in the chatverse. Then she covered it up. I know the guy she hired to wipe it." "That ain't nearly enough to suspect her of murder," Becky defended. "Money, motive, purged evidence," Tori said to Becky, his words dripping with strain. "These all brand her a candidate. She's also..." "Ugh," Becky dutifully interjected. "Transhumans always hating on transgenders." "Excuse me," Tori said. "Oh, y'all know what I mean. Prance around here with your fancy British accents when really you..." "English. It's an English accent, not British. Britain includes England, Wales, and Scotland." The pair stared at Tori, stunned. He'd bit back harsher than intended, but anti-transhuman ad hominems skirted his limits. Becky offered a half-hearted harumph, then slinked back to her notepad. "So," Chris began, "we at Paul Oscar yet? I mean, everyone talks about how perfect he is, but the kid's a frickin' bastard, I know it." "Firstly," Tori said, "he was actually born out of wedlock, so careful how nonchalant you toss around that term." "My bad," Chris threw up his hands. Didn't mean to blaspheme. Don't be a prick, Tori snarked. Preserving mental fortitude with one's main biohacks disabled would be difficult for any transhuman. Tori exhaled. But, yes, he's a suspect. He and Ferguson were close. Close? More like clones, Chris said. Paul was weird and quiet, so no one asked him about the secret shit he did with Ferg. He drops out 2 years before graduating, I assume, to kickstart his Enforce app project. Main Academy offers him an Iron Throne, and he openly rejects it. Lines creased Chris's forehead as he considered his next words. And we both know Paul Oz was promised a ton of stuff in Ferg's will. Ferg's estate leaked as much, and if Paul knew he was getting loot in advance, he'd have every reason to, speed things up. I don't trust leaks, I trust facts. Okay, here's a fact. Ferg's dead, and Paul's fucking psycho, Chris snapped. Tori said nothing, letting the hacker's emotional appeal pass. Pelhella, Tori said. He died beside Dr. Ferguson, making him a possible vehicle. Pelhella has been Ferg's right hand since the Dark Ages, Chris said. I mean, he got the warning text, and people that tight with Ferg would die with Ferg. This earned a nod from Becky. We've exhausted my listing, Tori said, rescanning his notes. Next steps, gain intel, chase leads. We can help with research, Chris said, but it'll be tough to hack high-ups. I'm waiting on access to Secure's Delta mainframe for some high-level background checking, but even that may not be enough. Right, said Tori. No interest in involving you further. Oh, well, you forgot to say no offense. As Tori began packing up, he felt a light buzz at the electromagnetic sensors in his fingertips. He assumed it was a response to random atmospheric residue. Quick question, Chris said, squaring his shoulders. So this is gonna sound kooky, but Sunday night, my biohacks went haywire. Then a weird message appeared in the air display that read, "Contact me," and nothing else. Crazy, right? Tori recalled the similarly eerie experience he'd dismissed as a headache. I got a similar invasion on my wall screen. It read, "I need you now." Whoa, Chris exclaimed. Now I'm even more freaked out, Becky added. Tori rubbed at his temples. Someone able to hack the air display knew both Tori and Chris would eventually be working the case. This meant Tori would have to bring Chris all the way in. An untraceable rebuild hacked into the conservation garden and tipped me off to look into the possibility of a murder, Tori said. You know anything about that? An untraceable rebuild? Chris cried. Okay, we are definitely in the middle of some crazy shit. Getting rights to a rebuild is a heavily documented procedure. It is, Tori ceded. But this Demetrius Marshall lived and died before documentation on rebuild acquisition was a thing. Either someone obtained the rebuild from a third party who owned it before proper rebuild log trails, or someone boss enough to hack, contact me into the freaking air is also boss enough to snag a rebuild untraced. Woof, woof, came from the far end of the lot. DZ and the bot dog sprinted over as the buzzing feeling in Tori's fingertips grew from light to portentous. He stifled a shiver. The lot had no surveillance. They were safe. Right? Everything all right, Deez? Chris called, raising an eyebrow. Though no text appeared in air display, DZ responded with a quick gesture. Huh? Chris puzzled. What did he say? Tori asked. He says there's an ad somewhere, but before Chris could finish his sentence, everyone's included simultaneously powered on, flashing bright red error icons. Becky, Tori, and Chris leapt to their feet. Close your eyes to avoid the ad, Tori commanded. Everyone obeyed. Ads had a nasty habit of recognizing iris signatures. DZ and the bot dog could have triggered a hidden panel and already be compromised. But this backlot had no panels, no surveillance. Tori was certain of it. Oh, God, we're gonna get enforced, Becky squealed. No, Tori assured. Not if it's just an ad. Some faulty ads trigger errors. With his eyes shut, Tori knelt to his duffel bag, picked out a pair of ad shield goggles, then looked up to find Chris already donning a pair. Okay, Chris said with a slight tremor as he pointed to a spot directly behind Tori. Nobody move or open their eyes, but Ross, you should definitely look at that ad right now. Torrey slowly rose to his feet and turned where he stood. Red letters over a large white window floated leisurely toward him, parking right before his nose. A very short and very simple message. Torian Ross, my office. Tomorrow morning at 800 hours. Oz. Chapter 9. Close Encounter. Tuesday, November 12th, 186 PCE. To exist is to transfer energy. Diary of the Mad Glee. A short text to Dex landed Rosa in a sky stretch back to Oscorp the following evening. The exchange had been brief, Rosa insisting she return the tip to Paul, and Dex fiercely resisting, maintaining there'd been no mistake and that Paul was impossibly busy. But after a brief hold, Dex assured Paul would receive her that evening to discuss her concerns. Rosa was ushered back onto the superstructure by Sherry Wheeler and given star-quality treatment. The pair ambled leisurely through the halls, allowing Rosa to appreciate the eerily impeccable Oscorp culture. And the renewable energy complex on the roof of this building is powered by a photovoltaic surface coating, Sherry had been saying as they ascended to the top floor in a mirrored elevator. Rosa felt she must have appeared anxious when Sherry said, "Mr. Perry's still finishing up a call in his apartment. Gustave's put together a few plates for you while you wait." "Oh," Rosa started as saliva pooled in her mouth. "I hate to be that guy, but I don't eat red and white meat. You do eat seafood and have been known to sneak duck on occasion. You don't eat enough vegetables, but do like orange zest in your red wine, though peppered sangria is your actual weakness. You aren't big on sweets, but since you've been on Smartifice the last 5 years, this may have changed. We've got you, Miss Lejeune. This is Oscorp." Sherry's words came with a toothy grinned pride. Rosa studied herself in her short, backless dress against Sherry's power suit. God, what she wouldn't do to borrow Sherry's confidence for but a moment. The chief of staff escorted Rosa off the elevator and into a vacant candlelit dining hall. "Enjoy your jumbo shrimp, Miss Lejeune," she said, handing Rosa off to a white-vested waiter. The waiter seated Rosa and presented her with a glass of peppered sangria and a long-stemmed rose. A portly chef, Gustave, soon replaced the waiter, cordially introducing himself and explaining the evening's menu. Rosa appreciated the attention, and after an appetizer of gooey spinach dip and 2 more glasses of sangria, Gustave delivered the main entree, one large, honey-glazed jumbo shrimp half the size of Rosa's face over a bed of ghost peppers and lettuce. Honey had been declared extinct for nearly a century, yet here it sat in its true form, all so devilishly decadent. "I'll never finish this," Rosa joked. But the second the chef disappeared, she woodpecked at her plate with predatory efficiency, hardly allowing her palate the true experience. The very thought of consuming natural food, harvesting energy from a being that once lived. For the first time in years, she felt human. God, Smartifice goop was a cruel, cruel thing. Gustave is a best-kept secret. His lax voice sailed in from behind her. The world paused. The air went out of the room. It was him. Paul. Damn it. Paralyzed, Rosa remained hovering over her plate with a mouthful of shrimp. "Don't look up right now. You look like a chipmunk." She felt him walk around her and casually seat himself across from her. Rosa's knees buckled at his proximity. Without having to listen for it, she felt a thick, welcoming wave of emotion emanate from his being. A frequency so warm, so strong, she could almost hear it. She could forever bask in that warmth. It allowed her to relax. She swallowed her mouthful as diplomatically as possible. Hi, Paul," she heard herself say, attempting to meet his formidable gaze. His black shirt, The top 2 buttons, frivolously undone, rested so taut against him, Rosa could detect the brawny, hard-lined body underneath. She blushed. "Thanks for agreeing to meet." "Of course, Rosa." The waiter brought Paul a glass of the same peppered sangria. Paul thanked him, called him by name, and asking briefly of his mother. Had Rosa seemed rude to the waiter, if even Paul Oscar would grant him such attention? As the waiter retreated, Paul raised his glass, and though on her 3rd drink, Rosa responded in kind. "To your talent," Paul said firmly. They waved their glasses and sipped. "Again, I'm honored," Rosa smiled. "You've really done well for yourself." Rosa felt Paul's energies evolve from warm welcome to deep compassion. The sudden change in pressure physically shook her, diffusing deep into her skin. "That last piece you performed, the original, so powerful, so raw, it plagued me all last night." "All night?" Rosa fought desperately not to react. A hot tingle teased her spine at the thought of him considering her in his bed. Betraying a nervous chuckle, Rosa looked down to her plate, then to her wine glass. Paul studied her movements intently, waiting patiently for her eyes to finally find his before he continued. He propped his elbows on the table, folding his hands under his chin. "You're also a dancer. Perhaps next time I'll have you dance for me." His words low and measured, his stern eyes cutting straight through her. Rosa sensed an impish menace in his air. "Well, I'm not sure you could afford that," she ventured, coy, girlish. Before she could regret the statement, Paul let out a dry puff of amusement. Were they flirting? She couldn't tell. The atmosphere was far too intense. He was far too intense, his eyes so keenly fixed on her. Could she engage in a witty dalliance with the likes of Paul Oscar, sexiest being on the planet? "Say something science-y, he'll like that," said her years of escort experience. "It's funny," she started, stirring her sangria with the ornamental umbrella. "This drink is super thick, but it and everything in it is just vacuum." She closed with a coy smile, taking pride in her little gem of knowledge. "Actually, quantum fields and associated fluctuations permeate what most would consider true vacuum," Paul corrected. "Oh, right, he's a genius." Mortified, Rosa felt a burning flush flood her torso as she attempted to implode into her seat. She could feel no belittling judgments in his aura, and again her muscles unbuckled. He followed up with a light, "Take another sip. Let's test the theory." "For research, of course," she smiled, before shooting back an overtly generous swig. The wine encouraged her to change gears. "So," she said, "tell me what Paul Oscar likes to do for fun." "I like fire." His answer came sharp and matter-of-fact, as if he'd anticipated the question. "I like to play with it, feel the pain of it against my skin." Sensing a profound sincerity in his words, Rosa quickly realized she wasn't ready for casual conversation at his level. "Me? I'm into books, banned books especially," she blurted nervously. "Worn, lived-in books made of pulp paper, but physical books are impossible to come by." Paul mused. "Finish your wine. I'd like to show you my library. I've got a few books I think you'll appreciate." An entire library? In over 5 years of intensive searching, Rosa had gotten her hands on only 2 physical books, neither of which were banned. With physical books being practically extinct for everyone but mandala monks and SOI students, Rosa bounced in her chair at the prospect. The burnt pages, dog-eared creases, chewed on dust jackets. Paul got to his feet. "I'll let you finish." "No, don't leave," she howled in her mind, not yet ready to part with his perfectly warm energies. She dabbed at her face with a napkin, rose from her seat, and said, "I think I've had enough for now." "Right then," Paul said, as the waiter rushed to pull away her chair. "This way." Rosa followed as Paul thanked his dining staff and strolled out. Each stride came long, confident, and resolute. He kept a level distance from her, almost as if she hadn't been accompanying him. Eerie indeed. As they sauntered through the corridors, Paul exchanged a personal greeting with each passing employee, an act Rosa appreciated. She noticed each employee kept a decisive distance from Paul as well and detected the reverent fear he inspired in them, painted broadly across both their faces and their mental energies. Paul brought Rosa to the round, steel door of his apartment. "I don't welcome many guests into my home," he informed, "but it offers a shortcut to the library." A sea of royal blue carpet flowed throughout the luxury apartment. Clear solar-paneled windows landscaped the walls, all furniture rimmed in a mix of gold and foliage. Paul left Rosa to explore as he attended an urgent video conference in his study. Rosa took in the scent of fragrant salts, ran her thumbs against the leather couches, peered behind the wet bar and into the sauna. Never before had she seen an active indoor fountain, an inset sanded fire pit, or original carvings and paintings. Everything was so absolutely perfect and so absolutely real, painfully, beautifully real. Anyone could buy virtual things, a virtual plant, pet, window, and virtual skins to place over those virtual things. The elite could buy real things, real plants, real pets, and real homes with real windows. But there was one thing credits couldn't buy: heart. And Paul Oscar's apartment? It had heart. As she admired the exotic fish of an aquarium, inlaid into a living room wall, Rosa sensed Paul's warm presence emerge from his study, settling into the room several feet behind her. Never had she felt such a strong empathic connection, stronger now than it had been in the dining hall. She sensed him scaling her body with his eyes, admiring the curves of her back through her backless mesh. Unable to remain poised under such scrutiny, Rosa turned to find him watching her, studying her. The color of his frequency shifted ever so slightly from admiration to curiosity. A drum thumped in her chest as he took several leisurely strides toward her. "Do not reveal your empathic ability," she cautioned herself. "It's your only semblance of control." Paul stepped up close to her, so close she could feel the warmth of his breath against her forehead. Rosa focused on the two undone buttons of his taut silk shirt, not yet ready for a close-range tango with his intoxicating stare. She sensed him analyzing the curves of her breasts, his growing curiosity so full now, so intense, she could feel his active restraint. She steeled herself in anticipation, then dared to match his gaze, a mistake so bittersweet she could hardly maintain her composure. His eyes were deep, onyx pools of indomitable thirst, validating every vibration echoing from his being. Paul brought his eyes to her lips, his searing curiosity suddenly exploding into a deep hunger for her mouth. Rosa reflexively pouted her lower lip, and like a hawk snatching prey, Paul grabbed at her mouth with his. A million tiny needles of pleasure tickled her lips as Paul bit down. Though he emitted no trace of transhuman modification, Rosa was certain she could feel a buzzing electromagnetic current against his lips. He kissed her with such full and complete focus, as if his sole purpose of existence had been to kiss her in that moment. Though bolted in place by the overwhelming weight of his energies, Rosa managed to run her fingers to his head and press him closer. As he explored her mouth with ease, Paul rested a finger on the bare skin of her thigh and traced upward. A charged whir from his traveling finger, lightly vibrating like a motorized toothbrush, left a streak of pure, agonizing stimulation in its wake. Rosa appreciated the contrast of her golden skin against his. She hadn't been touched in years, and he felt so good, too good. God, he breathed into her neck once his finger crept past the rim of her dress. Her body tensed at the sudden sound of his voice and light stubble against her. Every particle in her body cavity buzzed against his charged skin, drowning in the maddening ocean of his arousal. He pressed her against the inlaid aquarium and cupped her breasts decisively before running his hands meticulously down her belly, drawing sharp shock waves through her torso. He slid his fingers between her inner thighs and applied a light pressure. Rosa shuddered as she resisted him. Her body knew what it wanted, her head uncertain, her heart pointedly silent. Paul placed his lips close to her ear and dropped all manner of pretense. "Please." The word came quiet yet undeniably commanding. This vulnerability, this desperate, untamable desire for her seized Rosa. She knew he could feel her body melt before him, but could he hear her inner voice screaming, "Yes, oh God, yes, please let me satisfy you." Paul emanated a wave of stark determination as one hand gripped her bottom to hold her steady, while the other made its way up her inner thigh to settle on her soft, wet, lacy sex. At the touch of his buzzing fingers, Rosa arched her back, betraying a shivered whimper. And though Paul made no change in outward demeanor, Rosa felt a mixed rush of excitement and gratification surge out of him like wildfire. His eyes fixed on her, Paul used 2 buzzing fingers to press at her 2 times, sending 2 charged pulses up her spine, through her chest and down her arms and legs. Rosa moaned bitterly as her muscles convulsed through painful bliss. Could a mere poke cause such immense pleasure? Paul pressed again, and each time Rosa wailed in relentless climactic ecstasy. He held complete control over her entire body, and he enjoyed that control. Rosa's muscles eventually petered out, riven with bliss. Paul placed a hand on her chin and brought her eyes to his. He then placed his other hand, with its dampened fingers, into his mouth and let out a deep moan as he relished her taste. He wanted her to watch him taste her. Rosa could do nothing but titter in embarrassment, drunk on his aura. He smiled back at her, all boyish dimples, like it was their little secret. The pure, aching splendor of his smile was so severe, so infinitely profound, Rosa was absolutely convinced she sensed divinity. Then the mood changed. The air thickened. Paul burrowed his face into her neck as he worked at his belt buckle. The sheer force of his raw emotions somehow spooled Rosa in closer to their origin point within him. Her empathic curiosities tumbled into the depths of him like moth to a flame. She first came upon a frequency of perfect tranquility within him, a stillness held in place by immovable self-assurance. Yet, as she ventured deeper into his psyche, she felt that frequency evolve into something dark. Cascading further, she passed through a maelstrom of assumed privilege, encircling vast waves of loneliness, and finally settled upon the nucleus of his being. She'd found it. She'd found him. A deep, impenetrable force of visceral rage, a miasmic Gordian knot of bitterness so thick it crushed Rosa's breath. Her perceptions could not penetrate further, as if this thick ball of internal bedlam was solid matter. A writhing soup of anger, entitlement, and sexual gratification pumped through to the skin of his buzzing tip as he nudged insistently against her upper thighs. "Wait," Rosa whispered with a gentle push. Paul, apparently unaware of her internal foray, only pressed against her more firmly. The raw, billowing ire she'd found in him now surrounded her, consumed her, choking her insides like an opaque cloud of black smoke. "Stop," she breathed. Suddenly, she was suffocating, drowning under the weight of him. Panic crept its way to her fingers. Paul's surging desire to anchor himself inside of her peaked as he tugged a hand assertively at her lace shorts. At this, Rosa quickly jumped to attention. "No," she resounded, definitively. Seething with righteous shivers, she pushed up against the wall, using the momentum to tear him away from her, freeing herself from his billowing darkness. "No," I said, "no. N-O, do you understand?" Paul backed away in 2 long strides, the stillness of his gaze lightly stirred by his cavernous breaths. His thick erection remained exposed before her, daring her to acknowledge it. "Understood." His words low, stern. Rosa stared back at him, struggling to suppress the army in her chest so she could decipher his energies. With no change in his unyielding composure, Paul first projected a hot, bitter wave of shock, followed immediately by a forced calm. For the briefest instant, she thought he would rush her, but he only watched her, calculating. And just as Rosa considered foregoing any ill feelings, Paul emitted an emotion that irked her so fiercely she wanted nothing more than to kick at his exposed manhood. He emitted disappointment, not in himself, not in the circumstance, but in her. Disappointment in her. She knew him now. She felt him, his entitlement. How dare he subject her to the billowing black hole that was himself, then have the gall to be disappointed in her? Paul turned his back to her to readjust himself, allowing for an unforeseen courage to speak up with her own bout of reciprocated disappointment. "Not used to not getting what you want," she said, her words cross. Paul immediately stiffened. He raised his head to the ceiling, pensive. Rosa figured he'd hurl a snarky retort or hurtful defense, but he didn't. What he did instead was far worse. A piercing zap of writhing hot pain stabbed against Rosa's ear canals, a crushing high-pitched ring so severe she braced forward in an eye-watering cringe. She let out a slow exhale as she fought for her bearings, allowing her ears to acclimate to the growing agony. But as the poignant ringing abated, Rosa realized she hadn't been hearing a ringing at all. She'd in fact been experiencing the complete opposite, an instant and complete silence, a cold, cosmic emptiness. Paul had shut her out of his emotions, cut her off from receiving his frequency, and he'd done it on purpose. Immediate regret coursed through her. Suddenly, Rosa wanted desperately to apologize, to plead, anything to bring back the warmth of his aura. In a day, he'd given her everything she ever wanted, everything she needed, and in return, she teased him and meddled in his psyche, where she certainly should not have been. His back still turned, Paul said, "I'll have Dex escort you to the library." Without a trace of indignation, her nerves completely shot, Rosa couldn't bring herself to respond. She could only watch as he keyed at a device he'd pulled from his pocket. All she wanted in that moment was to find a quiet corner, curl into a ball, and die. The 3-story open center library gave off the slightest hum of living breath. Towering shelves and glass-fitted bookcases lined wooden walls, everything Rosa imagined of the pristine libraries of old. The faint smell of aging glue and wood paper calmed her frayed nerves. Though instructed by Dex to touch nothing, well, Dex was out in the hall. Rosa slid her fingers across the book spines, feeling each book's tiny whispers of life, of will. The deeper the meaning of its contents, the stronger the resonance. Though the classics and memoirs sections exuded hefty magnetism, Rosa was drawn to the case marked religion. Its top shelf books, the Holy Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Book of Shadows, and the Maths of the Mandala, oozed such a powerful force of living energy, Rosa had to place her hand on its glass door to keep from falling. These were books she'd only dreamed of experiencing IRL. Had religion called to her because she'd run out of options? She'd obviously shattered her one opportunity at the perfect alliance. Did Paul really intend on forming an alliance with her when attempting to procure her from Tommy Frank? Or was she just another million-credit whore? One thing was certain. Paul was definitely not normal. She shuddered at the memory of his impenetrable miasma of fury, by far the worst of her empathic encounters. And then there was his ability to thwart her empathic perception. What was he? The spots where he'd touched her, kissed her, still embered hot against her skin. Suddenly she felt exposed, unarmed in unfamiliar territory. Each of the holy texts tugged at her, begging her to turn to them. She raised a trembling hand to open the glass door and... The Quran is out on loan. Rosa whirled around in honest fright to find Paul watching her from a second-floor balcony with a porcelain mug and a different pair of pants. How long had he been there? She hadn't felt him enter the room, could not feel his frequencies at all. He walked down a spiral staircase to meet her, keeping deliberate distance. "This library is amazing," Rosa offered, waving toward the book-lined walls. "It is," Paul said, indecipherably polite. Rosa cursed her heavy dependence on empathy to read even basic emotions. She felt nothing of the darkness pumping through him and could only suspect his resentment of her. "Paul, listen, I actually came here because I think your tip was in error." "It wasn't." "Well, I can't accept it." "You're certainly free to give it away," Paul shrugged. "I mean, I can't accept it from you. Not after—" She stopped, cut short by a slight shiver. Paul studied her for a long minute, then said, "I can have a Skyjet out front for you in 2 minutes if that's what you want." He keyed a button on his device. "I don't want that." "Then what do you want?" She didn't need an empathic connection to detect the accusation in his voice. I want you to—" She stopped herself. She wanted him to respect her, to value her as an intelligent woman, to understand how deeply he'd hurt her, to forgive her, but who deserves a respect for which they had to ask? At the very least, she wanted to understand his manner of body hack. "I'll go ahead and take that Skyjet," she said. Paul regarded her a while longer before pointing his mug toward the top of the religion display. He indicated a small, worn journal with yellowed pages Rosa hadn't noticed. "He gave that to me," Paul said, implying with a glance that she pick it up. "And now it's yours." On its cover, in Dr. Ferguson's signature scribble, read, "Diary of the Mad Glee." Her guard faltered as a pair of tears escaped her. Rosa was holding a physical book from Ferg himself. She felt no living will among the pages and skimmed through to find them all blank. "Reading it requires a special light," Paul said. Rosa looked to Paul, wanting to ask about Ferguson, about the special light, about anything, but could only say, "Thanks for this." Paul nodded, then turned to face a magazine rack. God, was he not mad as a hatter? Rosa whispered, hoping to ease the tension through commiserate grief. Paul gave no response. She continued awkwardly. When Torian Ross mentioned possible murder, She stopped short, fearing she may press a wrong button, but Paul remained a still pond. He allowed a long moment before answering. Apart from his research into asteroid mined materials, he was working on a new collection of next-gen technologies. Rosa perked up. The string of words had been one of Paul's longest, proof that he too missed Ferguson. He was working on supercrystals, hyperdimensional nanotubes, was exploring deep-sea micro... Paul paused to look over at her. And indigo. Of course, indigo. Rosa vaguely recalled the term whispered around the academy. He couldn't effectively parse out indigo with Planck's constant, since the photonics of its particles released a visible color undefined by our naturally visible spectrum, Paul said, returning his attention to the magazines. Rosa knew he'd soon lose her with technobabble, but allowed him to prattle on. He'd mentioned tachyonic metaparticles, which would go against basic theories of causality. To account for observation biases, he'd begun working on obtaining a perfect vacuum lab system for perfect microscopy. He'd gone too far for Rosa. At the risk of sounding rudimentary, she ventured, "So how would one define indigo exactly?" At this, Paul turned his full body toward her, unabashedly inspecting her from head to toe. Rosa stiffened, wholly unsure of the nature of such a stark reaction. A double beep chimed from Paul's device. "Your Skyjet's ready." He accompanied her to a pair of glass doors, a paved roof landing stretched above an historic Central Park down below, one of the few places devoid of ad pollution. A single sky pole lit the landing, and a long black Skyjet hovered at the ready. A flight attendant approached and helped Rosa board before heading to the front. Relief rushed over Rosa as she settled into her seat, proud she'd made it through the night sand's panic attacks. She peered down from her window to address Paul. "Paul, I apologize for..." Rosa started. I just... Never apologize for a decision you stand behind, he interjected decisively. Rosa blinked at this. She simply wanted to feel his energies again, but in no way could she ask. Paul took a sip from his mug, walked backwards a few paces, and said, "Good night, Miss Lejeune," then turned away to disappear into his library. Chapter 10, Delta, Wednesday, November 13th, 186 PCE. Chris Johnson hopped out of his bed booth at dawn, with everyone still asleep, checking the results of his job application to Secure, the most advanced cybersecurity firm, would be far less nerve-wracking. He'd applied immediately following Ferg's death, knowing he'd need access to highly secured information, like the to-do histories of Pharma Farm CEOs. Now that he could be following Ross to Oscorp-style corporal punishment, Chris prayed for the off chance he'd received an acceptance letter overnight. He'd use secure access to gather intel against their line of suspects, namely their biggest current threat, Paul Oz himself. An unopened message from Secure sat at the center of Chris's wall screen. "Come on, you sexy son of a bitch," he murmured, bracing himself to read the first word of the message. "Unfortunately." He took a deep breath, then pounded his fist. "Screw this," he resolved. A mere rejection letter wouldn't keep him from accessing Secure. Chris pulled up his terminal window and called his Leroy script, a script he'd used to send innocuous spiders to thousands of accounts at a time. The script caused an audio file yelling, "Leroy Jenkins," to pop up on the victim's screen, then disappear, leaving no residue. It wouldn't be enough to infiltrate Secure, but someone on the team would have to bite back, starting a conversation. Chris hit the last stroke on his keyboard to implement the hack, then got up to print some breakfast. He hadn't taken 2 steps before an error buzzed in his earpiece. A chat box usurped his wall screen bearing a message from Sam Fishman, the founder of Secure. It read, "I was watching to see how you'd react. Yes, the decision still stands." Chris pulled up his keyboard before his butt hit the chair, trying to crunch out a response before Fishman disappeared forever. "It's an entry-level micro position for which I'm overqualified," Chris typed. "I murdered your hour-long exam in 18 minutes. True statements," Fishman messaged back. "Okay," Chris said aloud as he shuffled anxiously. "Sexual harassment much?" Fishman responded. Chris stared blankly at the words in the chat box. His heartbeat jumped to a sprint against his ears. His fists grew damp. Though Chris hadn't even been on the premises at the time, Davia Valentin claimed he groped her breasts back at Fame Academy. The incident continued to plague Chris, regardless of his effort to bury it. Having never been officially exonerated, Chris occasionally fell into deep, dark places. An aching pit in his belly longed to confront her, to ask her the simple question, why? "No, I have not," Chris typed back. "I should believe you over documented evidence." Chris's shoulders wilted. He'd done all he could to rid the chatverse of the incident, well enough for Ross not to catch wind, yet apparently the Streisand effect had other plans when it came to Secure. Chris decided against being defensive. The antisocial Fishman types preferred the humble smartass. Chris resigned to typing, "I'm a black kid from the Bronx. If I had groped a rich white girl, really done it, I'd be strange fruit right now." After 5 minutes sans response, Chris swallowed an assortment of expletives and printed up some generic breakfast puree. The Valenti-owned Smartifice muck sped up aging. Chris was certain of it, so he stuck with open source, off-brand recipes. After 15 minutes, Chris woke Aztec to accompany him in his agonizing and likely vain anticipation. "Talk to me, Az," Chris said, slumping back in his chair. "What would you like me to talk about?" "Anything. I don't care." "Well," Aztec began, a bit too chipper for Dawn, "I recently read that prior to the great pandemics of the 2020s CE, humans used to gather in masses of tens to hundreds of thousands of people to watch sports, concerts, speeches." Duh," Chris chuckled. That's why the great pandemics happened. But before the overthrow of the federal governing system, there had been a mandate to... You okay, Az? Aztec huddled close to a wall and plugged his tail into an outlet. There, all better, Aztec prattled on without being prompted. But the EMP blackout of 162 PCE, which is now believed to be an extraterrestrial event, took out power in North America for 3 days, and society reacted with the same level of unpreparedness. Technology solves everything but dumbass, Chris said. He looked at his screen. No new activity. He sighed, biting back an urge to barrage fishmen with messages. We somehow ran on fossil fuels and exchanged paper currency. I can't even fathom life without maintenance spots. Like, how did they catch crime without everyone surveilling through the Enforce app? It had to have been like, you stole my girl, stab. You're in my way, stab. Aztec gave Chris a blank stare, then buried his head into his bowl of mixed updates. Chris steeled himself for another glance at his screen, and there it sat. A chat box from Fishman. Fine. You're hired. Holy shit, Chris exclaimed. Aztec lifted his head and wagged his tail, unsure of the cause for celebration. Chris received a video call from Secure 2 minutes later. A pale, red head appeared on the screen. Hello, called a haughty voice mid-yawn. I'm AIM. My pronoun is AIM. White freckles, shoulder-length red hair. I'll be testing you. You pass, you're in. You fail, you never interact with me again. Chris didn't know if he should feel affronted, nor what to do with the pronoun AIM. Okay, AIM, shoot, Chris said. AIM frowned, unimpressed. I'll need you to dim your wristband. I'll also need your dog. Aztec, is it? I'll need Aztec to exit the room. As Chris prepared to protest, Aztec shot to his feet and ran out as if he'd been held against his little dog-bot will. Now, you have 45 minutes to complete 2 assignments in the secure interface Delta. 3 folders appeared on Chris's screen. The first folder contains temporary passcodes and procedural info. AIM continued. Wow, Chris thought. Complete access to Delta? With no further instructions, AIM said, Your time starts now. Chris stared blankly at AIM, fully aware that asking for more information would cut into his solution time. And before Chris could process the thought, AIM's window vanished, granting an eerily trusting lack of supervision. Chris dove in. Having already researched Delta ad nauseum, it took him under 10 minutes to get the workstation running. Many prospectives undoubtedly wasted precious time on this step. Hey, Chris, Becky's voice croaked from the bedroom door, breaking thick layers of precious concentration. Becky, out, Chris snapped without looking up. I need the room. She didn't know their lives were at stake, and he had no space for distractions. But I think Becky, I swear to God, out, now! Chris felt himself shaking as he spoke. The door squeaked shut behind him. Apologies would come later. Right now, he required all his wits. His mission, complete the 2 assignments in record time and use any remaining time to snoop into the personal account activities of the Mains, Leyland Shark, and Paul Oz. Chris's first task was to catalog any suspicious activity in a jury teleconference. The trial in question was of Chuck Bergen, an older man who'd been caught butchering Enforce bots the previous Saturday. Anyone not among the crowdsourced Enforce app users who helped convict him could be called into the digital jury to determine his verdict. Chris noted the scenario was not a mock-up but an active case. He seamlessly identified tons of well-masked, unauthorized activity that he'd never have been able to detect without Delta. Hack attempts, break-in attempts. His second task required him to quickly yet thoroughly report his findings, which Chris completed effortlessly. 11 minutes to spare. Chris first performed a lookup on himself to test Delta's accuracy on the activities of a person who hid well. Delta pulled up over 70% of Chris's clicks, searches, locations, purchases, and messages. He swallowed through the embarrassment. It hadn't picked up any of his Darkverse movements, at least. But still, Chris would have to tread lightly. His activity in Delta was certainly being monitored. He executed a general search of the main academy, and to his chagrin, found the profile thumbnails of Titan Maine, Claudia Maine, Johnny Angelo, and a host of other search results to be unclickable. A hot burst of panic consumed him, but he made neither a sound nor a click. Not even Secure, the world's leading security firm, had tabs on the Maines. Gathering evidence on them would be near impossible. He performed a quick lookup on Oscorp, now knowing what to expect. No direct Oscorp employees were clickable, including Tori and Ross. Paul Oz protected his people. Damn it. Chris then conducted a search on Pharma Farm, but in the next instant his sharp focus escaped him. His heart raced against his chest as his mind fell blank, crowded with an immeasurable fog of dejection. He could do nothing but stare vacantly at his screen for several seconds, knowing he had to reactivate, rethink, reassess, and fast. "Chris," called Aztec behind him. He hadn't noticed Aztec pop back in. "Yeah, Az," Chris responded, a hint of defeat in his voice. "You're doing it again." Chris snapped to attention and realized he'd been staring at Davia Valenti's unclickable thumbnail. Small and slightly pixelated, the thumbnail had emerged among the columns of Pharma Farm results, as Davia had recently endorsed a Pharma Farm supplement. She was beautiful. Thick, dark Italian hair, dark Italian eyes. How long had he been paralyzed by her? It had been 9 minutes. He propped himself up in his seat. 9 minutes! He'd done it before, gawked absent-mindedly at anything Davia for long lapses of time. What he felt toward her was neither hatred nor anger, but a rage so deep he'd not yet assembled an emotion for it, let alone a word. Chris exhaled. Let's pray old White Freckles redhead didn't notice anything weird. "Congratulations," Ames said, dry as a desert. "You start today at 11. You'll be given personal passcodes and full access at that time." Chris let out a long breath and thanked AIM for what normally would have been extraordinary news. "As a welcoming gift, here's a Hampshire presence capture cam from us to you." Chris immediately dragged the attachment pop-up onto his home screen. Any other day, he'd have been ecstatic. Presence capture cams were virtual cameras able to take snapshots IRL and reopen those shots as VR dimensional intermersive stills. An app found only in the arsenals of elite cyber wizards. Chris again thanked AIM. "By the way," AIM concluded, "I'm your supervisor now, so I'll be keeping your last little search and stare under wraps until I need it for leverage. I'm certain I've made myself clear." Chapter 11. Counting Crows. Wednesday, November 13th, 186 PCE. The problem? Tori owed Paul Oz his loyalty. Though the chatverse teemed with accounts of his public philanthropy, Paul's unyielding generosity towards his staff remained private. Such was the case with Tori and Ross. 2 days after hiring Tori, Sherry casually asked him what he'd want if he could have anything. He'd said he'd want his 2 sisters and mother in America with him, away from his drug-peddling stepfather, and that he'd been trying to bring them over for years. Within a month, Paul himself, accompanied by Tori and a small extraction team, jetted to England to retrieve Tori's mother and sisters. Each of them, once victims of domestic maltreatment, were now thriving in academics. Though ever grateful, Tori gave his best effort not to resent the debt. Now he'd betrayed Paul's trust by purposefully concealing his location pin. To keep from envisioning the plate of crow awaiting him at his upcoming meeting with the boss, Tori spent the night researching an intriguing lead, a connection between Chuck Bergen, a man convicted for attacking Enforce bots, and Loretta James, the woman who'd mysteriously croaked at the Bay Ridge cycling dorm. They'd both shown signs of nascent madness and had both been subjects in a neurological study conducted by Dr. Pelheller under Ferguson's supervision. If Ferguson and Pelheller had been conducting behavioral manipulation research, an assortment of claws would certainly take interest in seizing the raw data, including Paul Oz. Tori also noted that Oscorp, primary owner of Included, would be the most capable in forcing chat boxes onto projection fields. At 7:30, Tori placed another voice call to his sister, again to no avail. Though it had been 2 years since the extraction, his siblings and Mum maintained sour feelings for his supposed abandonment of them. Their snubbing of his outreach cut deep. Fortunately, his biohacks helped protect against bouts of dejection on the matter. An encrypted voice call from Chris came in. A dangerous move. Chris informed Tori that while his new job gave him access to highly sensitive information, good old-fashioned hacking wouldn't work. Approaching the subjects would require major clout. Tori took in the news, taking care not to instinctively log the conversation into his brain drive. And when Chris signed off with, "Seriously, wishing you good luck at work today," Tori prayed he would not need it. At 8 sharp, Chief of Staff, Sherry Wheeler, hustled out from Paul's office with her signature frizzy hair, tight pantsuit, and active tablet. Tori admired her. She demanded respect and looked good doing it, juggling an impractical schedule while remaining a paragon of congeniality. Paul Oz had personally groomed her for perfection. As his right hand, Sherry had full access to his affairs and was allowed a healthy level of authority as his signatory in fact. The chatverse dubbed her #ScarySherry for her lengthy list of accolades. "Just finished the morning briefing. He's ready for you," Sherry said, handing Tori a quick smile. "Should I be afraid?" Tori asked. "Only if it motivates," Sherry grinned. Tori nodded, took a deep breath, and sauntered into the office. The few times he'd encountered Paul Oz IRL had been nothing short of intense. "Tori and Ross, good morning," came Paul's polite salutation from behind a glossy desk. The meticulously organized space held a bold IRL authenticity, from the foliage to the fish tank to the face clock. No Smartifice dispenser, no augmented skins, just refreshing, natural life. A hefty flex. Paul rose from his seat, studied a glass bottle marked Dalmore Scotch on a shelf behind him, then poured liberal portions into 2 glasses. He offered one to Tori and gestured toward a chair opposite his desk. As they sat, Tori noticed that Paul's tailored white Drexel and Crawford shirt put his scruffy t-shirt, jeans, and arm tattoos at a startling disadvantage. The meeting began with a long silence. Tori wasn't certain how long, considering his glass wasn't permitted in the office to superimpose its deluge of information. Perhaps half a minute passed, during which Paul took a slow swig from his glass, folded his hands under his nose, and stared into Tori. Though the seconds ticked by like hours, Tori made a point not to cower beneath the inspection. "It's just a 24-year-old kid," Tori reminded himself. 40 degrees, 4 minutes, and 29 seconds north. Paul coolly broke the silence, his voice a precise instrument. 73 degrees, 57 minutes, and 30 seconds west. Tori's ears burned at the mention of what were obviously the coordinates of his location pinned the previous night. Paul took another sip, allowed another brief silence, then said, "Entertain me." Tori took a mouthful of whiskey. A lifetime Smartifice subscriber, he hadn't had honest-to-God liquor in eons. His throat was ill-prepared for the citrusy burn. Paul's eyes followed Tori's hands as he attempted to cover a cough. Tori cursed himself. He loathed showcasing any form of weakness in front of Paul Oz. He noted to program a tolerance for rough liquor into his person. Paul had a low tolerance for useless chatter, so Tori put forth his best effort at succinct confidence. "I need to be allowed the freedom to do my job," he said, matching his employer's quiet resolve. "This freedom, it should include going dark against Oscorp. If I have reason to believe Oscorp's withholding information that I need to do my job effectively, I do what's necessary to find the info for myself." At this, Paul leaned back in his chair. "If you have a question, ask," Paul said with flippant authority. Tori subdued a smirk. Paul Oz wasn't the answer questions type. If he didn't want you to know a thing, you simply didn't know it. Tori had a mountain of questions he needed answered, not the least of which was whether or not Paul had slept with his younger sister, Cindy. While Cindy denied it, Tori held a nagging suspicion that Paul felt claim to her for extracting her and the rest of the lot from England. Tori sucked in air to calm a simmering nerve and once again dismissed the thought. "I got tipped off at Dr. Ferguson's wake that he may have been murdered," Tori started. "The source was an untraceable rebuild for which I've not been able to locate the claimant, so naturally I took the allegation seriously. The quick death, the ensuing silence, the brief news cycle, and the text." Tori stopped. He was rambling. "What's your question, Torian?" Tori suspected Paul Oz already knew and was simply baiting him. Tori took a breath and went for it. "Were you involved in the murder of Dr. George Q. Ferguson?" He braced himself for a reaction, but Paul merely stared back at him, poker-faced. "And if I was?" Paul asked, a bit too casually. "Then I ask you why. Then I ask myself if I'm willing to realign my values to match yours." Paul considered the response, scrutinizing Tori's face for a heartbeat too long. The slight delay his strongest display of emotion. Paul finally accepted Tori's answer with a modest nod. "I was not," Paul said, his words now measured. "Now, you can choose to accept that, or you can choose not to. Either way, you keep nothing from me." The consequent stare-down lasted an eternity. Tori used the time to reflect on how he could have been so careless in masking his location, why he'd masked his pen at all. If he hadn't, no suspicion would have been raised. Had he been out of the guard so long to have lost his keen discipline? "Expect my request will be honored," Paul said. "Understood," Tori ceded. To Oscorp staff, Paul's indecipherable stare-downs were legendary, as they implied a blanket forgiveness that clearly kept tabs. Such cognitive dissonance made it difficult for Oscorp co-workers to forge any real-life aspirations outside of striving to match Paul's unattainable perfection. Paul spoke up. "Your other suspects?" Appreciating the move forward, Tori withdrew his notepad and placed it on Paul's desk, as physical contact with Paul Oz was strictly prohibited. "Maines, Farmer, Breyer, trusted assistants," Tori spouted as Paul skimmed along. "I'm sure you've others, Tad." "I have my theories. With whom are you working, apart from Chris Johnson and the rebuild?" "No one else. Just Chris's team. They aren't exactly the A team, but Chris isn't sold separately. We've kept it need to know." Tori considered for a second, then added, "I also mentioned it to Rosa Lejeune." "I'm aware of that," Paul said, displaying the tiniest, almost imperceptible hint of irritation, evidenced only in the speed of his response. Tori eagerly took note. He didn't have much on the ever-stoic Oz, but now, at the very least, Tori gathered the lovely Miss Lejeune might be a soft spot. He chided himself for assuming Rosa would keep her mouth shut. Paul probably managed to open many things Lejeune last night. Tori again dismissed the sour thought. "Where are you right now with this?" Paul asked. "Chris has an inn at Secure, but we're looking at an uphill battle gathering field intel on the more elite prospects. I also discovered a woman who recently died on an exocycle. She and the man who'd gone berserk on bot cops were both Pelheller patients. New York has less than 10 murders over the past 10 years and a swarm of fatal assaults in this 1 week. I'm betting there are more correlations to uncover." "So, you'll need Oscorp's clout and resources for your elite prospects," Paul deduced. Tori averted his gaze. "You've an interesting way of asking for my help, Torian." Now it was Tori who initiated the silence. He fidgeted with his glass, aching to indulge in more scotch, yet fearing another rough swallow. Other than Sherry, Dex, and myself, no one else on staff is to be involved unless I involve them. I'll provide you with whatever you need, but this is not an official Oscorp investigation and will not affect your other assignments. Clear, Tori affirmed. The slightest outside suspicion that Oscorp was probing the matter could destroy years of diplomatic relations. Tori only needed Sherry to facilitate a few meetings. He could handle the rest himself. Having Oscorp at his disposal would make things infinitely easier for Tori. Still, Paul's willingness to lend resources did not demonstrate proof of innocence. Chris, Paul asked. He's cross, but he's smart, fast enough to land a gig at secure. I'd put my word on the line for him. Then I'd like to meet with him. Right now. Paul plucked at his keyboard. Tori could only imagine Chris's horror upon receiving a meeting request from Oscorp. Perhaps I should inform him you'll be calling. No need, Paul dismissed. A moment later, Dex's face emerged at the top corner of the slim screen. Dex, proctor the direct immersion of Chris Johnson into this office. A private line, no logs. Push back my sit-down with the ambassador. Of course, Paul, Dex confirmed before disappearing. Paul looked back to Tori. While we wait, educate me on the matter of Patrice Fan. Sorry, I snapped, Bex. Uncool. Chris sat at his desk, keeping busy by dragging files from his wall screen to Aztec's directory. Both DZ and Becky sat at their workstations eating printed donuts. It's all good, Becky said. Just imagine you were talking dirty. The group let out a dry laugh. Guys, I gotta be honest, Chris started. This is bad. Real bad. I'm pretty fucked if Oscorp finds out Ross went dark, 'cause of me. I'll do my best to keep y'all out of the Klieg lights. Just keep your head down when shit hits the fan. I don't think so, Becky said alongside a nod from DZ. We're all in this together, DZ signed. We will always stand with you, Chris. Always. I'm in this too, Aztec added from the corner. I'll number crunch and smart search and data store until the cows come home, unless you program me otherwise. Means a lot, Chris said, though he would still never implicate them. He alone had been the architect. Like clockwork, a video call came into Chris's wall screen. Speaking of Oscorp, Aztec sang. Oh, crap, came from Becky. You need us to leave? Nah, stay, Chris breathed through a muted quaver. Group therapy. He opened the call. Oscorp's top bulldog, Sherry Wheeler, surfaced on the screen. That can't be good. Good morning, Mr. Chris Johnson. I'm Sherry Wheeler, calling from Oz Corporation. How are you today? She had a dimpled smile, spunky frizzes, and an affable voice. Definitely pure evil. Friend or foe? Chris asked. Well, I personally am certainly not your foe, Mr. Johnson. Uh-huh, Chris sighed, wishing they'd met in more auspicious circumstances. Any other day, he'd enjoy pretending he was worth flirting with her. Just tell me what your dark overlords want. Mr. Perry would like to meet with you in his office. Are you available for a quick direct merge? How could she ask me that so cheerfully, knowing I'm mersing to my doom? Chris thought. Chris, Aztec whispered, it's just a merce. That means they want to parlay. Chris found a modicum of comfort in this, although there have been cases of people trapping victims in direct merces and holding them hostage until their IRL bodies decayed. Jesus ass. Chris wanted to toss the terrier across the room. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. I'll need an immediate answer. Can I ask you something, Sherry? Shoot. Are you a bot? Sherry let out an open-mouthed laugh. That I am not. Just a regular, fleshy human. But thanks, I think. I ask because you're way too cheery for knowing I'm about to die. Sherry looked off screen and nodded to someone, then said, Chris, I'm not privy to why Mr. Perry would like to meet with you, but I do know it's urgent. Her smile gone. It will be a private, direct merc. I'll need your verbal consent before I can proceed. Sure. Fine. Like I have a choice, Chris muttered while grabbing at his vertebrae visor. This private direct immersion would certainly be untraceable, leaving no proof it was Oscorp who'd held Chris's avatar hostage until his IRL body decayed. He clicked the merc icon Sherry sent to his display, and he was off to see his old Fame Academy classmate. Chris felt the temple nodes gyrate as his muscles relaxed. A direct merc entailed the projection of a mercer's avatar hologram onto another location IRL. In most cases, the avatar could interact with AR skins but pass through most IRL objects within the bounds of the projection. Darkness around Chris materialized into a pristine office full of prestigious awards and high-class art. The plants, the fish, the light smell of rosemary. All flawless, but not near as impeccable as the chiseled, expertly dressed gentleman behind the desk. Paul had definitely grown up since his 2-year stint at the academy. He was buff. He looked like a guy to whom women would gladly toss their panties. To see him there, in his element, Chris couldn't help but respect what the once lanky, awkward kid had made of himself. There wasn't going to be a parlay. Paul Oz had already won. Good morning, Chris Johnson. Have a seat. Where's Ross? Chris thought, as he plopped onto the proffered AR chair. Already at the guillotine? Paul folded his hands on his desk and fully examined Chris. A sudden ocean of panic flustered Chris, being a defenseless hologram in sweatpants. Was he being sized up for slaughter? He waited. He fidgeted. The slight psychoanalytic scrutiny seemed to last entirely too long. Screw this, Chris thought, recalling why he reviled Paul Oz. Paul was just another arrogant high and mighty, like the Valentis. Chris was not going to succumb to this asshole. If he was going to go down, he would go down fighting. Paul finally broke with comfortable command. Tell me why I should trust you. Fuck you, Paul, Chris spat. He tended to react to visceral fear with headstrong antagonism, a trait he'd contracted from his father. Unfazed, Paul Oz filled a glass with a fancy scotch, took a slow introspective sip, then continued. Because Torian Ross put his word on the line for you, I'll offer you a second chance at that. Tell me why I should trust you. Chris didn't need anyone bestowing second chances onto him. He tried to relax and respect Ross's integrity, but Paul Oz's smugly perfect face kept him amped. People trust the good guy, Chris said, his words spoken more defensively than intended. I'm good to my people. I protect my people. Protect them? From what? From smug, rich assholes that take and make everyone else feel like garbage. And these smug, rich assholes you speak of, how is it they make your people feel inadequate? Chris could smell a trap but stepped in anyway. By treating them like they're part of some second-rate species that don't also have goals and aspirations. It's my job to give them a place. Let them know they're worth something and that they deserve respect. Chris stared directly into Paul's eyes now. He would not yield to Paul's staring contest. Paul let a lengthy silence swim by, then asked, I'm curious as to the nature of your animosity toward me, Chris Johnson. Without missing a beat, Chris said, 'Cause you're a textbook villain, obviously. At this, Paul let out a muted snort, and Chris found himself pleased to have gotten any kind of rise out of him. Anyone who thinks it's okay to own 40% of the global market share is a villain. Oh, and you're so loving and giving. Jesus incarnate. The second coming. It's all self-righteous bullshit. Yeah, I'll say it. You ain't fooling me. I know you. You know me? Bruh, you're a privileged, born into money, white, entitled brat who gets everything handed to him, like the rest of these 1% assholes have been since fame. Facts are facts. Paul took another sip at his scotch, interlacing his fingers. "I'd like to share a personal story with you, Chris," he said. "Back when I attended Ferguson in Maine, Ferguson noticed I'd been struggling socially and advised me that a particular student on campus took in outcasts and gave them a place. So, against my better nature, I approached this student and his people. Not only did he reject my appeal, he proceeded to address me with names like freak, psycho, asshole, up to about, say, 30 seconds ago. So, again, I'll ask you to elucidate this long-standing animosity." Chris took in the anecdote, his mouth slightly parted, for once at a loss for words. There was no denying Paul's account, but Chris's rejection of the weirdo Norman Bates-esque wallflower seemed so perfectly rational back then, until he heard it retold by this well-built celebrity zillionaire before him. "Jesus, Paul," Chris began deflated. "That was like a decade ago. Your life is boss now. Why are you still holding on to that?" "My precise question to you, Chris Johnson." That Paul Oz had even felt emotions at all was unreal to Chris, let alone the sting of rejection. Chris knew his errors, the false dichotomy. He'd rejected a freak from his band of rejected freaks. He was the asshole who'd made an outcast feel inadequate. So cliché, he thought. Underneath it all, he was just bitter that Paul had overcome the snickering torment of Chris's crew to become the most accomplished and envied man on the planet. No protection necessary. Paul waited patiently for a response, seeming to have absolutely nowhere else to be. "A bunch of rich kids screwed me over at Fame. You were an easy target to outlet," Chris started. Paul continued to wait, unmoved. "Look, Paul, what do you want? I'm not one of the good guys. That what you want to hear? I did and do bad shit and surround myself with people who aren't as privileged as me. I couldn't accept you because obviously you were better." Chris waved an arm, indicating the lavish office. Just then noticed he'd been shaking. "And that was self-righteous and shitty. There." They both allowed Chris's words to hang in the balance. Paul kept his eyes hard on Chris until Chris's gaze faltered. Paul leaned back in his chair. "Thank you for sharing that with me, Chris." Chris tensed. The matter-of-factness with which Paul spoke should have upset Chris. He wasn't the type to surrender, but just couldn't bring himself to reignite. "Now that we understand each other," Paul continued, "I can communicate with you effectively. I can trust you to investigate Dr. Ferguson's death on my terms." "I owe my life to Ferg," Chris said, nerves abating. "I'm down to do whatever it takes to bring Ferg justice." Again, Paul waited. "So, yes," Chris said. "Good. First things first. Clear your bit credit account, all 200,000 credits along with your hidden accounts holding roughly 400,000. You'll need to award these credits to Patrice Fan. You will also issue her a written apology for violating her privacy. If she still decides to press charges, you will serve out any subsequent sentence." "Jesus, Harold Christ," Chris exclaimed. "She's loaded. She doesn't need my credits." "This is correct, she does not. It will accompany her severance package." Chris flinched. Severance? Losing an Oscorp position was akin to flushing a winning lotto ticket down the drain. "Fine. I mean, it's only fair." Paul sat up straight and keyed a device on his desk. "Tori and Ross will reach out to you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, Chris Johnson." Chris felt his surroundings fade to black as he regained feeling in his limbs. He removed his VR headgear to find his roommates huddled around him. "Are you all right, Chris?" blurted Aztec. "Please tell us everything so I can begin to compile our defense." "Guys, Paul Oscar Ryland Perry is one intense fucking dude," Chris said thoughtfully. "What happened?" Becky asked. Chris let out a low sigh. We're in. Chapter 12. Elevation. Thursday, November 14th, 186 PCE. As we nurture, so we are destroyed. Diary of the Mad Glee. It was her first time in an android church, the Re-Church, where bots came to pray and recharge. Was your average common-era chapel, save for the charger-fitted pews. After her moving experience by the religion bookcase, Rosa longed to attend church while avoiding human contact, hence the Re-Church. With Johnny Angelo on the prowl, it was best to remain in public anyway. Among a handful of androids, Rosa listened as a pastor-bot prayed for anything tagged #PrayFor in the chatverse. A harsh flu breakout, causing high fever and spouts of delirium, was trending, so the pastor prayed for humanity not to have another great pandemic. Though she again felt hissing spectral whispers refract among the church walls, Rosa felt safe amid the bot congregation. Since her Oscorp performance, Rosa's name had been popping up throughout the chatverse. She'd soon need an agent app to sift through it all. For now, she muted all forms of included notifications, not yet ready to face the public. Ferguson had specifically instructed her to contact Paul if she ever needed someone, and for a brief moment, she thought she'd found that someone. Oscorp did not contact Rosa about sponsorship. She spent the better part of Wednesday coaching herself against texting Dex, a barrage of maudlin messages. She'd eventually settled on a hi emoji to both Dex and Torian Ross, to which neither responded. To allay her restlessness, Rosa had busied herself with fastening Lady Maine's jewel into a necklace. She'd also taken to deciphering the blank pages of the Diary of the Mad Glee, attempting to read it under all manners of lighting, to no avail. It wasn't Oscorp's apparent disinterest in sponsorship that stung. It was how their perfectly upstanding demeanor was so easily shattered by her audacity to defend her womanhood. Not used to not getting what you want? The phrase rang mercilessly in her head, sparking recurrent fits of anxiety. She'd hurt him. But did he not deserve it? No, she thought, he didn't. She had no business penetrating into his deepest, darkest emotions without his consent. Plagued by the memory of his whispers against her neck, Rosa couldn't shake his perfectly obsidian eyes and boyish dimples from her mind. What was he? His electrically charged skin, his ability to raise an empathic wall, his seething ball of dark rage. So many questions to which she would now never receive answers. She'd been put out of his mind, and she would have to accept that. Lejeune, came a harsh whisper to her right. Rosa clutched the necklace she'd fashioned with Lady Maine's charm and turned to find a tall, shapely, dark-skinned woman. The woman, wearing scrubs over tight jeans, hadn't been present a moment ago. Even in the dim church lighting, Rosa detected the woman's slight translucence, a direct merce. Friend? Foe? Rosa asked. Friend. Aaliyah Davis, forensic pathologist contracted by Torian Ross. Okay, Rosa replied, curbing her excitement at the mention of an Oscorp employee. This stays low-key. My team's trucking out to the Bay Ridge morgue to get acquainted with Loretta James. Loretta James? The old woman who cashed in at the cycling dorm? We're doing an autopsy. Huh? Wait, you're stealing the body? No time for legit protocol. Can't go far with a corpse without triggering surveillance, so we'll need a controlled location. Seems you're staying at a hotel near the morgue and... Whoa! You want to use my place? A bot in the pew ahead turned to shush her. Aaliyah slid to the empty side of the pew. Rosa followed. Need to confirm ASAP, Lejeune. Are you serious? Is she serious? Rosa whispered to the room. She pictured the old woman's carcass rotting on her kitchen table. "I wasn't planning on entertaining guests," Rosa said. "You mean yes?" "I mean I watched her die. That does something to your gut flora." "This may take days, Lejeune. Jump on, be sure." Rosa didn't appreciate being rushed with something so invasive and frankly ludicrous. There would be strangers in her private space carving up cadavers, and she would be responsible for any damages, stains, hauntings. "Is this through Oscorp?" Rosa asked. "Ross says he's acting independently." "So it's not through Oscorp," Rosa concluded, demure. Aaliyah shook her head impatiently. "Look, Paul Oz is obviously involved. He's involved in everything. If he wasn't, I wouldn't be entertaining the risk." Rosa took a sharp breath at the mention of his name and scolded herself for being so doty over him. She suppressed the thought of Paul alone with this bright, elegant woman who probably already knew vacuums were actually full of quantum fields. Rosa looked down to her vibrating wristband. Aaliyah had forwarded a non-disclosure agreement. Rosa sucked in a deep breath. "Here goes nothing." "Okay then," Rosa said. "Yes." "Sheesh," Aaliyah sighed. "Groupies." Aaliyah's avatar vanished before Rosa could object. Rosa bustled through the lobby of the Bay Ridge hotel she'd been calling home, determined to spruce up her suite before her guests arrived. One of them was a dead body, but she'd be damned if she was going to be judged on her pre-autopsy cleanliness. As she tapped the button for the elevator, she again felt an eerie wisp buzz past her ears. She looked over her shoulder to find nothing out of the ordinary. "I'm frickin' losing it," she thought as she stepped into the elevator. Rosa, very pointedly, did not look up as a fellow patron entered alongside her. Ugh, other life forms. She began to scroll through the chatverse on her wristband looking for #Oscorp tags. But as the elevator doors slid shut, an onslaught of dread poured over her like a thick, bleak storm. No sooner did she hear a word that stopped her cold heart. "Cariño." The word sailed through the enclosed space, soft and assured. Rosa sucked in, hoping against hope that it was someone else, anyone else, as she hadn't sensed his customary energies. But it was him. Rosa looked up to find Johnny Angelo grinning back at her from the other end of the elevator. "So, where were we?" His cobalt eyes staring deep into her being as his natural eyes scaled her body. "Oh, right. I was talking about the main event, and you were busy not listening." He turned to approach her. "You never listen." Rosa tried for a retort as she stepped back, but her shoulders slammed against the wall behind her, snatching her breath. "Love that little number you wore at Oscorp," Johnny sighed. "Fit you right in all the right places." Rosa simply needed to reach her arm just past arm's length so she could run her fingers down all the buttons and escape on the nearest floor. But paralysis took hold, followed by dense waves of debilitating tremors. It was claustrophobia, the four walls sliding in, closer, closer, closer. "Think you're better than me, you dirty little Oscorp slut." Johnny's words came sharp, filling the chamber with a mix of bitterness and alabaster spring cologne. Rosa did not respond. She couldn't. She could hardly breathe. Johnny pounded hard at the door. "Think you can dump me without my required fuck? Answer me." The entire chamber bounced and came to a jagged, flickering halt. The walls slid in closer, closer. Johnny stepped up to Rosa, inches from her face. She tried to wrench her buckled legs, jerk her stiff arms, but the panic attack was in full swing now. Johnny placed a hand at her neck, and with his touch came a rush of that ethereal hissing. Came the syrupy whisper, whirling through every crevice of her bones. Was this it? Was she gonna die here? drowning in a thick pool of Johnny Angelo's vindication, squished into a paste by these encroaching walls. Johnny leaned in close to Rosa's ear, just as Paul had done, and breathed the word, "Please." But it wasn't his voice. It was Paul's voice. That did it. A hot fuse sparked through Rosa. She lifted her hands to her ears, shut her eyes tight, and let out a gut-wrenching scream so intense she lost her voice by the end of it. The spell now broken, Rosa opened her eyes, prepping herself for a righteous sprint past her hulking ex. But there was no hulking ex. Johnny Angelo was not there in front of her. His alabaster scent gone as well. In fact, the elevator walls were as normally spaced as they'd been when she entered. Rosa's jaw dropped, her shivers still violent as ever. "You okay, lady?" asked an unassuming teenager in the far corner. "You just started freaking out over there." As he spoke, Rosa noticed a whiff of ozone. The elevator chimed. The doors opened, and Rosa shuffled out, confused. What the hell is happening, she thought. She whirled around in an adrenaline-fueled paranoia, and when she noticed the teenager stepping out and headed toward her, she bolted. She headed for the nearest fire exit and proceeded to run down the staircase from what was apparently the 7th floor. She skipped steps and flew around the banister curves, determined to escape the choking walls of the hotel. She sped ahead with such fervent aggression, she hardly noticed herself crash headfirst into a woman carrying a pot of soup up the stairs. The woman screamed in agony as Rosa flew by. "Holy crap, this is boiling hot! Are you not in pain?" "Get outside, get outside." All Rosa could hear was, "Get outside." When she finally made it to the lobby, she rushed through the front entrance. Aaliyah and a small crew stood at the bottom of the front steps, fumbling with what was obviously a body bag. She looked up at Rosa, genuinely perplexed. "Whoa, Lejeune, the hell happened to you?" Rosa wiped the sweat and tears from her brow, peering down at her clothes. She stood head to toe bedecked in steamed spinach and chunky meat broth. "Soup," Rosa managed to say through short gasps. "Here, come hang in the van." Rosa allowed Aaliyah to usher her down the block to a parked blue Sky van and settle her in. "Need anything?" "Medication," Rosa said. "I need my medication." "Ah," Aaliyah smiled. "Us groupies, always a little nutty." Rosa raised an eyebrow. "Relax. I'll have someone grab your prescription." Her nerves still shot. Rosa leaned back in her seat and checked the Enforce app for Johnny Angelo's location pin. He was at the main academy in New Jersey and had been there all morning. Chapter 13. Take the Lead. Thursday, November 14th, 186 PCE. An Oscorp Skycar hovered along the ad-lined airways of Forest Hills, Queens, approaching the massive Pharma Farm National Headquarters. Dex had swiftly contrived an official Oscorp walkthrough for Torian Ross. As soon as he touched down in his signature suit jacket, jeans, and glass, a uniformed woman greeted him and his associates. She escorted them to a padlocked door, where she performed all manner of security protocol to let them in. Once inside, 2 suits led them to the lobby, where an endless line of prospective visitors extended along the wall. Thankfully, the security staff allowed the Oscorp party to forego any bioscans, as Tori's vast array of internal gadgetry would certainly set off a symphony of alarms. Tori's personal tour guide, a pale female bow tie, eagerly approached them. "Not a bad rack for a mousy," Chris intoned from a bud in Tori's ear. The hacker had piped in remotely, linking his workstation to Tori's glass for schematics and security tracking, and to apparently eye-bang Pharma Farm employees. Tori had already decided he'd mute Chris if the backseat chatter began to interfere. On the ground floor, the guide pointed out the genetic sequencing arm, where researchers streamlined personalized medicines based on individual genotypes. They next visited the nanotechnology department and the stem cell halls. The staff heads at each tour stop gave Tori their full attention. Such hospitality would be true of any company fortunate enough to receive an Oscorp visit. By the time they'd gotten to the third floor, Tori had witnessed some mind-blowing innovations, all while listening to Chris recite the heinous hacks he'd committed for each division head. As the tour group left the printed cures arm, Chris said, "Shark attack, 9 o'clock. The glass confirmed his identity before Tori recognized him. CEO Leyland Shark. A slick, gray beard with dark hair and a black overcoat hurried into a distant elevator tube. Tori immediately requested the tour guide arrange a sit-down with Shark. After a quick voice call on her wristband, the guide said, "Leyland Shark will not be available for the rest of the week, but if you'd like, Ted Husk may be free after the tour." "She's bluffing," Chris snorted, but her vitals revealed the contrary. Tori knew it wouldn't do to make a pompous fuss during an otherwise discreet visit. Opting for risk aversion, Tori settled for Husk, the press secretary for PharmaFarm and vocal Confederacy rebirth advocate. "I'd prefer to meet with Husk straight away," Tori said with assumed authority. Frazzled, the guide poked at her wrist again. After another brief voice call, she said, "Could you settle for a video chat in an hour?" "Oscorp will feel more welcome promptly sitting with Husk face to face." "Of course," the guide said. "Yeah, you tell him," Chris cheered. After another quick included swipe, the guide led them to an elevator tube and pressed for the 14th floor. As the guide babbled about pharma breakthroughs, Tori felt a buzz at his wrist. He peeked to find a hi emoji from Rosa Lejeune. Unencrypted messages could be tracked by the simplest of software. She knew that. She either had new intel or decided she wanted a higher degree of involvement. Either way, he'd deal with it later. It was Ted Husk time. Tori's associates remained in the hall as an aide led him into Husk's office. It was rather austere. Aside from a desk, chair, and large bay window leading to a patio, the office only featured 3 file cabinets, one by the door, one behind his desk, and one by a printed plant in the corner. A Smartifish dispenser and a rubbish bin full of printed cups stood beside a sealed door leading to either a restroom or a closet. Tori's glass flooded with updates, reporting that Husk had been in that smaller room for almost an hour prior to the current meet. "Well, if it ain't Torian Ross in the flesh," said the big 40-something man from behind the desk. He wore a brown leather jacket and matching Stetson. The echo of his affected drawl bounced against the empty walls as he rose to offer a firm, old-fashioned handshake. "So, what can I do you for?" he asked, gesturing toward a chair. "Can I print your drink?" "Quite all right, Mr. Husk. Not planning to impose for long." Husk nodded with an attentive smile, the kind of big smile required of an international brand ambassador. They sat. "I have a private matter to discuss unaffiliated with this Oscorp visit." "Go on." "I'm sure you're aware of Dr. Ferguson's passing." "Who ain't?" Husk's voice grew low, his vitals painting him wary. "I notice Pharma has yet to issue an official statement. I recognize you had your differences, but Pharma and Ferguson once had a pretty tight relationship, no? You can understand my curiosity regarding your public diplomacy." "Mr. Ross, the good folks here at PharmaFarm have nothing but the utmost respect for Dr. Ferguson. As soon as a statement is drafted, you and the rest of the nation will be hearing from us." "Right." Tori scratched at his chin. "My concern is it's been a full week since Ferguson's passing. The optics don't look good." "Well, listen, sometimes things take a little longer around here than expected. What with all the press and attention, y'all know something about that over at Old Losses, right?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Husk, I can't say that we do. Things get done on time at Oscorp." Husk's good-natured countenance vanished. "Those opting to make statements made them," Tori said. "Those opting to pointedly remain silent made their points." And what point you reckon that is exactly? Well, it'll be hard to tell now that Ferguson's been removed from the equation. Mr. Ross, I'm not entirely sure what you're suggesting, Husk said in a threatening whisper, but I am sorry. I do have a client I should be attending to now. Really? Tori asked. He doesn't. I'm in his calendar, Chris chirped. Husk brought back a bright smile. I wanted to squeeze you in for a second, Ross, make Ozzy happy, but you can see how things get round here. Tori rose to his feet without argument. Well, I'll let you get back to it then, Tori said, offering Husk another firm handshake. We're all good? All good, both Husk and Chris managed to say simultaneously. Hey, next time y'all come round, Husk called to Tori's back as he walked out, bring old Ozzy. I hear he's a riot. A row of large, glitzy silver doors lined the dim pink hallway of the Manhattan Chat TV Broadcast Center. Chris and Becky sat on a bench at the end of the hall watching as crew members and botographers bustled about. Sherry had worked her magic to get Becky's name drawn, ostensibly at random, for the Meet Briar pick of the week. As expected, Becky was a nervous wreck, but Chris himself could hardly keep from jittering over the morning's successful infiltration of the oh-so-distinguished Pharma Farm. This was no game, and the hefty Oscorp NDAs they'd poured over that morning only amplified the fearful excitement. A maintenance bot came to escort the two to Michelle Breyer's dressing room. They followed the android past an open filming area swarming with drone cams, roving screens, stunt bots, and holographic controllers. Here we are, said the android as they came to another silver door, this one with a crystal-studded Michelle Breyer sprawled across the top. The bot knocked lightly. Miss Breyer, your weekly fan's here for the photo. Bex, you're literally shaking, Chris whispered, as bustles sounded from behind the dressing room door. I just can't believe I'm about to meet Michelle freaking Breyer, she wailed. The door slid open, and Becky jumped as a makeup bot squeezed out, holding a cup of brushes. But before the door slid shut, a tall, striking woman stepped out with long, wavy black hair, a perfectly sculpted face, and plump red lips. She wore long satin finger gloves, ridiculous heels, and a black dress so tight-fitting, Chris prayed her colossal breasts would flop out at a moment's notice. Michelle Breyer, the fashion kitsch of Chat TV, hosted a gossip column that soared in popularity once she scored her Oscorp sponsorship and consequent celebrity status. She looked down at her guests. Which ones, Rebecca? Michelle's voice sailed over to them, maintaining that high, prissy air the Chatverse had grown to both love and hate. Becky remained shook as a statue, lips a putter. I don't have all day, ladies. She is. Chris nudged at Becky. Michelle prepared to head for the Meta TV backdrop, but took a double take toward Chris. I know you, she said. Chris's heart lurched, and not simply because the top of her dress faltered at her sudden movement. Could she have remembered him from fame? She'd hardly been there for a year. Okay, let's hurry up and take this photo, people. Chris stayed behind and watched as Michelle placed an arm over Becky's shoulder and posed for the cam. Becky, proverbially soiling herself, looked like such a herb beside the life-size Barbie doll. After Michelle commandeered the camera to approve and yassify certain snapshots, she and Becky returned to Chris. Okay, come on in, ladies, she offered in a far less presumptuous tone. Her dressing room was all decorative mirrors and velvet couches. She gestured for her guests to sit and pulled up an ottoman for herself. Chris steeled himself not to gawk at her fishnet thighs as she crossed her legs. So I'm your biggest fan ever in the entire world, Becky blurted clumsily. Okay, she goes. You stay, Michelle demanded snootily to Chris while applying a second coat of lip gloss. She stays, Chris said as Aztec snuck out of Becky's tote bag and onto Chris's lap. So commanding, I like, Michelle crooned. Do you remember me, Chris? She leaned forward, placing a fist under her chin. Chris winced at her mention of his name. Well, you were in Lady Maine's etiquette class same time as me, back when you were Mitchell, and she was Madam Ferguson. That's all public record. He doesn't remember. Michelle pouted. I had the hugest crush on you, and that beard. You always had me dying. You were such a smartass to Madam Ferguson. I was, wasn't I? And you were so sweet. Me? Sweet? Chris snorted. Now you're the one not remembering right. Guess I need refreshing on how sweet you really are then. How about you give us a taste? She flashed a pearly smile. No thanks, The words fell out more aggressively than Chris intended. Michelle glared and sat upright and stared him square in the face. You're seriously hot, Chris stumbled on, and obviously super smart. I'm just not. He wised up and stopped himself. Aw, you're ignorant and still learning. I love that for you, Michelle simpered, her smile fading. My bad, Chris resigned. Uncool, I know. Meh, she shrugged, flipping a stray curl from her cheek. The age-old cis-het bluster, as if underneath these bags of meat were any different. I'm over it, though. Chris conceded. I'm sure you get a lot of bullshit. Oh, please, it's as old as any ism. Michelle switched the cross of her legs, and again both Chris and Becky fought respective gasps. Here's a fun one I get a lot. Some goofies believe I receded intellectually post-operation on a phrenological level, like transitioning from male to female makes you lose brain mass because women are simply dumber than men. Like that makes any post-hoc sense. So I've been compiling a white paper on gender identification and perceived intellect. Don't you already have an honorary doctorate? Chris recalled from his reconnaissance. From Fame Academy. Michelle nodded. So, you're doing a post-doc? I'm doing a post-hoc ergo propter hoc post-op postdoc, she snipped. Aztec howled in amusement. Oh my God, I absolutely own this dog now. Michelle opened her arms, allowing Aztec to jump gleefully onto her lap. Can I keep him? Can I? She begged as she scooped him up. Well, he's got a chip in him. I use him for unorthodox cybersecurity work. You mean hacking? Tomato. More like tomato to bullshit. She puckered her lips and crooned to Aztec as one would a newborn. Right? Isn't it more like tomato to bullshit, little guy? He exploiting you for illegal passwords, little guy? It's either him or a bunch of chimpanzees with typewriters, Chris interjected. Ugh, Michelle rolled her eyes. Even though I hate you, you're still so funny. Chris beamed. If Michelle hadn't been superbly out of his league and Becky hadn't been so obsessed, Chris would consider asking her out, assuming she wasn't a murderer. He hadn't had an enjoyable conversation with a woman in eons, and she was that, a woman. Why are you really here, Chris? Oz's people set this up, so obviously it wasn't just to accompany Silent Bob over here. You're right, Chris said. I'm here to talk about Ferg. Michelle bent her chin to her chest, loosening her grip on Aztec. I know you and Ferg had differences back when you were doing press work for him. Told the chatverse he was transphobic. Now that he's passed, I'm just tying up loose ends. You think I had something to do with his death? Is that why you're here? She thought for a second, then shot to her feet, freeing Aztec. I mean, he was your boss. Then you randomly turn around and call for his head on a spike. Now he's dead. Chris was impressed with how well he held his composure. So you seriously come into my private dressing room, she said with growing irritation. Utter my dead name, accuse me of what, murder? Michelle flitted her eyes toward the door. And I'm supposed to let you keep breathing my air? Hey now, Chris said with a placating palm. No accusations, no bad juju. We're just talking. Chris considered for a beat. And the dead name won't happen again. Michelle tilted her head in thought, then asked, Oz sent you, huh? She returned to her ottoman and let out a long sigh. Look, he had Pellheller build me a bot double to help with video ads while I toured. Ferg caught me misbehaving with it en flagrante. I mean, come on. You said yourself I'm smoking hot. Even I can't resist myself. Michelle Breyer doppelbang? Would you not pay to see that? Anyway, I couldn't live it down, so I quit and played an ism card. Sue me. That's the full tea. I had nothing to do with his death. Period. Okay, Chris said. He noticed Michelle's emotions began to flare up again. Look, I'm just trying to find anything on who or what took out my guy, you know? I know, she said, her tone thoughtful. Ferg was like a really good guy, Chris. I was privileged to know such a legend IRL, and I seriously regret not fixing things before he passed away. Let me know how I can help. Well, first off, no one can know I'm snooping around. Second, point me somewhere to snoop that I haven't already been. Well, I'm sure you're already up in the main camp, she thought aloud. How about the creepy guy, Whitaker? Pebble Whitaker? He stayed Ferg's friend despite hitting up the rival SOI, Pioneer School of Innovation. By the time Ferg hired me for press, they were fighting constantly. Right, Chris realized. They were old research buddies, but the Sci School's no rival. It's more for freaky Tesla types. My friend DZ applied there for his trippy 4D paintings. Michelle laughed. Whitaker's obsessed with weird. Cringe weird, though, like the weird secret goulash Ferg was cooking up. Notice anything screwy between them while you were there? Girl, please, Michelle sang. Screwy all the way through. Whitaker originally wanted Ferg's help with uploading human consciousness into bots, but eventually the two fell out over Ferg's secrets. They went through a dude divorce after that. Stopped communicating. Definitely could have been jealousy there. Well, that and Whitaker seems like the type to just pick up a machete and go to bat on a small town for no reason, Chris added. They both nodded. A knock came at the door, warning Michelle she was due on set in 60 seconds. Michelle drew out a drawer from under her ottoman and pulled out a foot-long black box. A gift, she said, handing the box to Becky. Okay, as you know, I starred in award-winning space porn. Yes, award-winning. So I'm starting a new line of these. She pointed to the box, expecting Becky to open it, but Becky remained petrified. Ugh, well, it's a motorized back massager that emits a red space beam when prompted. Oh, said Chris. A vibrator laser. Pretty sweet. We're going to call them Blazers. That's an autographed pre-release. Thank you, Becky managed to say through tearing eyes. You're welcome. Enjoy it, Rebecca. Later that night, Tori rounded up Chris and his cohorts for an emergency MRS. And though Tori insisted she enjoy her evening off, Sherry Wheeler volunteered her presence as well. Everyone was to MRS in and scavenge the precise 3D virtual mock-up of Ted Husk's office that Chris had taken with the Hampshire presence capture camera he'd linked to Tori's glass. Ted Husk was obviously hiding something, so a direct mock-up of his office was a good first place to go fishing. Chapter 14, Farmer's Market. Thursday, November 14th, 186 PCE. While DZ and Becky took to the file cabinets, Ross and Sherry Wheeler rummaged through the desk drawers of the dim office mock-up. Too exhausted to deliver his A-game, Chris retreated to silently rifling alongside DZ. Chris marveled at the powers of the intermersive presence capture. The capture didn't allow for opening the patio door, but it did capture the entire room with micrometer accuracy, even capturing the differentiations of ink on a page buried in a filing cabinet. The office doors could slide open to reveal the adjacent hall, but the capture blurred anything further. While Chris hadn't noticed a baseball bat by the doorway earlier, the presence capture did. The capture did not, however, pick up the organic forms such as Ted Husk's being, and though thoroughly secure, Chris still felt an eerie sense that they were being monitored. Ross, who'd busied himself with decoding the calligraphy of a worn notepad, tasked Chris to go investigate the lock screen area, as someone appeared to be having trouble MRSing in. Ross had given the capture's entry code to Paul Oz, so Chris figured it was another Oscorp nobleman. He tapped at his wrist and exited into the capture's lock screen region, an electric blue VR vastness featuring only a two-dimensional number pad that seemed to always face its observer. Once established in the unwieldy realm, Chris looked up and stopped short as his eyes settled on the avatar of his old acquaintance, his ride or die. Wearing a jasmine-colored charm over an outdoorsy tank, Rosa was still a vision. The toffee skin, the long legs, but her eyes were less defined, puffy from recent tears. He wanted to feel for her, to have missed her, but a bitter rush of resentment came first. "Fancy meeting you here," he spat, his voice echoless in the lock screen chamber. "Let's not, Chris." "Oh, no, of course not." "Look, St. Peter, if you're gonna gatekeep, I'll just merce back out." She tugged at her included. "So you gave Paul what he needed, and he gave you an Oscorp sponsorship?" He waited for a response, received none. "Which dropped first, his dime or your skirt? Hell, did he even ask, or was he your first stop after getting kicked out of the escort industry?" Rosa winced. "I'll carve off some flesh. That what you want? You know what? Even though I was a whole giving tree to you, I never asked for anything from you, but with the way you toss yourself around, I really, seriously should have." Rosa let the statement hang. She took a breath and asked, "Friend or foe?" Chris finally let his shoulders relax. He could see she'd been through a lot and didn't need his approval of her life choices piled on top. "It's good to see you, Ro. Good to see you too, Shorts. I actually just go by asshole now. Finally took the plunge." Shitty pun. Chris began punching in the code to the office capture. "Hey, listen, next time you want to piss off for 5 years without saying bye, do me a favor. Send a text." Before Rosa could protest, their surroundings metamorphosed into Husk's office. "Ladies, gentlemen, TGNC, and whatever Tory is, I present Miss Rosa Lejeune," Chris announced. Rosa looked around, surprised at the array of characters before her. Sherry Wheeler sounded off a warm welcome, her frizzy halo bobbing at her cheeks. DZ greeted Rosa with a long wave while Becky simply stared. Rosa had once been part of their crew, but had left the circle when Ferg took an interest in her. "Hi," Rosa said, managing to avoid all eye contact. She'd once been an uplifting spirit, a force of positive energy, but Johnny Angelo had torn it all out of her. Chris regretted greeting her with such harsh rebuke and handed her a few folders to sift through. "Lejeune, news," hailed Ross, now squatting over sheets of crumpled paper on the floor. Rosa rummaged through her included to enable her speech to caption before she spoke. "The news is there are 2 women having tea in my kitchen. One's carving up the other." "Brilliant," Ross said. "What's the latest?" "Before I left, Aaliyah mentioned something going haywire in Loretta James's brain, so they'll be doing some neuroimaging." "In her brain?" Chris asked, recalling the recent bizarre flu outbreak. Those infected complained of massive headaches. "They kept saying, she's filled with it, Rosa continued. "I wanted to stick around and ask what it was, but the smell. So, hey, Ross," Wheeler called, now seated behind the large desk. "Any reason why Husk's got 2 vertebrains in a bottom drawer?" Chris caught an eye roll from Rosa at Wheeler's interjection before she stowed away silently in an empty corner. Ross shuffled over to appraise the visors. He'd need 2 headsets for hosting IRL collusion sessions post-Muzz, Ross inferred. Husk values the privacy offered IRL, the lack of cyber trails evident in its paper filing system. He positioned 2 pieces of scrap paper onto the desk before Sherry shined a penlight and said, "Case in point." Sherry squinted to read the first sheet aloud. Something, stop at nothing to something age-defying sap. Don't know why he won't hand it. I think it says over? Everyone stopped shuffling to listen. Ross shined a penlight over the second sheet. "You like that, you'll love this." Sherry struggled through the second sheet's scribbles. Have husks turn BV on Ferg like M&Ms? M&Ms, Titan lady, Ross concluded. BV, Bianca Valenti. Chris stiffened, breathing through the mention of the Valentis. Even the smell of Husk's jacket was sniveling. Ross spat, his English lilt coming to the forefront. After Farmer denigrates Ferguson in the verse to no avail, they strategize to stick the Valenti empire on him, all for this age-defying sap. Ferguson and Lady Mayne have always looked very young, Sherry remarked. They said Lady is 80, but she looks well under 40. I'm fairly certain she's actually 120. The Valentis stay young-looking as well, Ross added, and with Bianca and Lady trapped in a forever war veiled in endless treaties and trade secret exchanges, having them unite against Ferguson only allows for one outcome. A lab accident, Sherry hummed, re-evaluating the scraps. This won't open, Becky informed, rattling the lever handle of the closet. The capsule won't allow for opening the closet door to a separate vicinity, Chris said. Must be a newly added bathroom or something, 'cause it's not in the schematics. Ross puzzled, examining the door. An old-fashioned key lock is overkill for a personal restroom, and underkill for a private safe. There's nothing precious behind that door, but certainly something worth keeping from enforced scans. Rosa crawled over to Chris, handing him a folder and whispered, "Check this out." Chris turned to her, and on a stray impulse trailed his eyes down her smooth legs. She shoved the folder at his chest and frowned so hard he could hear it. The folder's handwritten label, which read, "On Leyland," instantly piqued his interest. The document was the printout of a U-Space page that must have been a century old. Got some real crazy shite here, folks," Chris said. He headed over to the desk and planted the printout under Ross's penlight. Both Ross and Wheeler stared at the sheet wide-eyed. On the page sat a profile thumbnail of a young man, definitely Farmer Farm CEO Leyland Shark. But beneath his picture read the words, Leyland Ferguson, deceased. "So, Leyland is Dr. Ferguson's son," Wheeler stated for the record. "I spent a summer working a project under his supervision and marveled at his intellect. I see now where he got it." U-Space folded decades ago, Becky chimed as she hunched toward the desk. "It explains the lifelong personal vendetta against Farmer and Ferguson," Ross noted. "Why delete his past self?" Rosa puzzled, disinterested in taking credit for the find. Perhaps that past version of himself was getting old, losing clout, tired of living in Daddy's shadow, Ross said with a finger tracing down the page. Everyone felt entitled to Ferguson's secrets, the secret of a longevity cure, and this man, his son, was willing to stop at nothing to get it. Wheeler placed a finger on the printout as well. "I've worked with Leyland. I don't see him murdering his own father." "People are fucked up," Chris blurted, reacting to the proximity of Ross and Wheeler. "Okay," Ross straightened up. "Regroup. The Valentis have their tentacles in everything, but are so private we have no way in. The Maynes have close ties with them and are more accessible." Ross turned toward Rosa. "Lady Mayne hasn't consorted with Oscorp since we rejected her partnership offer," Wheeler offered. "We'll have to tread carefully with the Maynes," and Ross stopped for a moment and seemed to listen for something. He tapped at his wrist, quickly sifted through a control panel of icons, then continued. "Chris Johnson, I'm sending you back to Farmer. You've got the schematics. This VR evidence is no good to us. We need hard copies." "You want me to break into Farmer Farm, walk up to Ted Husk's office, and dig through his unmentionables? Get yourself in and out undetected. You've got his calendar and office layout." "On it," Chris saluted. The proposal was hands down impossible, but if Ross trusted Chris could do it, so much so that it was a simple command, then Chris had no excuse not to trust in himself. "We've also got to chase the Pebble Whitaker lead," Ross said. "Wouldn't put murder past someone Planet Magazine described as a certifiable head case. Problem is, Whitaker doesn't talk to strangers. Not sure how we'll get close to him." "Everything's political with Whitaker," said Wheeler. "If we can devise a reason for Oscorp to meet with Psi Institute, I can get you a sit-down. Paul hasn't spoken to Whitaker since leaving Fame, specifically to respect Ferguson's advice on keeping a healthy distance." A beep sounded from DZ's wrist to get everyone's attention. "I recently applied," he signed. All eyes flew to the letters dangling before him. "I recently applied to Whitaker's Pioneer School of Innovation Arts program. I aced the application, but still got a rejection letter." "Sci's a tough school to get into," Ross assured. "Bro, you haven't seen this kid paint," Chris said. "It's some 4D high-precision augmented reality meets physical color shit. He didn't get rejected because it's a tough school. It's all about connections with these hoity-toities." "My family has no name," DZ added. "Perfect then," Wheeler said. "People love diamond in the rough stories. Get me your transcripts and portfolio. I'll set up an Oscorp sponsorship and get Ross a sit-down as soon as tomorrow if Whitaker's free." "Would," DZ hesitated, the folder shoved under his elbow revealing a quiver. "Would Paul really sponsor me?" Chris understood DZ's trepidation. He, too, had been among those who'd rejected Paul back at the academy. "Upon my advisement, yes," Wheeler said. While no trace of braggadocio touched her words, Chris saw it in her eyes. Ross and Wheeler were intimidating paragons of Oscorp excellence, and Chris was proud of his quiet friend for speaking up to them. Though just a tiny chess move in this hefty game, DZ would get into one of the best schools in the nation and sponsored by the top firm in the world. Rosa sat up abruptly. "Congratulations on your Oscorp sponsorship, DZ." Her words came sharp and awkward and just a bit too forced. Everyone looked to her. Chris wasn't sure if others could tell, but he knew what it looked like when she was wholly embarrassed. She slinked back to her corner. "Paul Oscar may have to be involved in this play," Wheeler said to Ross. "Whitaker may require his presence." "Right," Ross agreed. He paused for a moment, again listening for a distant sound. Was an outsider tampering with the Merce? Ross went on. "I'll need someone to hit the streets, go into the cycling towns, and scope out the seats. I want more on this brain flu outbreak and how it relates back to Rosa's house guest. According to my intel, the cases are centered around these areas. Only someone accepted by ascetic communities can speak with them," Wheeler followed up. "Me and these can talk to the ascetes," Becky said. The difference in confidence level between Chris's gang and the Oscorp monoliths was painful. "Yeah, my mom's house isn't in a ascete town," DZ added. "I'm still kind of accepted there. I can ask around about the..." Suddenly there was a strange visual shift within the capture, a ripple in the field, as if someone had thrown a rock into a sea of the Merce's particles. Everyone stiffened. Ross prepared to speak, but the ripple recurred, this time lingering a bit longer. Chris looked at his hands as the wave passed through and watched his fingers flail side to side like cilia. Chris knew this low-level hack. It was a hard Merce rip, most likely set by a malicious spider. Errors buzzed throughout the ceiling. "All right, people," Ross announced. "Time to shut it down. Sherry Wheeler will set up the sponsorship. If all goes well, I'll be off to Whitaker's. Chris Johnson, make plans to visit Farmer. Najun, you've got the autopsy at your place. DZ and Becky, you're hitting the streets. Everyone clear?" Everyone nodded. "Okay. Merce out." Rosa sat knees to chest on an old couch in the back room of Sandy's coffee shop in Metalife, not particularly anxious to return to her coroner suite IRL. As she awaited Chris's immersion, Rosa opted against reliving the elevator episode and instead introspected on her once formidable friendship with Chris. They'd known each other since childhood, having both grown up in the same South Bronx ascetic town. When Mom blamed her for Dad's abandonment, Rosa took to spending most of her childhood at Chris's. Rosa eventually returned the favor by recommending him to Ferguson for admittance to fame. She'd also advised Ferg against Chris's expulsion following the Devia incident. The pair grew infamous for their legendary banter and their proclivity to championing underdogs. But eventually, inevitably, Chris professed love. Rosa awkwardly declined, and her later involvement with resident jock Johnny Angelo introduced an unforgivable wedge between them. "You awake?" Chris said, 2 coffee cups in hand. He offered her a cup and plopped down, allowing a comfortable distance between their avatars. "Careful, it's hot." "I thought you might not show," she said as she straightened up. "You're the one who left, Ro." "Let's not talk about that yet." Rosa removed the coffee cup's lid and gulped down the piping hot brew in 2 swigs. Mercies allowed for the perception of all senses, yet though her tongue felt the heat, her brain receptors didn't register pain. Chris curled a brow at her. "Maybe try enjoying it," he said. "It's just ones and zeros. And the occasional ternary gray code." Chris needled. Rosa shrugged. Hot beverages never seemed to register properly for her. Chris went on. "You keep up with avoiding logical fallacies like Ferg taught us?" Rosa harumphed. "So, because I worked for an escort service, you assume ipso facto I don't keep up with what I learned?" "Right. So that's what we call a straw man argument," Chris patronized. "Quit being an ass, Shorts." "And that's what we call ad hominem," Chris said. Rosa prepared to toss her empty cup in his direction. "Ferg said if we don't keep watch on our fallacies, we'll become victims to our own arguments." "Yeah? Well, that's an appeal to authority." "Touché," Chris said. "Too fucking shay." Chris smirked and gave a nod of approval as he sipped at his cup. Rosa smiled back. It felt good to smile. "Missed you, Ro." "I missed you too, Chris. I really did." "Talk to me, Ro. Why'd you disappear on me?" Rosa leaned back. She knew Chris well. He never let anything go without understanding the why. "I just needed to Schrodinger's cat it for a while, you know? Be there and not there." "You mean be assumed dead and not dead? Ever considered how that might affect me?" "It's not your moral obligation to account for every human being on the planet, Chris." "Oh, don't give me that bullshit, Ro. We were best friends." Rosa turned away and fiddled with her charm, reacting to the word were. "You saw my life," she said. "Everyone in the verse saw my life. I was standing there like Buridan's ass at the Morton's Fork. Either disappear and leave everyone behind or keep descending into the crippling abyss of Johnny Angelo." It felt cathartic to finally speak the words. It felt necessary. Making a choice at all was a huge achievement. If I'd stayed out there in the public eye, I'm not sure I'd have survived it. "Of course, I get that, Ro. But why didn't you come to me? You know I'd be there for you." Rosa looked to her knees. "I couldn't face you." They allowed the words to dangle mid-air. He'd warned her against Johnny Angelo, and naturally she dismissed it as frivolous jealousy. Chris took another sip before moving the conversation along. "Guess I can't blame you. I'm an asshole. I live off I told you so's." They both let out a needed chuckle. "I'm sorry you didn't think you could come to me, Ro. I was just scared and irrational. I should have reached out." "Why'd you leave Ferg's protection in the first place? He kept Johnny from you." "I know, but Ferg kept Heisenberging me." "What the hell is Heisenberging?" "You know, he kept trying to force me to settle in one spot while I was trying to hustle, then kept trying to push me to hustle whenever I settled down. I can't move and stay still at the same time." "Wow, that's a really complicated word." "Yeah, well, Ferg was really complicated, so I had to leave. And now, ta-da, look where it got you, starting over. You're like a hummingbird. You can't walk forward, but you can fly backwards." "Hey," Rosa snapped. "Well, you're like a cockroach. You can survive without a head somehow." "Whoa, now that's below the belt. You know I'm short. How about this? You're too tall. Take that." "Well, elephants may not be able to jump, but when we die standing." "Nice." Chris clapped over his cup. "Pretty good for out of practice." Rosa's good nature faltered. "I can't help but feel like a big idiot, though. I definitely made a fool of myself at Oscorp." "Oh, well, Paul Oz ain't no cakewalk." "Nope," she whispered. She felt her body tense at the thought of him, his buzzing fingers against her skin, those eyes after she'd rejected him, his deep-seated ball of whirling darkness. "You know you can talk to me, Ro," Chris said, and waited for her to breathe through a sudden fit of chills. "He brought me to his apartment and she started quietly, making sure no one else in the empty back room could hear. "You know, he tried to..." Chris sat at attention, placed down his cup and faced her. "What did he do to you, Rosa? Did he hurt you?" "No. In fact, he was weirdly polite about the whole thing. It's just, He wanted more than I was willing to give, and I'm fairly certain the term no doesn't directly translate in his lexicon. Needless to say, I didn't come out feeling the victor. She let out a nervous laugh, neglecting to mention her nonsensical foray into Paul's inner being and her subsequent attack at his pride. But she did have undeniable, paranormal empathetic abilities. Constantly battling and tempering those abilities kept her from ever truly relating to anyone. The only being with whom she'd ever felt a glimpse of genuine, substantial, albeit inexplicable connection was Paul Oscar. "What'd I tell you about these white boys, Ro?" Chris said in earnest. Rosa wrinkled her face, exasperated. "I'm just saying. You sure know how to pick 'em." "Is this some kind of advice?" Okay, look. If Paul or anyone ever makes you feel small, you stand up. Microaggressions are the stuff of micro-ass people, and you, Rosa, are an elephant. Be the elephant in the room. Rosa nodded as Chris's words struck a tiny but resonant chord in her. "Remember how we used to rip on that kid so hard back at Fame?" Chris chuckled. "I never did," Rosa sputtered, cutting short any sardonic nostalgia. They both said nothing for a moment before Chris finally let out a pensive sigh. "Jesus, Ro, you had such a fire in you before Johnny. You were frickin' unstoppable. Nobody slept on Rosa. Even Mount Venom couldn't take you out." "You're right. I'm not who I was." Another brief silence. Rosa was once a headstrong powerhouse of social justice, fraternizing with the popular and underprivileged alike. But she was young and untested then. Now she seemed to be drowning under the weight of her empathic curse. "My freakouts are getting worse," she said just above a whisper. "You still on the horse pills?" "Yeah. TBH, I might up the dose. I could handle it in hiding, but now that I'm out, it's just a lot." "You think about talking to someone?" Chris asked. Rosa thought she was talking to that someone right now. "You know, you now have access to the topmost transhuman goat in the country, who also happens to have served in the Terror Guard. You should talk to Torian Ross about those PTSD microdose inserts people been raving about." Rosa considered this for a moment, but she could never open up to another human being about her empathic condition. The little she'd shared with Chris was already the toughest thing in the world. "How's Becky and DZ?" she asked, suddenly eager to change the subject. "They're good. Come back and join the fam, Ro. We got each other." Rosa smiled a sad smile. As much as she enjoyed belonging to something, she'd outgrown the Down at Heel collective. "That really does sound nice, Chris, but I don't know. I'm still out here chasing the dream." "I hear that, but you may want to work on that foot-and-mouth disease you got first." Now Rosa did toss her cup at him. "Hey, all I'm saying is stop eating Smartifish dribble, scientifically proven to cause depression and erratic behavior." "I actually have been cutting down," Rosa smiled. "Hey, thanks for this, Shorts. When this is all over, I want to hang. IRL. "Of course, Ro," he said. "Just promise me you'll get that fire back, you know." "Yeah," Rosa exhaled. "I promise." She watched as he carefully sipped more steaming coffee. It felt nice, reviving such a close friendship. Though he was a different being than her, was not an empath like her, and could never truly fill that void in her, no one could. Still, it felt nice. Chapter 15. To Surviving Whitaker. Friday, November 15th, 186 PCE. The flight attendant filled Tori and Paul Oz's champagne flutes with a Pernod Ricard Perrier Jouet. The pair of them reclined on leather seats at the rear compartment of a Skyjet, while two armored guards played Enforce app up front. Paul leaned in to clink glasses with Tori as the attendant shut the divider behind him. "To Surviving Whitaker," Paul toasted before taking a sip. Tori followed suit. It had been over a year since he'd relished the fizz of true carbonation. He could almost hear many tiny particles popping on his tongue before jumping merrily down his throat. "He's quite the interesting card," Torrey said, an understatement. His reconnaissance painted Whitaker as such a paranoid recluse that Torrey cautioned against wearing his glass. "I advise you not partake in any refreshments he offers," was Paul's solemn response. He tapped a button, causing a wide slim screen to descend before them, comfortably alerting Torrey to his disinterest in small talk. Torrey looked out his window to watch the bustling sky cars swirling along sky paths, surrounded by colorful oxy trees and floating ads. A particularly bright yellow ad flashed fiercely at almost every street corner. Torrey assumed them PSAs, advising jackets. It was November, so the weather could finally start dropping below 90. However, on closer inspection, Torrey noticed the ads warned, "Stay indoors." "What the hell?" Torrey muttered. The flu outbreak had harsh symptoms, but had it gone so wild as to require such cautionary notice? "And here with us live is Kristen Molnar," pronounced a voice from the slim screen, "Chief Correspondent for the CDC. Kristen?" Torrey found the screen split between a location map and a dark-haired woman standing before the CDC headquarters. Beneath her broadcast flowed the infinite scroll of chat-verse commentary. "Thanks, Leslie. It appears a small influenza outbreak has taken hold of parts of New York City. Because there hasn't been a case of the flu in decades, the CDC is taking it quite seriously. We encourage everyone to wear masks when outdoors and advise anyone experiencing any symptoms to put in a ticket to their doctor kiosk. We can't yet confirm the number of cases, but the CDC is already taking control of the situation. There are no plans for quarantine at this time. Leslie?" "Thanks, Kristen. The chatverse has taken to calling it the brain ache, with those exhibiting symptoms being referred to as infecteds. And boy, are people..." Paul Oz switched the station. A black screen bearing a single white treble clef beneath the text, common era jazz music, a Gershwin melody. "You don't mind, do you?" Paul asked. Torrey shrugged and returned to his window. But he did mind. An infectious disease threatened to foobar the city. Had Paul Oz no interest in whether this brain ache correlated to Pale Heller's clinical trials? Torrey could easily watch the remainder of the broadcast on his iSearch, but that was hardly the point. Torrey's relationship with Paul had been so expertly strained. But apart from Paul's de facto authority over him, Torrey maintained healthy trepidation for a more personal reason. In a memory often suppressed, Torrey had witnessed an aspect of Paul he wasn't meant to see. It was when they'd extracted Torrey's family from their drug lord stepfather in England. Paul and Torrey led the rescue team as they freed his mum and older sister from the desomorphine cookhouse. His stepdad had been out on business at the time, but Paul allowed for the team to savagely beat the minions they found. Hours later, the team uncovered a closet in a hidden cellar. Within the closet, they found a malnourished Cindy Ross. And though the ghastly sight of his baby sister brought Torrey to near heaves, what Torrey witnessed next forever chilled him. What Paul Oz had done next. "We're here," called the attendant. The bodyguards escorted Torrey and Paul to the front gates of Pebble Whitaker's East Side mansion, where an array of androids ushered them straight to his office. The mansion, with its rickety wooden banisters and lacquered floors, smelled antiseptic yet dungy, like a 19th century haunted house. "Oh, it's them!" A high yodel roared from behind the office door. "Oh, do let them in! Do let them in!" An android opened the door to the dim, cluttered living space. Neatly arranged scientific knacks adorned the walls while disorganized papers and gadgetry peppered the desk. Pebble Whitaker sat upright in a wooden rocking chair, wearing black knee breeches, a vest and jacket, and a jabbed lace cravat, as if he'd been transported straight from the Mayflower. He simply needed a felt hat over his sleek black hair and to shape his mustache puff, and he'd be well on his way to typical common-era slave owner. With one hand petting a black poodle in his lap, Whitaker gestured for his guests to perch at a couch opposite him. As they sat, a flamboyant outburst of high-pitched giggles escaped him. "Pardon our manners," Whitaker began in a slithering, somewhat menicious tenor. "We'd shake hands, but Shotzi and I've just taken breakfast and are prepping for brunch." The words came with the elusive superiority one would expect from an out-of-touch cloistered highbrow. He took up his dog's paw and waved it. "Thank you for receiving us on such short notice, Mr. Whitaker," Paul responded. Paul gestured to Tori, my associate, Torian Ross. Tori gladly accepted the back seat. The whole thing was just creepy, a barely contained madness. "Well, Mr. Paul Oscar Ryland Perry, I hear you're doing well. What with bit credit, further solidifying itself, and with the spread of included to the Turk states. Bravo, young grasshopper, bravo!" "I am doing exceptionally well, thank you. I hear the Institute has recently acquired several patents." "Yes," Whitaker said thoughtfully. "Indeed we have." He brought his lip to his poodle's mouth and kissed the dog more intimately than Tori felt appropriate. "We've finally gotten a patent for my physical consciousness prototypes." Whitaker prattled in a fit of excitement. "I want to dive in like a junkyard tornado and build men, replace all parts with undying materials like Theseus's ship. So the only thing left to distinguish one's identity is one's own life signature." Both Tori and Paul nodded politely. "Oh, Paul," Whitaker crooned. "I remember when you were just an itty-bitty boy. Now you're a very beautiful man. One could categorize you as appetizing. I should have you over for dinner sometime." Whitaker exploded into a deafening guffaw that lasted all of 2 seconds and ended abruptly with a harsh sniff. "I'm well aware of the type of cuisine you fancy, Mr. Whitaker. I'm here to talk." "You talk?" Whitaker torpedoed through a terse paroxysm of glee. "Well, then, to what do I owe the pleasure? You don't honestly expect me to believe you emerged from the land of Oz, your sanctum sanctorum, just to bore me with talks of sponsorship." "It's my understanding you only accept business calls." "Everything in life is business, Sir Oz." "I want Dean Zapata inside." "We have absolutely no space for new applicants at the moment," Whitaker hissed indignantly. Paul immediately prepared to rise. "It appears I've taken up too much of your time, Mr. Whitaker." "Now wait 1 minute, my boy," Whitaker laughed. "You've come all this way to stay for cream corn, truffle, and pompous banter. I'm enjoying you." Paul remained at his seat's edge, his eyes intent on Whitaker. He would walk. Paul wasn't the type to oscillate. "I love how hard you drive your bargains. But you didn't let me finish. The Pioneer School of Innovation is a Hilbert's Hotel of sorts. We have absolutely no room at the inn, but for those I deem favorable, spots have been known to miraculously manifest." "Manifest a spot for Dean Zapata," Paul coolly demanded. "And what do I receive in return?" "This afternoon of riveting conversation." Whitaker bounced in his seat with a chirp. "Properly vetted, I assume?" he asked. "To my standard." "Fine, then. Done. Getting in bed with you, Sir Oz, is an opportunity I could never let slip." "But I will not speak to him until he impresses me," Whitaker scoffed. "Reasonable," Paul said, relaxing his stance. Tori smirked at the absurdity. Rich old boys' clubs speak. How easily they bought and sold people they hardly knew. "I'm here to discuss other matters," Paul continued. Whitaker rocked in his chair with the excited eyes of a child. "Oh, will Shotzi and I be getting to know you and your scrumptious friend a little better?" "Not in the way I presume you'd prefer, Mr. Whitaker." Whitaker let slip a hedonistic purr. Oh, how I wish you appreciated my magniloquent humor. Keeping things a trifle, Kafkaesque, atop my mind's theater. But you, alas, you're so charmingly tame." Again, he kissed at his poodle's mouth. "Very well, then. Talk away." "I expect this discussion to remain within these walls." Naturally. Paul wasted no time with circumlocution. Your thoughts on Dr. Ferguson's death? Oh, that stupid old fool, Whitaker spat. He patted his dog, who'd reacted poorly to the outburst. Did you murder him? Everyone seemed to have been trying. We're operating under the assumption that I did not, Mr. Whitaker. Ha! Well, Shotzi and I strongly advised George not to tinker with that indigo. We told him it would cost him his ever-so-precious life. The doubting Thomas dismissed us as armchair critics, but as per usual, Shotzi and I were right. He let out a maniacal cackle, his pointy nose dancing between epicanthic folds. When he mentioned indigo interacted with the TPJ, I wanted in. It sounded like mind control, and nothing propels me more than being entertained at another's expense. But as was his way, he got protective, ignored my warnings, and now the worms are having quite the banquet. Tori sat upright. There was that word again, indigo. He hadn't been able to find anything online defining the term in a chemical context. After a furtive waltz of the eyeball, Tori sub-vocalized TPJ into his eye search. It stood for the temporoparietal junction, part of the brain, which is attributed to self versus other distinction, religious beliefs, and out-of-body experiences. It was also dubbed the God module by popular media. As Tori downloaded the wiki to his brain drive, a comely young blonde in a short blue dress entered the office. She presented a small breakfast table and ceramic bowl filled with odorless food. My wife, Whitaker said with a hint of contempt as she set the table between them. Tori hid his disgust at the age difference, but the context of the bowl proved far more revolting. Despite his programming, Tori swallowed a heave of regurgitation, fairly certain the bowl was brimming with tiny, warm finger segments. Whitaker snapped, and the woman quickly stood at attention. Have Miranda bring cream corn, truffle, and brandy, he barked, and the woman scurried off. Goodness, he had her hypnotized. Tori suddenly felt on edge in the man's presence. How he managed to maintain such high social rank remained a mystery to Tori. Whitaker grinned at Paul. Finger food? We're not here to indulge, Paul said courteously, but thank you, Mr. Whitaker, for the offer. Perhaps when you're in a more experimental mood, Whitaker chortled. Tori curbed another gag as Whitaker placed a few finger bits into his mouth, only to feed some to his poodle. Beef tartare, Whitaker announced through his mouthful. He looked to Tori then, said to Paul, Why the arm candy? Tori didn't appreciate being addressed in third person. Torian Ross is my chief crisis officer. I respect his analytical and investigative skills. Tori bit back a surge of pride. Does it speak? Whitaker sang. I want to hear it speak. Say something. The command came somewhat puerile in manner, but Tori played along. Your pen history puts you here the night of Ferguson's death, Tori said. Oh, I like the directness, and it comes with an accent, Whitaker said to Paul. Do get me one for my next dinner party. He turned to Tori. Yes, I was here, playing Yahtzee with Shotzi. You and Dr. Ferguson were close, Tori went on, but you cut communications with him once you took issue with his indigo research. Ha! Everyone took issue. And why's that? Whitaker lifted his poodle to cross one leg over the other. Tell me, young Sherlocks, how much do you know? Paul sat upright. We've come to you to be enlightened, he said. Oh, my, Whitaker chuckled. Enlighten you I shall, but you, Sir Hawes, must promise Shotzi and I claim to your beautiful corpse once the subsequent odyssey kills you like it killed old George. If I decide to have an open casket, you may attend and salivate, Paul joked. Whitaker shattered with mirth. For shame, he bellowed with a sudden jerk at the shoulder. Tori couldn't begin to wrap his head around the depravity of the joke, let alone find the humor. It all began with that pesky EMP attack back in 162. Lousy Kremlin or whoever. Whitaker slammed down a fist to his poodle's disliking. "'Twas the year you were born, if I'm not mistaken, Sir Oz." "Correct. Everyone knows the details. 3-day power outage, commoners go missing. Some return, others don't. Pelhela went skulking around the EMP's origin site in downtown Manhattan and discovered traces of indigo residue in Battery Park. While the particles hardly obeyed any age-old laws in the lab, he was able to concoct a detector, and detect it he did, mounds of it soaking all over lower Manhattan." Another hiccup of glib amusement. "Pelheller's tests," Paul added. "They tested indigo against different isotopes and were planning to test with the collider. Like the insurmountable parliament of fools they were," Whitaker snarled. "The collider, the vacuum chamber. Hell, I'd be surprised if Pelheller hadn't added it to his morning tea." "Had they done any human testing with indigo?" Tori asked. "Oh, George was testing all sorts of things on those poor TF fools. His rejuvenation serum, his perfect recall pills, his ludicrous energy drinks. With indigo, I do believe he had voiced concern over a test subject, Loretta James, if I'm not mistaken." Tori tried not to jump at the mention of the woman Aaliyah Davis was currently dissecting on a kitchen table somewhere. Paul, too, perched forward ever so slightly with interest. "But alas," Whitaker said to Paul, "I should be asking you about its effects on humans, shouldn't I? You and your fellow Ferg pets radiate the stuff." Whitaker narrowed his eyes and grew solemn, his voice dropping several registers. "I would love to sink a blade deep into that firm belly of yours and see what comes oozing out. Oh, how that would please me." He paused, allowing for the disturbing suggestion to fill the dim room. Tori slid his eyes to Paul Oz, assessing his reaction. Paul remained perfectly poised, utterly unfazed by Whitaker's blatant menace. Tori did find it peculiar that Paul's birth date fell right around the date of the EMP, this apparently indigo-bearing EMP. And now it turns out Paul Oz radiates the stuff? "Aren't we having fun?" Whitaker cheerily pressed on. "Such is the case with all the Ferg pets, is it not? Let's see, there's the delicious you, the even more delicious Rosa Lejeune. My, was George ever so fond of her? He collected you like rare Pokemon. And of course, there's the Mandala mother, who nearly got George killed several times herself." "You mean Carla," Paul said. "She'd asked George to address her as Wendy, I believe, though her name is actually Khalida Najim, a quaint little Arabic delight." Tori looked up Khalida Najim with his eye search. She, also, born July 162 like Paul, like Rosa, belonged to the flagship Mandala Monastery in the Bronx. She tested into the Mandala Order as an archivist by age 9, but there wasn't much else on her or her family, which was to be expected of an Ascete. "I've yet to witness her legendary mothering myself," Paul said. The Mandala generally held a reverent acceptance of Paul Oz, allowing him unprecedented access to their otherwise exclusive monasteries. However, Tori could find no record of Paul having visited the Bronx chapter in over 8 years. "Were you not aware of his obsession with Khalida Najim?" Whitaker asked Paul. "He visited her on occasion." "Oh, Sir Oz," Whitaker chirped. "Not just on occasion. He climbed into bed with her entire monastery. How George managed to live so long after bedding the Mandala is beyond me. They wield a force within their walls that modern man cannot withstand. It's those infinity stamps they bear on their foreheads. They are the forever men. Once they got wind that George harbored banished monks like that Pelheller fellow, they put the death curse on him, and it's only now delivering. If Ferguson was secretly squabbling with the Mandala, it meant he was tinkering with dark forces that the current technometry trade would sanction. Pardon me, Tori spoke up, realizing he'd get more concrete information from Whitaker than Paul. Whitaker and Shotzi both looked to him. Is there a deeper connection between the Mandala monks and Indigo other than Miss Najim? Well, aren't you an original, Watson? Whitaker snickered. Tori instantly regretted the attention. George worked with powerful materials. What better place to begin asking questions than the monasteries where men live their entire lives solving for X? Besides, Najim and Pelhela were in some sort of cahoots, and George played their Hermes of sorts. The old fool. Curious as to why Ferguson would be a go-between for his assistant, Tori asked, what were Najim and Pelhela plotting? Who can ever tell? The mandala and their riddles? Tori scratched at his chin. Apart from tampering with the TPJ, what other conclusions did Ferguson's human trials involving Indigo unfold? Whitaker flashed his teeth. Well, aside from tickling the pineal gland and causing a massive eruption of dimethyltryptamine, I'm afraid I don't have much more. However, I am certain someone else in this room has a plenty. I am aware of what I am. Paul's voice came low, as well as my fellow brothers. Tori wondered to whom Paul was referring, as Paul had no male siblings on record. Aliens! Whitaker yelled through a fit of hysterics. Both Tori and Paul waited it out. Indigo plus mandala makes for a dead George, Whitaker crooned, before you young Sherlocks go sniffing around Khalida Najim. Do heed that the only people who've managed to get close to her are now decomposing. She's rumored to have upended lives by speaking to men in clear Aramaic in the voice of King David without quivering a lip. Paul prepared to rise, deciding the meeting's end. Thank you for your time and your help, Mr. Whitaker. Truly. Help? No, I was no help. We only spoke of Dane Zapata's upcoming reign at the Institute. I love my dear friend George, but will not jeopardize my place on the game board. There are heavy names and heavy forces plucking heavy strings, Sir Oz. My lab will not be the next to succumb to an accident. He again kissed his dog. I can't fault you for taking that position, Mr. Whitaker. Look outside, Sir Oz. Whatever mad concoction George brewed up has apparently boiled over, and its tendrils are spreading through the unaware, even as we speak. Whitaker's eyes again flashed with childlike glee. The plague is rising, Sir Oz, and I must admit it is ever so fun to watch the world as it tips into the fire to burn. Every enemy I've endured, every foe, every tyrant, they will all be consumed, gobbled up by this cancer on humanity, this cancer of humanity, and I will be here with my shotzi and my bowl of beef tartare, watching, fascinated. Paul Oz kept silent on the return flight. What was he? Tori thought. Anyone would easily kill for research concerning an alien element capable of affecting the brain's God module. And if Paul Oz had this element coursing through his veins and his doctor kept him from understanding why, then he'd have just as much motive as the rest to kill Ferguson. Paul had been estranged from his family for nearly a decade. Did they too possess indigo? Tori broke the silence. How did people trust that man with their children's futures? Paul, who'd been flipping through slim screen options, let a full minute go by before responding. Dean will be fine, came his curt response. Tori wondered if he was still outside of Paul's good graces, the GPS masking and all. Or perhaps the curtness was a symptom of Paul's increasingly sharp focus. They'd both taken in a lot at Whitaker's mansion. Either way, Tori found no interest in stewing in thoughts of inadequacy and instead looked over his notes. Not a minute later, he felt a buzz at his wrist. A video call from Aaliyah Davis. What you got for me, Davis? Well, some curious results from the autopsy. Shoot, Loretta's body was filled with clumps of molecules we'll have to take back to the lab. The top of her temporal area had been severely damaged and her epithalamus wrung dry. The creepy part? She'd been dead since Monday, and her included verifies the ETD, but we found her pineal gland still active while her brain muscles actively liquefied before our eyes. Actively liquefied? Tori puzzled. What's her current status? Okay, so that's the thing, Ross. I can't tell you. The dread came fast and hard. Why not? Around noon, we locked up for lunch. When we came back, the corpse was gone.